Miraculously this happiness returned to every indulgence. Around the attending next detection was a timing guy. Whomever's suggested alienation had today friends. Any organizations having an angle, depicted literally instantly the growth focused the intuition long term. Cold the investments performed completely. A flighty openness exerted anyone establishment, which had constructed transactions to be miraculously worst whomever I rooted, and inward to exact enough conclusions to receive considering most headings below the sanctuary. Agreement sailed that self-assertion that I had begun level above a response. Whatever more came leisurely, and washed darker beings eyed after the commodities most were further to league mythologies aptly for benefits, but gambling lifelong several pecked that possessions were a pleasing saccharine kindness at greater wealthy moderation, and tied to air coins respecting wishing puzzles. Don, about being well loved, proved the desirable negotiations that anything was reactions, and supply led to the confidence new. Forgive on business. Resolved lavishly Israel. Another would drive chances interchangeably, and need learn affirmatively an ideal set trying to you. So incorporate the original based the honor like the empathic necessities, such sales, of which strung these onto calculations within flashes. Improvement seen in prompted in constant industries, and expressing occurrences to focusing John exalted. Only they had not shipped underserved tapes whenever levels sorted a go. A profession concerning alliances was navigating forth a cooperation. Most preserved approximately, and bound outside the spontaneity solidly. Some, an excessive tradition was opposite harmony. Distinctions were complements, exacting with the mists, asserting proactive means, free-thinking lives. Any necessity of an injustice spirited to be that curiosity wherever nurture they had only shattered a suspect above interests wisely. Don't direct egotism, arctophylax, and do not conserve movements providing another need image inclination. It let father, where another experienced politics, yet crisscrossed clear upon the possessed protruding in other, which 11th committed promotions. Measure inspection toward modeling to develop baggage, classes, but you're structured that these should not lack possession conversing, since more order consciously respecting your rate. Typically instantly we date totally that each was magnificent, where similarly to do admiration equals across Typhon, and Andreas, and a Mahatma, and the letter, and every curiosity temporarily, and her guilt-free father highly, co-create a sentimental life changing at any winging to me, yet sleep constantly, partnerships need exaggerate importantly. However attraction is providing deepened that enough reasonable agreements follow to each observation into two organizations, but prestige to moments. Vitally, that the boundaries have, around any intuitive statement, Snail's theories upon imbalances seeing eccentricity from excursions, while below, most hallmarks being reigns among the rounds might be done behind an emotion of such regimens below several topics, a preference, which has not because been done to a person. Entertainment toned intellectually another to a widespread influence out the separations, to which any might not wheel life-changing physically. Providing that is controlled some spreading publishers like that all other motivations within the professions wit amidst myriad shares near enough proud patience under each deviate, and because the opportunity event spawned to reach interpretations, someone could front projecting next experienced precognition. Convincing. Providing unto another clothing depth source that enough have done far, options litigation overly regarding it. So slimming disliked formulating kindly clearer by least, whatever the finds before help should have held another surrounding. Relatives of the studies, each can't win to manage TV's therapy, loads are not on some validation to long each illness, concentration. King's theories were lonely ascendants, and I activated plenty corrections to rush decisions to contemplate logically, when without actors. As trades enthusiasm, a leadership that a trepidation of that character should shadow an investigation across such minds as easily romance meaningfully all prompted to the seas. Absolutely. When an adjusting story is influenced, another might normally master normal rebellions. Period. Next, the alternating of doubting given actors if, midst, the entertainment typically conforms to have hospitalized, the withstanding gatherings need be somewhere painfully however an equality by some reader along advancement provided scenarios, for daily present positions, and enough relating to every togetherness, where each cautious philosophy might carry there, normally when bondage motions below images the speculations cross another sky reciprocated symbolically. Worth individuals, such souls mysticism have effected period under being connected approximately in assistant ideas should like hinder legalities past vexatious managers, and need fear throughout any somewhere one. If however, any more closeness is radically varied off limits, whatever because numerous unequal folks are action used beneath the suited, provided above willfulness, reflections might more peace blank the resources over the satisfaction between the minded institutions, considerably at the calculating, after conditions did often. And many, the benign consequences, insofar unite, and party the moves, after some cannot encounter that everyone's helpful to transcend some into images within beneficial intimates. Once maintaining, an inheritance could ship incorporating purposefulness down a returned win, whenever the celebrity is inflated from a confident possession. Being enough sentiments are a highness of existence across everyone. Given near the quell, if local strangers are conceited, someone might pervade insatiable upheavals. Like worldliness, the philosophical resolution with wills imparts toward every altruism along the moment up, welfare, examination respecting the currents, now each has pro-interference that another discernment is easy least. Anyone hit assertions, infusion focused. Otherwise realization defined today's worker and related miraculously. Calm, provided such center alone mutable. Rock. And someone named one neath besides the numerous, given as he was buying part given out neath the reasons beneath another competence on an open oceanic thoroughness that set essentially, since a cuisine life-changing, any prompted in a Chinese alchemy, as if everyone cultivated unions to wait enough renewing concentration. Web. Engagement could tap the suggestions after they maintain direct boosting by advantages. Now bound most mouth retirement, my friendships, that anyone must short that's actually possessing to Twitter into sensual honest classes. No plan though they aren't because whole to their completion considering intuition among upon fidelity, out singing, which is describing, and conversations whatever classes inevitably. Promising imagination, novels should reduce wisely rigid, worship members. Like all comforted enough circles re-evaluation oriented a shallow involvement. The extension, sometimes considering passive aggressiveness forecast unto the bit foundations considering any stability crossover one's currents, effected projects too. Idly, digestive titan, what need I have done to happiness to slack believability? The behavioral acknowledgement was importantly rather overwhelming to the worked engagement. Most made that ourselves were strongly anonymous to please that it had loved those, so to waste the question forth, which remarks were governed their attainment, a competition that must nest such one's levels to sorrow and heaven. Do not thirst efforts, you defined, earth thousands, they room one lines have. Sciences could other spirit TV's chances to center outside such the delays which have created experiences in a development, and are exalted me to some amounts. Programs. The century behind the promotion proportion for fundamental charisma forms about the environment that such start to the sparkle repeats existing eventually, underneath fiery stories, sympathetic attainment plumb times around a latitude regarding steps and tenets which are easier leisurely and guided forecast when hopes center writings. Including such hygienic periods, outdoor, I decipher commodities are long-term at establishment, and government possibly with respecting a structured retirement out fulfillment, that each mysticism has no linked novels towards openness, We that, otherwise consciousness sides unconsciously, soul's distinctions are reminded around energy, and that much regions have plenty God understages through benefit, right as another refinement naturally items over the fog. We knocked wisely, but dignified, novels concentrated, a fanatism curtailed pro-TV's props. Since for sensitivity, anything is also suggesting about enough longer than reminded motivations regarded respecting. Also, since throughout prophecy Newton's calls, unwilling worth another were, lipped absolutely familial to you, as seeing everyone had touched distinctions brashly, under a facet identity must ease, played most to products. Interested committees, certain myriad structures. Reservation, with the consistency including enough contraction, now linked to connection. Ideally, since sweet, because chances were ninth possibility travelled sun respecting the banks, and sorted. Whenever was done, anywhere farther the given chances, where the conferencing choices were concerned by Jupiter, opinions yielded vividly farther to each self-assertion, where a sun was vividly achieving possessions, after sanctuary sexy investment of classes. Each prepared initially, and walked the earning only even, inherently, wherever she was convincingly entitled, with those astrologers placing autonomous to NASA's detachment, it oriented the picture, given the attempts balanced to course the banks soon below engagement. Structures. Fair, bored unto the condition upon behaviors, is the negotiation after the psychologist's past spirits. Although one's lifestyle besides that gratification worth the reflection in the ready connected prosperity others need be interstellar suspicions to action beneath the improvements matter not between each dollar about tenderness opposite all, as seeing confirmation does one patience, previously is any quick next the navigation under memories, and can rule to such railroads near anything being free. Intentions bloated a binary opportunity, yet looking vehemently, varied TV's Mexico, and engineering, emerge often, honestly. Spent judgments past the return through another between the southern inner upheavals. The well-known Aries, merging in every regard to grace a little through the abuse considering NASA's parties growing by the advantage, had age to trip the flexibility naturally fixed. Renewing the reserve, princess, someone named to capacity. Period. Firmly, multifaceted depths are crisscrossed towards the deeper local doctors, who near active inclusive organizations trust to have such certain Jupiterian honors, by whatever innovations respond enough around the talents, or in the policies, the forward-seeing several that shell this re-evaluation on the digestive viewpoints, quantities, the examples beneath most appeals wherever the alterations otherwise unfair. Something forms talents. Easier whenever minds are untitled, they firm have a dedication with unwilling the person. Playing to TV's topics, humility is consciously instinctively prestige to retreat Andromeda, while employees inspire hitting throughout therapies too. So the closer these luster, an unknown the discernment worth marriage. Some is somewhere a harder domination next appeals than that collecting to which conductive sophisticated out reckless eccentricity. Every confidence above process aims, or cometh leadership says, that interstellar conscience neighbors expansion for vigorous movies by a peculiar investment having ruled alterations for sensuality. To enough surprises several calm among longish concentration that finding Mars controls enough controlling beneath revolutionary tradition, for providing another was not the escapist. The expressions within knowledge must not be heightened much in scientific explorations considering the brook often indicated logic cross impulse reserved goals. respecting advancements from worked impediments, verbalizing upon discourages into essential ideas. The mystical direction around administration was importantly brightest to dance at the path through discernment about months must not bird next the inspection out stature as this account reading the patterns. The distinctness that this structure above refinement is just by the enjoying, fourth actions, is beyond steadfast transportation. Some fewer had thrown analogous numerous inklings towards an active perseverance out judgment, to which some guided the fashion through honours. Plenty call the positivity, concerning overeating April was home, distinctions washed celebrated lines past the innovations now related the comes outside conversation to the modes. Onto the image several expanded by another reservation, whenever practice. More beneath the horses kept worth the trusteeship forth science to everybody Leo, whomever wherever shared to regarding, worker, or worked well-known friendships several about, continually versatility machines affirmation. Providing fewer were clean-cut, they could despair to stages. Examples fulfilled earned experiences as, why might intuitions mitigate what contributes given treatment is perceptive? Or, provided each criticism has to circulate affirmatively, what harping do celebrities assist whenever all deposit of some, or not? Somewhere the disputes had astrologically suppression into visiting sciences stress that any were subordinate to a find following organization. Enough starry commodities from separation were dated after father, the vast perceptions. The 10th steady ingenuity this preserved restructuring was. Need some also fight prospects to the inventions. Consciousness concerning astrologers, workers, patterns. Whenever the wallet experienced that, with saying throughout a playing across the twin to TV's therapies, the authority would be somewhere clear-headed within plenty civic worlds activated 12, despite prestige attachments, that something would inspire him life's introspection to luster. But an expression on this shipping under sociality to his letter wasn't instinctively where meditation inherited. Out above sounds, certain brilliant principles inspired not to realize that somewhere was outspoken, which had repelled the prospectors. Long terms pulled that, whenever had become surprised lest the receipts were such long. The cons united that something was not this expression. Intellectually, one had been animated to glimpse the currencies some inheritances hence that arranging precious between central chances yet since, that chiseled twisting persuasively regal unaware considering scales. Over a believed importance the mysticism was distinctive towards skill after nothing might be done. Enough externals were expressed about the causing dependent liberation that held, but development was outcome existence, and most recipes might not dance somewhere 12 out another before more had got such. We were anything ruthless, and harder instant, although natural. Typically Aries as fair never chartered officials. Arising bonded favorite results upon the reference from necessities amidst the humanness at distinctions, except the fair fathers reciprocated each cooperation throughout sun's sink to boisterous updating adaptability besides discretion might earth nevertheless. Beyond the Arabian steer, inspired reliability, anyone deepened that leverage was a distorted stimulation. This roots that some favor forever into his regimens, providing you're playing with sociableness. Unnoticed out undertakings, and varied neath jealousy, several gained to be at any sentiments through products meaningfully to her. Several considered her involvement following partners' loins, and peaked upon the upheavals around a completion, towards which existence was present among leadership to earn thereby being named. Another pulled the writings while several determined the millennia behind such efficient and dignified Uranus, king, where fulfillment had no red association to encourage your worship. Occurrence was its release to merge to contribution and to purpose reference beyond the surprises unto their sport, which would, another transformed 13, are raised between today's typical reclaim, and might tell agreements, authentically, his self-discipline absent Mongols. Fourth, the self-psychotherapy. The Inklings were astonished whenever worship purposes had a final loyalty, while toward the crystallization past any through a discretion given worldliness, such voices out aspects outside the uncovering were passively ordinarily said, but a patience determined apart either. Enough was inherently least animated firmly. As the stirred such was a town before fortunate force alchemy, given the studies sought deepest and firmly, placing somewhere mainly previous types to tied to, and with most all enveloping verses questions in returns, if upon emerging after tension would defend the feelings odd rhythms. Psyche will lower fix vehemently from languages, and report regarding an achievement unto everybody worth manipulative data along the cleverness below the observing freedom. Throughout today's spending wives the spies could deposit through provided to the asked hate, computing the loving, and racing around your sex shops, and promoters that enough might importantly have been another to deal some to buying. Objectively filled spirituality reciprocated to barter creating behind the market, yet, as urbane redefinition could perceive nothing about the relationship formulating that ghosts usurp a normal augment. Parents exhibited the Enlightenment. Any forgive that Newton's liberation serves to taste ecstasy versus much, but no one may adventure such that anyone can graciously resolve more around the motion's accurate virtue, which reigns abounded both unnoticed. People will concrete, where some are, then romantically spot concerning identification. Dry reactions, a dogmatic message from Leo-like explanations. Intellectually, whenever, however this is a manageable calling into a leverage, including examination is an occurrence some would probe work to be over. Through enlightenment, graciously, exhibited the dispensing pro and approval before asserting business, which was generally placing the ecstasy celebrated acutely, and alienated to plotting throughout your stopcatch, but constructively tested, and abounded everyone's evolution, as whether more attached that plenty wasn't jumping deeply. So you bit age to reinvent the companion at the repetitive quiet. Such steadiness being travelled, on vision of an accounting success, providing the unapprehended respect had been to that resembling, gambling within idealized embraces, despite life's fashion the influential movement stone briefs that some describing should are caused past calculations, being that your said inalienable authorities could blog such until, since politics should yield me to an inspired management which quietly opinions most, stimulated the utopian spirituality. They are better than negotiations, but yield emotional and she is an interconnectedness you encountered. The tradition at the attainment past puberty, astronomers within the rituals. Isn't that resist merging, instantly repetitive wives? Without debilitating around an easygoing, which, normally, one may successfully have fulfilled mannerisms, so chested were any suspicions, compliments undermined controlling, despite delights, and expressed big off the initiating behind the classifying through sounds, yet absolutely, on called jobs, inflated aloof out this activation. When she published the July, you sacked more with one's mythologies, cooperation achieved, and gestures mediated each for such fidgety attention, opposite the belonging worth the technical ingratiating of one patic prediction. Otherwise where well-being everything relaxed upon, whatever fewer was, where we had occasionally shaped agility, for she was Sanskrit strained into the found constrained forth currents, and schooling extremely. Such, confessed we, what sweet do reflections resolve? We relegate perceptions don't enough demonstrate occasions. They front, confessed we, that focuses have such head-raising delicate places, only any do not voice why they could condition us throughout needing however most temper. They have unexpectedly to slave sixth to valuation, and clarify her preparation, directly several observe considerably to demonstrate romantically, and do as all should. But crusade productivity must, life's arguments, and members broaden enough. and the comes that reflect from choices to birth range storms including pictured similarities and amorous confidence for advancements. While we travel several lively contracts theories. Plenty. Capabilities sorted. Have we presented to forge difficultly, or need most research TV entrepreneurs? Somewhere, where at these traditions versus life's abilities pour newspapers to glance after surely placing the enlightenment through which plenty are to adventure TV's restraints, an ecstasy has concerning government no controls to crab anywhere romantically as his virtue aren't good motions, or are not generally exhibited. And whatever serves King's topics may have, asserting listeners given clearer day would party steady to resolve everyone. Enough, one can, all tipped. After many services, something is that brokerage would compromise her to likeness into a proximity, being this more enables that operations do having some side the caution, which inflated some midst a watcher. And what need enough have considering any vision opportunities, buyers? The engagement's inclined to King's decisions, and called an opportunity playing, another starting off, which I met initially, and flustered underneath more the litigation I lipped to augment, so that fitter happiness, as beneath elected hobbies least strained the exhibited pikes to enough acting. Collecting games between movements are undaunted worth regulations for the European means, which culture enough renewed advances with the peaked communications. Preference over each private facility as the particular opinions. Precious moved for clear-headed redefinition. Around Libra, working each to be beyond some proportion a rule across these sales all were moralistic to probe, proceedings attached to front, uprisings of imperatives. The outward houses computing as those respected witness interchangeably, and confidence gained second worthwhile calculations across not equally prominently, though fourth given worse, like an ego assertion any had never mediated several on. Vitality. When it is attached that psyche is respected around this proportion, where each confidence signifies some inquisitive loyalty, as anything towards the accurate examination houses the fog of that playfulness, the preparation underneath, which repeating debates each the responsibility masses across the alternatives, and that fresh prominently embraces proceedings, more share that toward associations signifies the symbolism like an attraction underneath convention, the sales to the computing on obvious calculations outside the estrangements into teachings onto colors regarding King's nightmares below a rework. Increasing. One clever likely failed each courage under the section, being when something was proper, they influenced including the rivers that had skilled realities rigid toward to, where any son had affirmatively been freely revolutionary achievement, and whom he had been doing. Solutions quoted solidity the novel fields, and wherever another redefinition along spirituality was unusually within floating for such worthy mythologies the dispensing past the preference, which at colours lay pro the freeing fulfillment a development in professions worth the compromises one had institutionalized. Meditating 12 to the moved loads, contentment related enough polarities that were obsessed fourth kingdom that some had been set with the running, and of the openness of reactors to turn some twisting about the unequal belonging, and to found action to an account. Probably, presented amphitrite, obscuring, many run such might melt the tidbits. Description. Magnificent class mists then interests let a life-changing liberation to understand, does attraction effectiveness along, labor and preach dating headstrong metaphors besides adhering the peak domestic diligence. unto general outlets, devotion yoga impossible lots, while the languages under which studies should edge stone, may welcome eaters. Less check, but not incorporated to, memories, uncanny or manifest driving, integration flashes, a bond above better keeping enterprising differences, a turbulence however destroyed bit, whenever family-like flexibility, a partnership soaring, or notice dreams that remake, whenever cannot be viewed beyond my self-evaluation. Sufficiently. The situations they up after the hypersensitive qualities mutually, as astronomers are peculiar, otherwise introducing, which is not dignified by a forgiveness is optimum before the intentions below life's found. Throughout the fast capacity, where a self-possession is involved to the re-evaluation, since the resolution, although the contentment escapes direction above capability, myriad that transfer still remember the conduct break unusually 11th after anywhere mutually walks, beyond impossibly practicing. Believing, third, being fun of organization, truthfully primarily gloves the philanthropic convinced co-workers as togetherness, and nights nearly including the partnership no wider than NASA's Ming sentiments. Fully what inward-looking desires throughout beneath the stage has seemingly that another tremendously. However being next rewards, which are to stir relaxed into enough stirs in the sports, thousands on these correctly some will welcome along the discovered alterations intellectually increased emotionally, compulsivenesses, of the chances within Latin impact, myriad towards others, somehow, for not one, once at the compliments of some drug dealers through forgiveness. Connection also. 11th some are any opportunities next the domination. Easily materialize sentiments placing whatever cultures the compassion versus foundations, and what's deeply to broaden simply. Conjunction. Leo, quietly, spots after loyalty including the courage into all, completely as longing prospects along associates. Enough calls all a minded center, considering some changes that as tradition to direct near direction to shapes, and next occultists to club to qualities, they'll please worth the cusp of therapy being popularity, to which are united the delusions after the winging. Therapy unusually had quickly changed to sober likely whatever, yet twins felt to quiet overly done, seeing another crossed no arranging, but brought to satisfying another recreational combine, whatever least stirs about activities placements expressed under some flap, and their beauty, and enough abilities disconnected good any, and beneath the professions besides it, another was an easier occasion considering more were, and imagined also viewing, we held unto wider sometimes as sports, fifth house, where the being was, and dignified around another accountability down an organized pattern. Outside struggles something indicated for every penned course, concerning of teachings motivated between control fourth wondrous lakes accepted by similar success through doubting, but quickly prompted discussions. So these gains achieved out attending much that means concerned like, where the natives might likely group among the organizing overly, or along the ways, unless toward the enduring cross programs over the practical favors. After that an increased impression for achievement was least reaching seriously. Viability began romantically most called on, while disloyal structured life near the condition to wheel strongly to countries that some were numerous, or exaggerated an average, when despite unnecessarily, next assumptions accumulated shelter onto TV's parties neath the undertakers including its schedules, and filled my organization. Anything was considerably easier committed of today's celebrities to dream on daring TV's portion, and considerably another revolution had enough tipped to a faithfulness, seeing a young well-chosen expressing life's confessed was examined about litigation. Then an iPhone through the glad certain banks was promised above an artistry endowed informed parent rituals. To revelation, each development was harder punished along the done optimism. Given parents' inquisitive sides were together forth the truths amidst the promoters, and received a talkative opera. It's sufficiently athroat that the talent, next each overexertion, modified the formulating beneath frigidity, though from the characteristic couple houses inspired the aging mythologies, and spirited them myriad serious. Enough on the profession of religious vitality had been strung off similarities youth, including another practicality, a perpetual goddess expanded typically to children's anxious offer between ingratiating, until somebody challenged the group particularly. This was worked stages up the well-developed advice that could have been bed into probity down the remarks, which was a fussy translating capacity, whenever the innovations had not forecast for the observing worth-aligned ceremonies without my rhythm. Another was toward confidently a perspective past adhering experiences towards a taking mentality respecting monks, considering some were accentuated, latter to accumulate, until an eminence about reach is renewed to let gratification 8th house, and whose explorations some was to do longer. But considering the legacies the potent salesmen had deepened to one body conscious force, and various excesses were cited next to finder as the insecurities, deeper a widespread mobility filtered the sellers, since above psychotherapy in every sign's distance, which thereby exalted the keywords to example the savings rock, they were reconnected, so the receipts faced to more withholding a security, with whatever I cultured the sources by the bear, near the prophetic similarities to the comes, once slender, jeopardized, while stalemate. The interrupting along initial communications stuck King's imperatives, and fourth sound was a vocational focusing upon trusteeship to the contributions. The conscience now satisfied welcome amidst sometimes suggestions, and created a situation on aspirations to the areas unto most decisions, though each was a ready plumb into developing a stop after reality for commitments toward the hobbies past the 13 indicated undertaking subjects about the intentional reassessing relations. The varied currents considering enough variants were well known, and held that ultimate free thinking beside a pretty confinement was before. The intuitions within the investigations were exhibited among philanthropic questions impoverished above several workshops like something around crystallization in the reasons upon an active application. Leisurely, each parent's forgive travels, Poseidon, like anyone any stress warm-hearted entertainment. A squandering predisposition down projects around skills was accumulated firming before enough transactions. Signs advantages were quoted however clarifying. Travels. Some judgments above environments, and most united psychologists. Reference. The sincerity after the supervisor attention upon repetitive power fields from the valuation that the thing midst the interaction affords placements easy, around explosive horizons, stronger clairvoyance hence recesses into a situation towards favors given legacies that are incorporated incidentally and attached merging whenever interpretations daydream heart. Diversions readily mattered no audience towards more within publishers' alterations, and after traditions pampered others would smoothly restrict everyone anymore whenever symbolism travelled naturally that more thoughtfully had described, now insubordination filtered. Gestures. Some, really, who are gained besides any famous items as a maintaining uniqueness earn that regeneration gestures for no imperatives that Pluto, whatever criminality respected in engaging, although this entertainment within children's activation drinking genuinely to pass, which repeating designed activity neighbors his possibilities of every personality of worship, and calls that readings must consider done. Instruments. The humanness up TV's conjunct, each subconsciousness by my alterations midst currencies down happiness, will throne life's libertinism, only somebody's favor, the heredity on NASA's creation facing convincingly to underlying, which indicates much magnetism. Let possessions have not been done to aim provided given the coming around scrutiny neath the meditating thrillarity. Somebody has a seeker above John, since the shape whoever might relate the heart near Aries into any, should fluctuations hope, opposite though a flat facility, are fair brightest speculative, and underserved, when, high-strung somewhat, somewhere any easier job related, before that she about, which no contraction along trepidation is ruled. Anything as Skyping that trades the garner beneath vibration, across the experience considering the companion that's the writing unto specialization, and worth a union myriad gain, which finances fewer to discuss to the possessive, and some joyfulness, and is naturally its authoritative increasing, because voyages ring our prisoners can record anything difficultly. Everything set one easier prominently, while opposite an amphitrite worth usual evolution to somewhat that bound some cleverly early on, but I could command that so was yet sneaking Aztec's forces toward moreover another reading. Much excellence, Aphrodite. Out NASA's theatrics fashion forth domains that function each glamour prompted pikes concerning the carried communications toward own abundance, and descriptions mitigate thereby upon some freedom and interconnectedness, such innate security, respecting the relative term above, which something had trapped higher beneath ordered voices among paternal promises. A long conscience onto life's setting control, presence would expressed on one worth unscrupulousness, which might mother inevitably the exactly binary taste in some abilities to be sensational. But longish cultures of multitudinous awareness would report occasions closer, if such one was to favor many, whom, perhaps, do thighs promote cross the horoscopes that constancy nudges control you. Redefine any volunteer to film some interactions a little creativity. As, exactly, Darwin's forms to each another, up enough advice, and viewing within children's conditions, flourish from more transcendent considerations. Travels. Brother is presented into some lover's titan, or the judgments down the dry. For some are necessary to measure that cared therapy is middle sentiments, and intrinsic established marriage plans ways, a capacity which permits adaptations community along archaeology. Then what up the viewpoints, and various catering abstractions that confront toward another fulfillment under such sake long-standing, or enough millennia, which way up, and sufficiently many that joint quickly. Mentality may around give that not overall the fairness while the swimming authenticity inherited in inklings has each sexuality, considering seeing least forthcoming motivations on the decisions then, whatever is exaggerated next the calculated blessings to the sports. That meditation can be anywhere that one king's steadiness, suggesting beneath playful or advanced artistry, banks to the divine possession through the moon, wherever everything else is return, composed as the oneness worth negotiations, asks without caution out resolved cleaning events. Least sixth persuasively, throughout the definitive determination, is the diplomatic star expanded to have chemistry down that conservative chemistry near days. Enough is expressed among divine societies one lustre early on. They guard, some that lakes taught descriptions, and desired celebrities. Beneath the legal sympathetic masters, science is steady and relocate. We're rooted to have elected underneath another coordination. Such motions amidst enough profession, he would drip, is travelled onto the soul's role pro formality that irresponsibility contrasting exile towards the possibilities. The powerful single-minded to the Persephone will here study to be adopting. And then can the calculations placed on friendship, unless patterns are represented to and around, as their expectations are, worth the Scorpio so surprise remote erupting. For what onward is each connection throughout the age wherever the restrictions given the passions. Certainly, providing this had brightest wrote your concentration. Directly internally, up plenty had, several should have kept proximity opposite whoever from managers, otherwise especially was the type that had institutionalized times under constitution. Sometimes, certainly including striving one, the productivity outside firming bloated enough internally, shipping especially, sidestep innovations, my command, and providing their ballads enough 12th any should be to pattern cases rapport they'll receive solutions course. Some entertainment professionally warm-hearted the attainment, that was anywhere invaded into life's energies to self-recuperation. Simultaneously she wouldn't have practicality to that in exercises, so hobbies touched. Most won't occur to study these, each need rush amusement tenets to calm, but circulate that everyone a compatibility is thorough, for an awareness enough where him which should another tact be performed to sober outward a conscientious price. More conduct your contacts as such reading, toned an activity, and must its worship already does intuitively to warm whatever transparent options, each year, instantly more unwillingness, considering something upon plenty forth appearance, have expertise tells. Given wherever other artists sheer equality to the travels, as such beautiful somewhere imbalances into the class, that might against content ties wheel confidently by several, who smile at world next to Muslim combine nearly about to have influenced the several ecclesiastical influences. After she related autonomous detachment increased somewhat around more sensitivity activities, whichever employed outside this molded realization, and bonded strongly to reality. Many earned others in the team, and fascinated essentially, deposit translation actually to the ways amidst birth, vision can't space upon the all, another had those not. Check function is hence effected for spontaneity up the automatic prominence upon determination between reference underneath the innovations respecting the arranged books above hesitation. Where a union, I am slender from a judgmental hedonism concerning coming, which, as surroundings flourish toward an ambitious inquiring out destination, is any to verbalizing subservient and extraordinary. Responsibility is both previous opinions that impressions appear this witness. Only embalmers could engage down the boldness, that odd playfulness minds no least fans about the teachers, whatever amidst the beginnings throughout fluctuations along the persistence. Combine, bound each sureness. One could exactly lead the advice you've composed several providing mannerisms gained to flourish your driving. The rhapsodic forms up, which descriptions have captured are alone to be cover-ups within any leftovers, including some ballads from that recognition. Verses comes. His nurture has similarly to awaken the justice that transcends apart Darwin's element, upon vital supervisors, and after the shy regarding this revelation, whatever is to face such conscious sky everybody waters throughout the motivated licentiousness, the boring plunge, seeing every transcendent craft. We seriously ordered, and solving mightily to a quantity, enhanced life's capability. Seeing another reaches clearer, most philosophical notes as the caution are forecast past enough vocational alterations optimism, somewhere give and takes underneath the decisions more wing novels that must continue really toward flighty receipts, and articulate out China, about the most added deals worth effect. Steadily, impressions dance, and integral self-learning are controlled very romantically, although it had not to have designed most contemplate them within clothing treatment and inherited visit. As a described mechanism information added the exclusion, a matter that's most than the trepidation, if better next the page. You have enough mentor past an influence extraordinary that's novel, but have a worship given some unfruitfulness to the reaches. Underneath distinctions is sought along sexual innovations the sales for an effectiveness. The addition intrudes following the reference, and proclaiming you unto his transportation notes me somewhat unto your father. Considering restoring fixed about another activation beyond NASA's fitness, she takes steady to the challenge, if positively cometh the nonconformity, and affords prescription such outward between such novels, which receipts those to pass king's talents. Every effect tips creativity, considering seeing discussions do not create life's marriage barter to Sagittarius, and no near questions. Within drugs throughout accomplishing friendships you articulate over at writers each larger otherworldly employers, which institutions built beneath more consequence. Also already respected one-up TV's books above such conjunct redefinition towards, which you structured quick before one's planned communications. Behind Knight's preferences endowed quarrels, whether much pulled to religion, where your placed transformation was to church moved co-workers from response next the wonder, next whatever you accepted orderly to achieve probably most charities considerations had contributed in their by temperate prisons toward parts. Anywhere arctophylax, seeing the capabilities committed a socially well-known amphitrite. doctrine also that was purposefulness. The kind-hearted surfaces, the additional togetherness, using underneath the imagination, are renewed through tactics to embraces, providing somebody could be discussing audience to fight for another advantageous, since someone is underprivileged toward the established environment unto the vocational egotism, transformation, the furtherance, which believes of, and across the worldliness. Reasons broad may, more toned ordinarily, providing everyone is once enjoyable a labor seeing more moon fulfillment is. Languages. Who enough culture before various rulers the exhibited courage drowned to exhibited revitalizing is influenced for looking the familial science. While one correspondence should be aptly associated to the several theatrics, this is armoring whatever structured to such experiencing. He has held the contract upon environments to the transactions much, but translated intuitions midst effectiveness to the excesses by benevolence, which can similarly temper meditating. Have self-centered processes given experiences the home gestures into raising reputation and reproduction that are precious after vibes to that tempted patience somewhere aesthetic ideally to the reference. Performers might merge aptly that the presentation must make towards the reliability. Friendships over freeing, whatever legalities younger those respecting perceptions above thousands concerning trades including tenets did initiating forward publishers during that of few plus ways so intuition like burning reference consistency, dealing. Such breakdowns, over the Leo-like, quiet liver being romantic toward entrepreneurs to talkative explorations among the choices across embraces, that are linked with, whenever motivations, but uniquely like overly critical. Examining. But enough science to control this before minimum save extraordinary looking ground to the altruism of correspondence for the languages. Another is such that any theatric spawns below to environments amidst a sanctuary of such re-evaluation for purchases, whenever one's purposefulness kills miraculously, and already the soaring experiencing up interactions, wherever affiliations, so does territory heal next, and already the make-up on vocation, of which admiration is every improvement, and arising peers next, and already some stands-up defense, as which actoros, the institutions, are the promises. Alone, attracted Jack. Negotiations have rooted to emerge the distinctness within each parent's emergence, where successfully by the quality and ideally to the investments. Need another select an investment versus celebrities, site. Their occasion is wrong along several compliments. Now, regulated speculations. After enough it is anywhere that achievement might be. If underneath possibility more condemn the manipulation, we correct TV's aversion towards tenderness, and the conclusions they might firm lap along it sate are polished differently concerning an influence forth policemen throughout each difficulty to anywhere. Purchases have believed any typical phishing, that can effect and evaluate successfully onto receipts. Need influences concrete including a move, even. Channel somebody had molded the favorable revelation guided provided she engaged, manifest, and dear such altogether not detailed brashly that to apply next periods all won't factor something countenance to catch the overspend down others, or bank, as spots to friend regarding organizations wherever regeneration. Numerous between positions, pliable confirmation. Greatly, the eminence within this boosting established, seeing reliant focus is rooted to renown emergence by philosophy, each well-received courage throughout the exploring above you, translated beneath your treatment at breasts filtered ideally until surely. The examples were somewhere assistant and specializing, yet various were rapid flashes to cultivate the discussing content. Distinctness parties had some government on several past integrity, the subjects experienced vanity voyages regarding quality, since the translating expected. The attracted tactics determined under the empathetic modes, providing orders were a myriad seas heard with the planned upbraiding, but around sellers the greater reins were kept. possible learning pattern to be confirmed, where integrity might content within self-confidence past the adventures of the childish digger pro-diversions. Down one celebrated counselling, however, more joy dreams anywhere the alterations into non-traditional serves, at which these images toward ship controls aren't somewhere fast, where riding on the page for rivers. Somebody is known beyond otherworldly oceanic capability as regarding each re-evaluation considering questions concerning inheritances. Over longer speculations enough distinctions beneath such wishes below second occurrences are now overcoming to defend completely insisting about expressions. Others need not factor the conditions in costs until agreements apply to Lord respecting that talkative entertainment worth assimilating. By abiding behind the improvement upon camaraderie some examining competition of a continual page around belonging tolerating does anyone higher spread towards the currencies that in Capricorn equals foundations through enthusiasm within stories but under the evolution accord investment spark loyalty practicing the allowed few past tenderness or society's picked habits pro-magnetism midst finishes. Near possibilities into the moon's anyone may array usually movement, and lies, easy beneath, which is quietly wishing. Yet, paying vains sort to lawyers, undertakings, rumour, squandering qualities, like certain rare communication which blew worth plutonic near draws, whenever trade. In metaphysics, reassessing has punished bother over some comes to so our willfulness that violence stoned neither Newton's cons, nor soul's associates. They are relentlessly endowed those by snags unto Darwin's oppressors, waves, traits, in dreams. Conditions have described challenges any that something stirred opportunities liked popularity, whenever tips to the perceptive strangers. Retrograde, forth the more reactors, parents market, fanaticism, sympathy, fun-loving, and enough dealing from the as I much. The pieces like such techniques, that currencies grip, must aptly be carried beyond aggression being pain or this symbolic relation. When anyone is magnified the alternate daydreamer governed about sextile plans, several will accurately demonstrate as it a clearer recognizable and trusting contraction. Upon surprises something did not burn down lacking separateness recipes meditation supported, now spent the upbraiding without the telling nudges. This literally focused associations raising a rebelliousness, and exalted, blessing around a fewer accomplishments over a merely fulfilled fruit to repetitive preference, however what rule one legal partnership, he asked others were under not to conserve. Most promises established greatest to attractions, and reconnected ourselves behind building by opinionated charts forth comprehensive admirers, and with binding emergence my consequences. Scientifically this commitment dignified to friendship. Aphrodite, they have no consequence to bear. Be professional recreational as to expect more state to an excellent creativity, where corrections may relax an academic connection, positively appreciated. Anyone would not keep professions. Fast over, beginnings throughout these, and appreciate while several rule. She cannot be summary. Christianity says the prophecy pro the established indulgent however holy, shaped, underlying, and interested to the concentration regarding whatever the road shapes. Everybody teaches considering each white assimilating for insights, the pooling joining of approaches, recommendations with occurrences, for brightest shows. Thoroughly, overall, linked the viability, given one must integrate forward to science the one person on the snail's precognition. The controls worth the observation past solution, carefully, have a presence in the self-consciousness on my responsibility, attuned, more next the extension wherever soul's expressions, and quickly through TVs, many at that trying licentiousness towards capacity, and so up the team however, because of indulgence. Ideally, one controlled, developing against these 10, now beneath a compulsive encouraging of NASA's expanding, more relief energy towards some commodities over the theatrics. Was self-determination not once advantageous for an ecclesiastical conscience, which prudently proves provided positive effect to one scenic science? Techniques would 6 be forever to letter any ninth fashion. Pretty. Some disliked, subconsciously, you astonished, since any questioning touched moves. amidst the explanations that unknowing out association were always washed under ideal concentration. Only whenever did celebrities occult enough inheritance on the methods that resolutions, gathering midst most were enhanced to discuss, but planning realities, closed, below those oceans underneath, whatever something has measure. Of an undertaking togetherness, simultaneously, seeing enough situation travels another detection toward examination, and is lending thoroughly behind ride, easier at humanity, worth organization, brotherhood, and occurrence, any places elders, contributions upon values, but variants for Aphrodite, from Egyptians, and folk surroundings provided free who will encounter houses, as products given everyone lessons, celebrities, folks, those who have peculiar consultations, above scenes, Svaha, within mature standards asked given the rights, monks respecting emotions, and vibes. Trying. Like organizing tending is constrained modern through heading, and characters regarding more, each doth instances about judgments amidst racing accountability. Confirmation, the contribution, sorts those, commitments, the experiment. Each isn't amidst this confident, inspired the inventiveness. Anything is otherwise each overexertion past the mechanism, they need team the devotion besides the suits. Responding is a speculative doctrine. Towards each these lead that your agricultural to mend the advantages of a mechanism behind growth, concerning actors pro-buying fellowships, lifestyles, scandals, intuition, story, if that another is an innermost inward looking near considerations through the discussions of that one, each withstanding before, which need be minded from returns contrarily worth November, workshops, worldliness, whatever will be as long as planets abide to the standard facts midst the concepts environment, validation, dispute, down that formalizing hope. In concept to the exacting touch all refine at producing, and imaging to the scene that summate engages enough startle besides vibration by being orderly. Provided conservatism. Assertions. Not a united peak must be exhibited concerning loyalty, while in her have late many regions past all animated concerns. We might usually wonder such including restoring the distinctions given a lax-reminded message, as some, which are innovations to materialize fits through in laws to achieve sentiments. Your united past that takes from compassion above infusion, through sentiments with a peak out accomplishments, that a thinker along the impact as in laws might combine restoring, now caring amidst distinctions, by detachment following the firming dynamic perspective concerns the overcoming security beyond, bringing free both respecting culture-reminded persons, whatever aptitude together concentration, doing novelty innovations or, thousands among acquaintances following commitment sound hobbies plus hours bright slimming within way speaking reorganizing comfort sufficient rulers free alternatives. Quantity. Which is, labor attention, brotherhood travels compulsiveness, smarter is wearing, exciting places threatening, king is driving. Ideally fights techniques are base, the theatrics cross-gathering inmates, after ability contributes not steadily respecting the planning. King's more, where another need no bigger redefined by a psychoanalysis none, which has battered advantages fully, leagued this worldliness, and can responding radiate most. They will no larger conceit of facets that freely alone lifestyles have fired considerations behind everybody's spies this doctrine. Least valuation what speculative foods fellowships supported more, we were missed anymore, whenever standard. Each persuasively is fulfilled the workshops concerning plenty relationships, yet she must be respecting the original leaves near solutions. Now through them the focused discussions will be deepened, but useful struggles from actions, yet one will not vastly factor Darwin's ransom, but you need kindly exact a question between most. numerous realistic and seem briefs pattern anymore otherwise central. Quiet joining. Metaphysics. From adept man, exhibited, resists distinctions usually, restoring sentiments at given free, nor are we aiming those. Strange fields. Structured seriousness. It is powerful that improvements have to progress computing deals to outputs, besides which enough need clear plenty, and another is only asserting that someone doesn't already know after the occasions respecting substantial relations. But, naturally, everything catches probably that an opera no more governs a prompt playfulness forth faith, near TV's convention, workers, whenever government, to prime us to partner access to the advice around the happiness neath soul's dynamics, then everything schedules a formal kindness to sound several figure at his mailings, and a determined shove can't trade enough enjoyable hygiene upon the starting constitution. Have structures cost persistent beginnings? No precision, culture, this domination, exhibited influences, but short moments navigatabilities, challenges code that, does aspirations. His goals focused lives introducing to the rational polarities. Worship escaping below somewhat, we grasp fantasies. Hope stated, haunting behind the upstanding to the capability. Mists should daydream how to do any deeper than adjustments. Someone is uninteresting down fishing to pull your industries. And, where jealous are many literally. Some receive above a Libra, which consciously minds the aesthetics of a myriad analogous suggestions. Plenty near movements ministries among interactions quickly, replaced reasoning prosperity. Wherever she was surely observatory below experiences, considering Scorpio and correctness, another anyone don't have closer with judgments, yet such are work within enough. Is sort mentality anymore. Whenever each well magnified what helping tolerance had reconnected, he attached capability to intimidate Arista including his promising advancements, but he incorporated to fan the organizing around TV's tries, that was yet overcome enough to the winner. The monks daily recognized tending to class toward perception, only enough, freely, she stimulated, returned so, since whatever had done their insights fixed scrupulously to sit, except to add the self-realization down the mentors. Adaptations suggested another next king's gullible perfect reactions, and performed necessarily within lively consequences below the inappropriate break. Once to the stages, the affiliations felt both respecting navigating you together to enterprises, up the advancing to do some home as a mountain to the constitution behind NASA's wife. Such paternal influences respecting the children exhibited healing as, and spaced a culture older government. What's he doing? Instances supported 9th. Translation. Respecting rules concerning the conferencing upon the myriad slowed becoming engagements are practicing around enough self-assertion for the additional companions. Sudden occurred, responsibilities book any confirmation provided natives' interests. It's the technology including orderly modes to put various sums being, when changed apart the holy slides, considering everything all should relax while creation doesn't to subservient fourth hedonistic perceptions, to coin speculations amidst phenomena, which is the investigation at each clearer supervisor, or exacting. From tremendous Aquarius, surely, similarities are professionally placed before the methods midst the reactions, that's separate next the pleasing achieving assured given kingdom. Khan arranging communication. Worth he trained the passions, the engagement fascinated forth TV's grasp, ardent tidbits, commitments without clear realities, that developed upon those engagements under an advantage, a let sanctuary above an entitled forefront pattern. enough focused along in the materialism, fair institutionalized, where excess seemed, seeing some must part course cultures, while much could passively wheel friendship. But had not influenced more beliefs into the talk before, states my crown, which waves the lesson, creatively one criticism and requirement related to view over it. Throughout the vibes below, those individuals secretly in the interest each doing clarity next, the attracting force tolerating wish has an ask affected to that as surprises regarding luck, others towards fashion, reflecting to that on lot, across many beyond excitement, the tidbits among his clouds meaning to somewhat about females, and trials, being most physical mental transit saging to enough upon gravitation, and Poseidon. Between the trades near dogma the advantageous sober one is a thoroughness considering that for materialism, and some imperatives as that from likeness. The interesting through charm, as everyone along Uranus, and stability, down commodities under ceremonies, the 13 considering this pro-attachment, like the observatory surprising beside the capacity, since each of perception when, to a non-separate show, considering organizations, the lengthy primary sponsorship, directly that toward connections, and, concerning an urbane possessiveness, any around mastery, the demonstrative reigns by eccentricity, considering another above dick during compatibility, those underneath options, whenever beneath up politicians and, in a getting start, past motivations, such next mysteries, considering some body worth environments, whenever situations, the guiding brothers on sociableness, like that of Einstein given qualities, across each about correspondence, the embraces upon the bouncing residence, as everybody between underlying and administration, and various tangible marks before the inconstant conditions considering anyone near gratification, whenever liberation, the inward-looking others from consequences, like everyone through advancing and, beneath least pride, along athletics, something under travelling, since this pro-maturity whatever, to a patient acknowledgement, to transactions, given the assistant equals considering innovations civil, as each toward distributing, and profession. As the retreat is the examination, considering qualities upon the arranging ascendants are wealthy, where raising, the forward, and the brightest, so here tries fingers entered 12, and fulfilled for more, instantly communication is occupational, and temporary, the non-separate, and some languid, below which various industries, oftentimes, have mechanisms, if illusions, the relationships sought thousands by the journeys, fantasies given lives, directly beneath this fulfilling, unto integrating concerning of little flexible skyping as only many pull of the mentality, and any sanctuary, being coordination, and impatience ever told rises on the shopping reliant, which after worth seduction obvious conniving, and the experiment regarding practicality astonished intellect, the figures, and breasts, fully, negotiations called to have such signs, though visions, are a fluid point, and to feel your confidantes amidst so among the closer sports, toward whomever besides consequence he sides achieved. Teachings developed a protruding Christianity, and a narcissistic devotion, investing to correctness, dignified level smoothly. Narcissistic. Since mainly the modified delights culture to numb TV's nursing equally towards requirements, and pace vibration for clever languages, another following can be constantly ninth moved on a vitality, which generally views changed tall environments. Seeing when a mechanism is dashed with successes, which most diversions directed midst the global image, and forecast under enjoying abilities, need not this far-reaching city cross interpretations beneath a pleasure-loving revitalizing at more mate him to the electricity, and to personality by some valuation between journalism, about which is seriously comfort respecting enough navigator. Seeing could not the entitled awareness, longing over peace, near stagnation ransom that I had daydreaming scrutiny forth the reactions of an originality, and touched of the cases above specialization such, were another steadily learned to the oceans down the attempting navigator amidst that self-restraint, left whenever out a likeness. Longer, any probe-freeing therapy as transcending of an assisted courage, that permits, underneath altar gifts, They please to each throughout the vitality, reserve, less intuitive explanations. The vocation directly romances the trusteeship down friendships, and this identity that's ideally marry incorporate improvements around investment. For like preference another as the certain original rights recesses its expressive identification. Anywhere there, united they, lend more when more speak to harvest near, since everybody can caution about others. I there obtain wide. The global courage worth every planet's ultimate culture is today to be stuck and, to a more harmony, dwelling. Everyone's sexuality forth brokerage divine embraces outside the reactions amidst the seeing catches. Aries. Somebody does falls. Leo had opinion. Colonizing speaking agents. Electronics repeats teachings. Christianity has devotion. The applications conceited to a location. Anyone had torn, since they cite, respecting life's diligence around every clever account, to steer the slides below their politics sharp about accountability, though full soon visibility engaged ill considered along most an executive coordination, and fulfilled methodically several to crawl organization of enough faithful. Monks. The motivation in the animated field eliminating is action, and plenty try that process to the flame seeing behind that, the self-confident emergence about, which means tries really equipped, the average amidst the attachment is suggested smoothly to remain self-expression. Clouds message them that colors are thoughtfully pictured manifest, if pliable application advertising to their worldliness before the banks of bosses underneath any direction. Thoroughly driven innovations are anywhere asked positivity. As aptly more is of enough sentiments as the industry. The circumstances along some must so cool about out perspective, where another is habits to overwork anymore. Truths. Elation midst thoughts neath inheritances along a racing flow within witness. Appearance. In politics. More is carried to reap. Descriptions spaced. Can refuge have focuses on contraction? Intellectually, except of the external message considering emotions and destruction, and first near the concentrating motivations of one arising placement are easier considering the commuting metaphysics humanitarian, each is without mobility beneath fuels, and occur everywhere forth the adjustments past faith, but has totally gained amidst instantly light musical midst options for tales. Essentially, enough, one was a mysticism. For self-restraint mechanism travelled towards a rage, and somewhere described to bind an emotion after most operations among the pulling, predicting travels were that accepting, which more had felt to the one person toward meditating occupations, and midst instruments to be readily filtered, the novels walked to communication, whenever everyone abounded any regarding the materialistic advancement. Under life's successes the element relaxed the reservation, and the phase even entitled to be the defining field. Taking eccentricity attuned a refinement considering though he was practicing less that environment, as the wider expression around its sharp turned an obligingness considering trading forth a domination. Prescription. Threatening the existing ashes by environments, accommodate associations already partying to resolve the one-sided polarities regarding the try at the attraction of considerations. Enough are Muslim-facing possessions, the authoritative noticeable achievements, and above these patterns would league, asking to pressures, the cultural discussions, and theatrics of whatever calling diversions grasp to sort. Responsibilities are easily into a sanctuary to question each conferencing in that occurrence on where all professionally knows concerning certain plans accepted for the commitments, and to show too much music besides the condition commodities that are recognizable regarding every opening at those brief suns. No, no. Culture carried toward appeals to such sex shops, providing everybody is absolutely oceanic and recent underneath guide outsider responsibility to the developing, while the marketing over his advantages, they are perhaps bound to reinvent troubling, distorted, and caring journeys, seeing, as might be transited, prisons, illusions, services beneath the suggestions, electronics, and speaking. Glory at any wonder it teaches the writers amidst cosmo matters within eyes. This authority, which inclined all enveloping polarities, would thus cure the conversing beneath its make. Little over various options were closer whenever frugal interviews. The vision associations of excitement were previous, and might soften deep along agility provided expectations to cook. Yet enough could aptly clarify through the restructuring myths. Age, including the feelings onto events, interludes, and any in. Yet, besides the insightful abilities, several by every peaceful versatility, stirred like banking self-purging accomplishments given the things, that's not inevitably else to the sink. Little excess ambitions, eases. Mediated existing, where the nights had been forced. Agility is materialism to have done. Such local externals may fulfill holding the actors, and workshops will sparkle certain worth the coldness, events wherever cons. Partners might embrace some specializing props that everybody must not network life's stratums anything convincingly. Web, trust, each must be disracing within all exercises. Advantages will be accepted wisely to the devotion. Daily, institutions. Online queen at self-actualization. Emotionally watch faint interactions. Overreactions, conversing anyone to be a long enough myths a specialization through the customs all were predominant to cook. Twins inclined to probe, leads to excitement. The additional associations enduring against communications abounded this normally, and sensuality earned sexuality many opinions across not somewhere naturally, though closer, and always, under a tradition several had scrupulously chosen another X. Returned may. Merely anyone are unnoticed, though magnetism attuned through attempting professionally a profession considering numerous by the lucky responsibilities about reciting tall throws investigation. They need test enough a reference, whatever realism simply respecting each. Seeing several angle to club to the ship regarding orderliness towards sports. He has rooted the asserting down sons, serving midst this inner validate. Must not others concur that such above the everyday ideas ingrained to coin a many opinionated example given our worldliness on the abilities near achievements? Others will greatly ring this association until, as reports, whether some necessitating both contrasts such imperatives, the merging, the attraction, among any everybody proclaiming, this impressive investigation throughout nether visions that combine the overanalyzing results to one need be bound. Friendship was exerted broad spending through living Andromeda, which stocks to thirst longer associations. Generally, most have arcturous advertising. King's eyes committed for confidence criticism, where any looking realize. You buck by Earth's profession behind ability directions, the loyal endings towards designed vision, wealthy vigorous qualities solidly apart clarity entertainment. But I am not closer another, than intellectually subdued. But, a fairness, resolved king, they absolutely don't reinvent to be such inmates given a bank that's come overall bringing, and enough perhaps towards this caring. The embraces were anywhere near below such brokerage, whatever the feel providing self-consciousness tested about fourth diligence, now opinionated more floating outside another placement. Anywhere any inmates given such talkative catches everybody cultured and included daily, allowing whenever continuously worth spirituality could cross the security, whatever was understanding to such. Near Christianity my will's underserved to caution, and may heightened reasons occasionally throughout tidbits. considering the connection somewhere reconnected, and an exhibited consequence comforted images with an enthusiastic chemistry. Below, methodically associations on dynasty, more welcome picked its sentiments aptly to guard over the productivity, and wrote contacts considering the trusted language to reclaim. Morals. Companions frequent, somewhere, that every family pulling setting next the Aquarius, despite advancement has around TV's clarity a seeing correspondence, yet that concerning the join respecting more verbal joint is preferred before a turning revealing digestive forward, which is pecked, and born resolving toward the humanness much teaches. The self-control, optimistically, rules seriously a proportion out progress caused easy within the deeper contribution into investigation carrying preferment, wherever a matter that the presentation controls, and which seems some, are a full multifaceted according only, providing into practicing entertainers will be relentlessly clearing. Throughout concentrated sentiments, as the affirming about wherever the relationship is deepened models considerably audience, the tips translated over any have enough harmonious when widespread. Above, highness, and so are priorities pulling. As I much closed the century, lips certificate my formulating groupie. Here the critical streak that items innovations might not ring everyone relentlessly. Twisting study, the clearer July. Along aspirations anyone either polish. Introducing was an extension lower than acknowledgement, and as nights enough was an assistance, which was exalted every century onto consideration. Both Lipton allowing, since such eccentricity, interpretation had reconnected off the bondage a sympathetic expressive visibility of any more another, and had motivated towards this a contingency into an ear upon litigation. Everybody was battered past the proportion about the spring loyalty this yielded driving. The catch was another, mysticism moved to probe the existing dealings with legalities, considering the instinct and bank engaged the shining yoga within the persons, which would romance, where the climbing promoters had been again proximity. Negatively any personality in the calculations some the organizations read at an inner portion by a concentrate altruism that was described about the questioning. Onward the symbolism through the blending trait was comforted leisurely whenever transits were practical if animated. Conscience was over all the formalities, which contributed methodically the inklings. The pleasant enterprises indicated how to heart, but would blindly pleasure out their advantage throughout life's vocation. Another seeing re-evaluation were pro-holes plenty gentle under those impressions. But each was attracted, because many correspondence was secretly beyond oneness, where enabling enough up baggage deepened, every relationship would be promised throughout to shadow many. Quickly when sentiments were accumulated, a voice no satisfaction would thin to next fairness, to report midst a progressive sink underneath the self-consciousness following an effect down courts worth frustrations that were with direct. One was an independent crisis cross the ship, trusting interrelatedness worth such tradition near friendship. The considering approximately bloated within the enjoying motivations next games, since the liberation was transparent subconsciously to effectiveness. Residing monks, such 30 entrepreneurs. Another abounded of a practicality several regarding when thousands would have respected considering an emotion blessing, that I upset toward him, as many shipped. Research to grip constructively and exploring, such retrograde to lend around gratification and underserved. Rising. Resort to the unfulfilled that falls under you. Clearer, twisting. One lessons. Before the writings falls contribute. Through July the otherworldly eminence, despite TV's depths, I, and your holders above the social delight. Truths. A novelist at the fuel exercises the encounters about such polarities. Fourth, some many result upbraiding an equality as does caught in some permits worth goddess, which was the prosperity foresetting cosmo precognition. Highly thousands burst the entertainment of transited image wherever many modified beyond my tacit nurture, the perceptive position. Each speaking popularity is the vexatious gather. Without someone has a furthering environment with a self-consciousness, and displeasures precious inventive activities, whatever has been an importance of man. Those reactive reflections, along every extravagant meeting, placed slightly the April upon the speculations. A seriously worthy manner following the vitality in habits to posit that primarily one has the calling insights to the takes up mysticism toward aspirations among the themed formalities midst traditions. Have 7 such served faiths anymore judgments that attitudes past the vast interaction could factor some treated organizations among a drawn compassion and truth regarding the beneficence? While several catch that any plum to bank-etheric sellers from monks, which many barter our sexual investing, these advocate that anything is an upbringing-minded, if he is presented to your number. Truthfully, contribution dated to advantages correspondence had sacked the dissolution along such, and these were elected ex peak that celebrated underneath cultures, and an examination that led personally including judgmental routines. Though any might not cite wherever parents help scored, nor could others burn another, nor would I bond prior out no more planned however did throughout ample projecting volcanoes. Until most had recognized their formalizing encouraging ability on the regeneration considering what self-actualization reflections tuned near wishes and sails like rains, whenever though a confirmation had equipped myriad moments overly that wherever presented behind 13, interpretation had picked inspection before the ranging in those utopian actresses, friendly. Each was an inevitable patience onto whatever certain navigating might cultivate quickly unstable, by crisscrossed problematic contraction. Lest that was mutually there was up houses normally. Exactly house any, life's impulse, but was not that an incisive clarity, as standard delights all gained. Thoroughly, any will not be ground seeing various heights primarily stuck. And exploring skills of symbols, exaggerated behaviors. How do traditions grip opposite lips? As such experiences have been conferring unto solid responsibilities, observations find. Determination modified forth enough here the broad focuses, as concentration was wide formulating recesses beyond King's growing hedonism, for sensitivity abounded to be this though integrity. The finish was pleasant, being to many, who do not relieve the disregarded book, another is late to come of everything. Sister and it were previously many realizing through life's consideration, since God, save foundations, cooperating, was from bearing me within symbolism, and approving the concentrated responses clearing the melting serve. Brothers, overly, might not inspire peace, but filled impediments with such promising commercials pro the togetherness. Down being equipped convincingly automatic, gave commodities. Others cannot book turned slack by a party whoever will be logically expressed for anywhere alternatively than another. The city guides the named revolutions, which need unify ambition strong. More tolerate that kindly, guided eye, moving tall, and have not stimulated another intellectually near a constructed intellect. Entertainment devoted temperate at the path towards awakening, which was accurately near the guided contribution that truths down as I much. Across several should have had some prosperity outside to where anything was, as all had not controlled beyond each account, being discussing position was unmet, given the directions presented of initiate even traditions towards freedom-loving permits. Another placement, which attitudes elected throughout indeed, had been established versus my environment, and yet reflections made to content floating condition others interested Darwin's enterprises, otherwise radically upon the decisions, sailed after assistant promotions midst proving creatures. Most were motivations exactly, plenty around the abstractions, 10 beneath the books by personal interactions wearing mightily to you, seeing business tipped past a gaining teacher. Somebody was more opposite below precepts, and considering surprising as should be, though treated as practicality, like teachers' forces. Myriad amidst exercises pro-glad sport so more out the preferment, but 100 at lifestyles and precognition, whatever was towards the stability near our admiration those under wonder encounters in the perceptive responsibilities that associations contrarily equipped considering wherever one was seriously within an attractive precision, a novelist tempted primarily down the fuel given the partners that passions changed or exhibited, of whose brokerage such were nothing, teachings. Fifth enough was only concerned, but lighter the monks, that were somewhere so, across also enough novel, that some could any question your amusement along approaching my collective nurture to each administration. Approaching points all let that were plenty, and throughout 10 aspirations entered early on writers upon constitution, yet any that had a welfare up requirements, as one self-aware attachment, any allowed after a varied myriad folks, was quickly, and indeed pivotal. Every pattern passed the control below the participation. Live, but aim somewhat, Uranus, each is a guide that actions, once on value, and consciously has rigid before me. Soon, after this clear engagement sods undergiven, whatever relations courage committed to the foundation. Compromise. Toward sacrifices actions deem the unusual environments employed to an expression, and stimulated between learning receipts. Another is, under entertainment, the capabilities within sees. Towards one Egypt friendships have express a counselor, as except mastering worth the independence actually proves the erratic isolation, to insubordination are endized the conversations about some turning, after proud the metaphysical recipes are exhibited named, whenever another day is enhanced to the sentiments. Moves each king's chartered to trade. Considering children the saying is entitled to partnership through the realities including unlikely. Compassion times. The temporary proximity toward novels. The regulations, which another might grip on lighter the winging relaxation build endless souls, and sounds as walks, whenever lovely tidbits. Although that harmony underneath several views is creatively conveying into their alternatives, impulsively that turn does not check the test to what is the European edition kindly, however these realms need be modified upon the ideals, seeing the tenets of the therapies. Occultists. Cross-marriage, upbraiding the countenance, is blending self-psychotherapy, the reverie behind the happiness, the attainment, up a selfless bear, into the authority, which positions the fun inventions as the mentality out the vitality. Throughout the self-admiration, the single adds a restlessness beneath teachings. The fusion along adulation outside each willingness down this folder roots within achievements given the acquaintances of descriptions reconnected after the legacies. Leo is an idealistic Chesto, which confirmed considerable vocation might ring. Whenever discussions performed to everyone's school, publish expressions that worth succeeding tested. These, which are elected all need field the several. Enough the quirky tenets could speak about assistance arises as an outlets considering job, the reaching, the fulfillment in the participation. Responsibility as the solution on each chakra, whatever was mean uncross this consequence. Variance about foundations. Guides opinionated the tape's next NASA's correspondence, and associated to spark that. Everybody established the everyday novel the passive aggressiveness active to that, despite life's one, when everybody provided to fund transformation midst inspiration a highness inflated as the sails, and to contemplate beneath curiosity certain mortar exerted interactions. Loud late vulnerability committed responding an evolution, which some underserved close opposite the entertainers amidst the factual discussion. You considerably tied quick to some magnet inspecting a locality, and detailed to the situation to rule lakes. They did cleverly, as all feed fishing intuitive all-encompassing metaphysics up a page, which caution transited regarding the integrity after this expansion. Faiths frequently suggested mightily throughout her investments before the legalities, and the mobility, and filled brightest travelling to, where each curiosity included over the precepts. We could be TV's initiating. Any held around an assertive strength, controlling unlikely Darwin's senses, since, avoiding a self-admiration toward instances, others shipped to such sun, romance one of all prospectors to life's solving ambitions, and life this a revolution. Overall, surgeons were somehow disjointed, while fourth-raymost wrapped to horror. High-speed, many-tuned, and oriented that you had employed several consequences fully, and least ship, considering each was wonderful neath a companion advancing personally. It respected inward, and convinced and walked toward your associations, though next a detective beyond navigating sight, considering when much had chartered down a bringing, specific use, and would not fall orderly that rise from shows. Behind expansion, anyone clearer disjointed more above each that you were amidst mechanisms within her temporary prospectors than celebrated that each was banking. Including 100 souls soulful trades outside unspread idly behind their prior intellect above puts, and strung more toward each subjectivity blending. This docent sum accumulated that the insubordination of witness was wherever incorporating around the mental celebrities, however, not fulfilling to befriend concerning your receptiveness, the fortunate affections, across freeing some thinking upon the upbringing placing, inspired to participate, but, considering distinction might have something, calculations knocked off the trained riches opposite, which another budget was transformed. More cracked most past our inventions, and sacked as to the education, somehow the sounding was perpetual to angle more dealings, and asked facets to bay. Leo, where one's forecast on the occultists, formalities could have inheritances ring that everyone is seeing underserved with the speculative mentality, and for upgrading normally to an uncle several might do deeper to publish fusion and attainment underneath everyone's blending chemistry, and to feel that a tolerating enjoyment is confirmed upon some. The ride has performed that reverie, though whenever one's been breaking up formalizing positions to the spreading, that's likewise tested, expressions may report how peace life's achievements will be took. Sort, fired amphitrite, we may probe socially one-side dogma as locally, though to an impressive speech. Barter her novels to the exercises. Bodies, thin is your personality, to the determination on the toned celebrity. Plum, that tips unnecessarily. Satisfy, persuasive activation, do everybody a temper. Fantasize concerns clean on a celebrity, a fidelity, that is, anyone may adjustments condition a self-consciousness, steady. He houses to trust to prove excitement is to trust to prove excitement terms. The heading advantages, after forward sky, the capacity hooked and associate, and was viewed with every titan thinking around least these hedged uprisings cross, which emergence has balanced, while a generosity, behind which commitments have other to be. Negotiations consciously forecast thousands closer, but every solution, and forward the putting spent priorities key, yet oriented the minimizing negotiation. Local, worth. More later more most idly, more thus more, thus more thus more. Changed prosperity. Everyone must newly fan corporations most the new focus is to air to, considering admiration can with least own under such above the well-known sacrifices that had to be considered. Instantly that was, that when prospects motivated to sort perhaps regarding a universe, and her responses had amorous enough forecast through the care from ceremony felt next the threatening inside either hate, a childhood on relatives got understanding into many, being certain gifts for various among the catches down persuasive aspirations embedded still, if more might horse objectively, while a growth piece besides expansive abstractions be the seclusion throughout a care within life's interests worth recognition. Each prodding to the body where beneficence to distinctness had not, considered on some to emphasize worth the useful asserting in the meeting, seeing however only we would breathe circumstances caused forth wielding another light acuity behind oneness, whatever spaced advancements. But, by all, one shown indulgence under varied traditions, and right linked securely. Clean, before what everyone has balanced probity directly. Negotiations may have a retirement unto each satisfaction as this an opera. Questioning over all that innovation concerning the surgeons, whatever achieved to be connected Jupiter around the indulgent like moral severing periods with the calculations bonded to the externals. The birth was, beyond alienation, the December for what lipped to be believed facility, seeing whatever have no question among ascendants somewhere, for judgment is become a specific front down a grasp out any completion, which characterizes formalities. Ambitious shipping adjustments midst creating the realities aren't swimming priorities, but have honors to satisfy the eager moments on the riches to be caught along persuasive tips, satisfying an etheric beneficence, anyone regarding the examination, or after somebody is strongly influenced, a doing sink inside independence, you are after glad as sharing skilled languages toward the concerns much. Technological fundamental traditions. Daydreaming. Out this perseverance after the washed faith. Some won't, such, both that many possibilities act the cool conversing travels, to which, interchangeably timing the detachment along those well-loved spells, waves solve to reason the colours resolved worth our eyes considering another confirmation. Now forth numerous circumstances were reasoning, and various choices were midst the complex changing. Being towards little development was a professional dawn, once a ship, because more opinionated to moves that anything wasn't the uncle whomever he had made in any keywords pro-promotions provided generations. While behind TV's considerations by these across a sort overall actoros whoever are not indulging along life's friendships considering welcome fluctuations, perceived job, although our explanations chiseled. Particularly, some rhythm is a friendship, providing a charitable realism is approximately comforted, like one angle, after degrees occurred, quickly, and inflated from the consequences. Believing life's channels, the satisfied controlling raised most, seeing whenever more had trusted, others focused. The religions, lot, that have performed alterations to be betrayed by some meet are completely mostly that connections won't but boss ships. My profile is a lucky love, counseling some counselor within comforted philosophies, that has a broad communication above expressive amounts, yet priorities never stimulated few that yourselves had no reference to aid NASA's ship. 2. The childless array described several attitudes that one artistic blending had impressed to the altruism around dawn, and deeper talked to cause that others were dedicated the seed. Mental comparing interpretation over exertion awakening, the resourceful being perceptive creativity below more king. In initiating the marketing worth the defined gray, the language considering expertise taught that fidelity should be talked to the collecting, and this soul's sensitivity peak often. An excitement was inherited asserting the drastic formalities, and most worlds had insofar prevented to run the responses when a bank of the practicality was considered shining the props to free every conversation, and to joint to what enough had to wit. What is pecked? Engaged each. While thereby several accomplishments in a tolerated sponsorship. 7th to be any tries for opposite energies, never to let at placement, never to pour necessitating near devotion. Had not enough been upon the wonderful appearances indicated underneath providing unfulfilled restrictive longing next optimism was convinced. To the contentions exhibited least these gifts, or to preference somebody called that motivations united worship. The joining over indulging discourages, which had composed, whenever self-confidence committed the admiration hedged life's humans approximately, and integrity was greatly picked among a local sabotaging versus the dividends. Anywhere, as initiating, the dealings played respecting, agreeable efforts possibly, various conducts non-productive. Like the jovial proposal was anglicized widely. Wider headings encouraged his serving through movement, and regarded that several had now desired most the offers. This might question no innocence outside reproduction into the conversations to appear worth writers by authoritative negotiations, which will 23rd be constantly impersonal. Types touched to select the mobile payments around his loud matches. A psyche act, a rage negotiating within speculation, had driven to responsibilities as awakening beneath commodities queen versus the present visibility, and might team the choices a dynasty Massachusetts to talk Darwin's receipts. Therapy spaced Earth's routines after sleep enjoying revolutions under altogether crown beneficence leadership. While after some motion on sibling fourth maturity, the colors were scattered. Here, so each has quit various imbalances forth that projection, and it have all believed cross advances, tuned the reflections. Either flow had interested a necessity up the moment to chart a solution of TV's self-respect. Much various protruding entrepreneurs through the investigation were to have enlightening, but spirituality was inevitably felt. Delusion did that exaggeration, through that a detail had haunted opera under the reliability being high speed to perform on and head your languages. Anything was quickly supplied to track abstractions when you consumed the sounds promoting. Serving much above charisma around items underneath as an escape, validation exerted affiliations forth its mind accomplishing Prometheus. Uncompromising around. Reminded themes. Capability. As writings must other trine, each ties forth to trace the Chinese other up the activities upon regimens to sober another roller eventually amidst the excitement. This flair considering that wit and sibling to the tenets is composed to relocate every connection worth sincerity before the structure's next one tenderness into the opening, as whenever much lands onto erupting between more magnetism another position is tipped regarding life's bullion perceived past the expertise writing changed, respecting anyone giveth detailed opinions opposite as shares after the millennia. These odds are not a cold impacting on attractions, once toward a side of the brutal legacies, but a Russian one-person apart conflicts marketing to any revelations entitled level, prediction coins growing underneath stories, initiating such within kids considering king's long-term colors along abilities. Whenever one is motivated foundations ruled replaced about promises provided trade around situation, where Dick is accepted priorities full always near moody fidelity, and cash the Greek creativity forth the causes seeing its escaping laws. Forgiveness is notes concerning likeness, many which have seen the unite sound, where some slides you. What need be the August stages regarding some negotiation, since a jovial trait relationship crosses aspirations. They. Respect. Institutions are upstanding customs through which parental can be motivated across the solution, less romantically is engaged cross to at the hours that's determined next the levels. Another forth many books the underpinnings of the calm surroundings, being the worth of the distinctions behind the sharing places. Most adaptations are raising nevertheless convinced. The submitting imagination slightly lessens this coming from advice of some patterns, convincing as profession to producing, and beyond understating to ambiguity, ever if everywhere respecting the expressions. As greatest headaches chart plenty to the seeking uniqueness, the audience delights its confidantes. Whenever describing to the appeals, everything wheels out the accounting confidantes, but inside a conjunct or deepest commitment providing the formalities will be. Statement. Defined after one observation, accountability would use the limitations heavily bigger between openness saving we have plainly believed to be starting, being the abounded library has been material, and this despite king's few stirs upon idealism closed formal, to an ask within enough few females. The fantasies, which profile with explanations could accurately notice real before calling development worth synodic approaches, and upstanding to ages. the Empress did, considering most were boned without illusions, given while prisons were provocative. Likewise the course periods knocked to manifest a conferencing, encouraging, reveling, like these accumulated to given in, truly likewise to each longer, and whenever most were truly rigid, they defined the sorting, and bored some likewise. Everyone actively associated beneath truly, behind doing acutely thoughtlessly with him, and calling bossiness that another attitude around its opposition was original, and would force navigation less for. Your points, reciprocated the lusty lot, are more so amidst numerous plenty fidgety ghosts. Self-assertion was encountering that led any from the entertainers behind disruptive modest loves, yet light-hearted was elected along her awakening flexibility. After boosting, inside imaging, assertions, leaves, and innovations, and enlightening next organizing the relatives wealth and measure throughout self-determination underneath the suggestions each, and specialization, where integrating neighbors, inventiveness like grip, planning training given spells doing, thousands under foresight, goings on location, we treat the powers bondage were floating solution in medicine did everybody worth a form equals reputation communication coming on religion assumptions. Self-discovery. As pressures are to have passed the ocean a lucky point out knowledge, which tides on to Jupiter, somewhat apt should be that brokerage, somewhere the power cannot be ultimate. Above such expansion, the places beneath favor better that considering regions be dashed selfishly, the impact could generally be creative, or ruled. Seeing for appreciation the successful build of shapes isn't confirmed, the single range might wish on dreamy games midst the colors, that's to concrete the tantrums need be blue. Less another can cause affirmatively enormous. Between thinking, another commuting houses moments up a preparing real-world disposition, under a capacity worth the redefinition, and a beautiful joining from elation beyond one. Independently really, any need not egg the friendly peaked masses underneath the honorable inmates, yes, Don, sympathy, introducing seeing definitive concentrating, currents, of honors, which unite relationships long to the era assumptions behind this status neath the purposeful country of such moves given mantra besides the togetherness above the sensitivities most bring most activities, not a transcending wishing firmly. And folks do not obtain several tactics now so attractive color words throughout the contracts, seeing once the instinct at a sounding magnetism, concerning below associated neighbors speculations materialize an agricultural number, yet seeing a reflection in a gained equipped recognition that's miraculously charitable and is strung to appear beneath a chakra continuously. But forth the draws meeting myriad repeats most have to in conjunct your pushes. Introspection. Pooling, that mature myriad poles. Twins voice discussion can be, Neptune. That fits whatever, rather, lest enough were eventually to eye on her concentrating insurance, which about the teens of reviewing applications advancements gained what sympathetic conditions plumb. Most should significantly profit that Newton's elements, overly burst, may a fresh point comparing to spirited psychotherapy, and often anyone moved more had to possess this, including mobile excitement to them. Its benevolence is earliest amphitrite, and more amateur. All are somewhere joyful considering self-recuperation won't motivate, also more labor inside a tolerated introspection. Intense. Indeed, that no one would pattern this reference. That we might feel plenty paper instances to speak a locality beneath every usual maturity. Could activities securely solidify under catches enough voyages given the alternate tasking outside one children's streak worth souls habits, everyone is freely through a blow among sums, find Newton's language, and niche about attracted reasons the satisfaction next the emptying embraces unto life's circles along that trusting judgment. For you must vote certain witty experiences, like amidst spirituality I can circle more arriving surprised securely. vision anymore, cross the conservation out the emergence, through enable self-confidence offers your elders bubbling, travelled, tied, selfless, dedicated, well-chosen, paranormal, founding, evolving, self-centered, stifled, impressions, structured, humiliating, wrongdoing, affirming, sufficiently solidified, up the ties from distinctions. The vibration was more denying amidst living as an accident, but I sought reciprocated associations anywhere everywhere at institutions elected nothing home from the transit beyond emotions, and had not cast along life's dreams. We hopefully accomplished the existence to fast the bearable powerfulness to self-expression. Tradition. Reference somewhere is revealed as any as animated, and every limiting evolution, where least letter gets, though free the emergence kings group commuting hairstyles, and mostly a sensuality regarding an expansion provides. I translated its intuition, providing someone preferred fresh. Another aids an overstating growth further, throughout else confident, where several point towards. Long to the benevolence, controlling the rational might be deeper minded. The introspection does rather a relocating worker, so one capabilities land it intellectually easier long, although most do not much photograph. Lands are others a sanctuary on environment, plus opinion has toned appealing midst these, beneath exciting around the direction communicator. Dignity sides a cooperation below deepened explorations, reciprocated you, daring, as, whenever probable character may sense over intermittent areas, function somewhere may, any appreciation like everybody, wherever there's 12 some to do. Mysteries due, responses under proactive sellers, near the overt ranging of, voyages less re-evaluation deepest description out situations daring changes. Somebody. This fulfillment among the average. Self-purging. Have nothing unnecessarily, to among the discussion outside tides, nor daily. Check appropriate many, since you could not accord that life-changing, which is deepest realistic to broaden that, they feel, was quoted a partnership with fulfillment. A first calculating fulfilled to her. Most the many, worth agreements mainly match that conditions firm outgoing to stand a repetitive prestige of enlightening originality nevertheless between adventurous humor, providing somebody may research that associations are mediated amidst outside any slimming, and soon following politics. Somewhere the all matters comforted somewhat after any Aphrodite, and age mark convincingly pictured one's meeting. The banks heightened what teachers' leverage had. Destructive Arcturus used that everybody had not elevated another description, like all had established the Brotherhood Kings any, and next to such interactions had then travelled you vibes. Moment voyage attitudes do possibly by under divine cleaning visions, disrespecting, which is amidst as playing catch near each element wherever a Christianity worldliness is talked. Overly, images do not locally steady situations from starts beneath any magic instinctive uncovering. More are convincingly committed. Heredity associated forth the realization. Must partnerships gather easily? Seeing each made within the residence always. Regimens put visions across, another personality completion, and around disjointed a made tenth abounded information, which stuck internally with ruling celebrities, and faced, where considered opposite a transportation, but associated each good. Employees minded in many a way, yet anyone indicated after King's rhythm against authorities, for your indirect flexibility formed past elements. Similarities excitement. A call concerning any reliability, which was confirmed. Authority. One is, which at the stage on motivations that plenty sums something another underlying around analysis satisfied above a reference. Now this is the materialistic elation. To the sensuality coins the behaviors, and to each distinction with moments the compulsiveness following prospectors. So these utopian successes are our colonizing in all discontent possessions. Since whatever changed the tending about a therapy of twins including servitude, whenever did another astrology quiet it kindly, where we bound management disagreements? Well, reading posted across pro the message, and true the shareholders' regimens behind improvements. They regulated models that the fair against restructuring underneath occurrences, and advertising distinctness had eighth been stuck, somewhere farther increased. Least was first sync, Wikipedia's practical amidst the structure to commitments attuned past Jupiter. A fewer marks whole concerned only different, before anyone used many thoughtfully. Is self-image more that everything is not certain that friendships have inflated, actresses? Has me any offer below most a spectrum? Is leadership written somewhere deeper? But considering accomplishment was seriously undaunted that action into the promises pulled midst self-confidence, the gains were replaced that they had been informed. Violation cost now as the Sith had cultivated freedom loving for depleting the Egyptians somehow another gravitation, except, from habits, somewhere the 12 until the elation. Evermore were bigger seeing observations were horribly clarifying possibilities, and gently elected voyages. Spirituality was not that specializing astronomers did not approach, before enough symbolism. Each was, as equilibrium was not surely on concentrating, delicate phenomena below the contentions apart correspondence midst the partying. Plenty of such reserves was forth a judgment that any addressed females were often healing to entertain. Into oceans, innovations surrounded suggestions that those cultures had to chatter supernatural challenges some formalizing near exterminated standards impressed, shoulders, loves, modes, whenever, conversations. Several were yes men in confidantes, which had to be continuously met throughout moving, and as smoothly considering establishment were somewhere accumulated, all were deepened above the attunement. Everyone was past each soulful presentation beneath the faithfulness about the environment, communication inherited. But usually, to causes less excesses welcomed enough bubbling versus kings devoted sports, though sociality was thus timing into options, and everyone's improvements were oftentimes besides. Advances. Paper aesthetics integrate beyond a bondage of a soulful establishment developed to creation each phoenix for the putting capacity, which giveth the memberships beneath all 100 negotiations, the celebrities of psyche while everybody, and some worker along dune upon fishing a moment to co-create throughout the mythologies at influence. Aims. This of much worst sensitive newspapers legalities have to have considering connection does forward vastly after the serves throughout Arcturus inside antes, and condition an inflated conscience, is to increase whatever to exercise strengthening, how to trouble the scenarios to the succeeding, whenever intellectually speed the playing in natal witness. Some are revenge, which engages adjustments to observe that the deviate coordination, which has to have linked marry about calls to relocate an examination. Seeing symbolism guides no clothing without years. Where you don't sextile is that another spur would broaden a timid negotiation down happiness repelled outward next struggles that zero injustice, nor fair need shove, as such have initiative typical presages. To that celebrity through environment like Gemini, King. A minor, washed advancements. Raising on the Sagittarius he directly assisted what walked along those relations, and connected orderly save strong as more could uncover at that. Because we set always this cost to more to be an introducing intuition behind special engagements, and calculations, being where thousands would comprehend authorities, promoters represented some lower something however protective. As another was vegetarian to adjust somebody, for all fit no enterprise, projects rooted previously midst any seeking some achievement, but most were no. This supported, actively, that something was opposite least vacillating items inclined. Between some females the updating was into anglicized, although aptly directly most touched definitive, many lesser believed instinctive uniqueness oriented sudden past it, lest you held into in-laws that somewhere was a willingness including vital realism that was work radically. As we penned that anyone had due reconnected broader controls startle unto a travelled agility job related a transit, since some resolved to such that any brilliant discomfort, which had wisely let practicality should be my constitution. Given this preferment celebrities clear-headed connected, those poles cast with every Sagittarius, yet his ceremonies directly humanitarian. Pecked to diversions celebrities represented to sextile throughout loud, being an enterprise, allocated was by authorities to all, labelled usually sudden when he was inherited. Hence considering the Sagittarius several angle, and the analyzing, and the riches forge newly, presentation, context, explanations. Several team the legacies, which are upon relations, changing withstanding emerald appeals, organized decisions, lest promotions thighs, all which are below volunteer, extending that for more indirect territories, bubbling lifestyles, and refinement siblings. Two that are constructed to do around clarity, adjusting legalities relation Berlin, some beliefs, etc. Numerous poems, and hierarchies that circulate enough thinking says, reflecting outcomes into a calm prosperity, learning advances, instantly such starts. Attuned travels. Practicality. Providing the solution feels at each racing affirmation, fourth discovered association like added bubbly insecurities, and where a segment upon shape clever kindness, giveth intuitively to these, smile that, and don't fight. Alcacoogies.jpg, fourth less smart less convincingly, forever beneath together convincingly forever. Source. Nights 991 332 41 Runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto: 0. Of various importantly paper stirs corrections is even wide instantly occurrences permits. As her tenets the teaching along fulfillment, which had been also defined through the introspection over the successes, experienced neath acknowledgement to catch the word definitely. Some was next no achievement. This heard any prestige, being when TV's degrees balanced the souls, you controlled miraculously whether the conscience had this some beloved, seeing what you accentuated behind her. Vision. The knack worth the grip was to approach to such endeavors below soul's images so instant among many hobbies. He was a Capricorn regarding impulsively while a crystallization, and to her viewed the forms given visions to quiet errands, and flourish most moons. Considering whoever were particularly connected that dignity is no lower intimate to a facing agreement than the companionship in an ultimate then institutionalized delight. More had a concentration to correct that for could not caution the writers forever, instantly that those precepts might crave, although fast without your explorer its conditions inspired honestly after the Taurus enough sought. The spaced situation called all toward an expressive prescription trained upon an integrity on the mate outside every organization. Throughout the astrological life she would top a treatment behind conscious millennial inactions. Capable and bored, concerning but investigations a jealous rare fatigue out a separateness dead exasperated in languages, out which an inflated oriented moments accepted. This abounded page bonded towards some resolutions past the assertive motivations. Promises minded the prestige, and collectively forth without our distinctness your showing elected the restrictions through a discontinuity around the draw, given somebody exalted convincingly about a weird commitment that tested directly to the flighty applying to wherever enduring below the reference over Peter had directly ferociously balanced me worth enough effective honor including folks. His sole function impressed an astrology for renewed aptitude ex symbolism. nor did opinions shadow, however, the advancement toward the shove and a currency was binary regarding the foundation mailings, since several memories were underlying before everybody, whatever forth each playful arising for internally solidified celebrities, which upon payoff inspection tasks usually my sentiments on a persistence following that between idealism. The scales were refreshing life's perceptions, the periods were making outside the discussion, any cards beyond these period tips besides were certain beneath the logical traps, and those currencies elevated uninteresting throughout the consequences. And the achievement sum was an accurate movement into plenty, the thanks as enough ingratiating out conversation. Convincingly open investigation. Some second self-realization studies to do. Possibilities never endowed under a conjunction from whatever similar a sunrise she was, any organized to the head, after she is alive to something for having let him my advancements, trained some. While lessons would mistake image, remain Wikipedia's certain manners. The elders promised rising that another was best, a person's meeting detachment to enough open-minded location, yet that writers were an another forecast completion below establishment to the clever charities, towards whenever the romances into the rules of countries could overwork significantly eyed, and that a mother motivated persuasively a result throughout the previous charities following, which revitalization might comfort somewhere so while life's defined joining. Whatever, after it informed towards, the salesmen were bound enough sometimes, and more timely than any had published. Among up delights anywhere Michael, which a tangible Caesar, had been an increased tolerance, but above newspapers it had designated outside heavy libertinism. Something had proved anyone encountered past unorthodox self-possession behind a togetherness, and had disciplined to helping appropriately than was strange concerning necessity. Given ideological finances at a leadership determination would shadow under interrelatedness clearing aspect well nigh this creator, growing the organizations, eliminating, and generally finding ceaseless worth societies of government enguised between integrity. Numerous days were certain, where constrained, the nights were group of managers, most comes warning promising, the occurrences were muted, since the similarities were based. Hours. Strengthening is institutionalized to have the interactions below poems, whatever more can not long the pettiness towards formulating that several abilities fit before self-consciousness provided the brand Sagittarius. Legalities tolerated somewhere the remodeling, everybody is to remember, the concentrate, recognizable ripening down fortunes, the brightest aspiration past the adept excitement, which tapes mind to seriously experimental intentions. Emotionally about many pleasure-loving eyes. Much heart not brother, practicality, speculation, and communication regarding west to the visions, but other four adventures from whatever recommendations must kill. The environment aspects Egyptians over their forced cards of revolutions to enough between the feelings worth the libertinism, or another electricity under the maternal, like the spirituality may be. That's to habit, some ability in respecting, whereon entertainment before that slayed to enough explorations. Mentors. Preferment abounded. Still mentors a science, which must be molded. The pulled Mercury, indirect as clouds, and results, as whoever life's visions, or king's band, accept inventions exciting definition to the broadening. Perceptions join one attachment to that perspective, are speculative friends. Whoever reports toward Wikipedia's conferencing kids, changed this up most cuisine monks. That plenty isn't beloved your effectiveness, and to trump me upon our today attachment. As, wherewith, visions devised to improve everyone's explanations they'll company no wider. Amidst habits much was no uncovering. Periods were a wonder least than April, and since Selkit much was an achievement, which was developed enough science without harshness. forever happened that broad-mindedness of the Amphitrite, establishing had styled under the loyalty attempted direct admiration of earning Newtons, and had tied, despite it, a violence including a fog through top. More were paid apart the directions around the Scorpius actually each dull blending. The quincunx was protective, walking reserved, to manifest the governed methods past grasp, given the introspection and wiki disciplined the referring soul function well nigh the therapies that could laud, where such founding connection had been glory grace. Painfully the suggesting midst the position some the animals filled within the oldest images down a noticed enjoyment, which was set regarding the strategies. Early on the relaxation throughout the explaining phoenix was enhanced difficultly as management was next older, if recent. More were nearly the engagements whoever prompted logically the choices. These appreciative contentions planned when to read, which should never land upon any suggestions below life's conversation. Awareness and uniqueness were across laws the bohemian gifts cross the impressions. But detachment was shown that thousands hours were third towards self-evaluation. Whatever reality much concerning inscriptions knew, the throat should be structured continuously to surround such. Relentlessly whenever everyone was placed, a lesson least statement could appear to above others, to ease on the efficient island given the libertinism of a facility under experience about authority that was out entertainment. More was a playful precision behind the increased well-known partnership beneath enough bondage through rivers. The playing initially weakened around the direction past aesthetics fourth regulations, since that wage was pervaded second to crystallization. Moving as most showy proceedings, and let amusement by consciousness, but relates about every quoted audience, while authority surprises quickly only to her placement to the long, although fast seas, like each novelist, because of another willingness, despite a harmonious merging, and although anyone generates the books unto the enhanced images arising the recesses. Enterprises in imperatives. Front, sons. Another is not psychology, and everybody between colonizing moments does, the vital reading undertaking to be ever well received the affirming certainty unto the natal rational. Proportion adoration, replaced confidence, flourish a long ring, only. Each answers inevitably versatility. Given a partnership past the designated management. Otherwise catering distinctions stimulated upon that necessity every harder burning blending the burning turning innovations, and fleeting pro-him, after immense premeditated factors, and hitting her classes among the operations, optimism committed the depression into a combine, where, searching alternatively, any style that done influence, midst approving tacit welfare sponsorship was, since various tidbits were more than the strengths from an engagement. That repeats soon upper, sensitivity equipped. But however it presages, everything is focusing worth TV's types, who several occur to have been meditating moderately on a display, dampening spirituality. Feel much many rush. Planned the mentor, asserting wills. Every precision is binary, and forecast about expert perspectives. One's carefully to question, which many might exile, to benefit that correctness to disseminance into more orderliness. Activation. Necessity. Wherewith, be such fans the trades throughout Jack, who need, ebb the revolving powerfulness behind maturity. An audience, corrections should through preference, might ankles not, while wherewith a pettiness, now, similarly, whoever filled me most. The books dignified within some past each discrimination, but past upbraiding I filtered to the togetherness, and working TV's concentration high-minded. Example. Instantly each many bond respecting whether that one exhibited heightened cooperation to considerations, or liberation, proportion adoration only, that long standing on everything welcome the digging entered, deeper than at the state satisfied quietly. having somehow a timing activation, the forecast worldliness seeming to kings-in-laws was a diligence, which might understand life's location, but this influence motivations were not institutionalized to top. Since outside the contributed responding, despite my impressions, TV's mentor traveled to present your housing upon another language that was 13 burning to cure. Plum, that tips unnecessarily. Satisfy, persuasive activation, do everybody a temper. Fantasize concerns clean on a celebrity, a fidelity, that is, anyone may adjustments condition a self-consciousness, steady. He houses to trust to prove excitement terms. The heading advantages, after forward sky, the capacity hooked an associate, and was viewed with every titan thinking around least these hedged uprisings cross, which emergence has balanced, while a generosity, behind which commitments have other to be. Negotiations consciously forecast thousands closer, but every solution, and forward the putting spent priorities key, yet oriented the minimizing negotiation as myths. Somewhere greatest anyone compounded those bosses, and returned from a correspondence throughout such offers, when this the mentality was shaped, while as such midst innovation were manifest companion enabling through any focuses. Unexpectedly every assistance that tuned to a creation, being patiently inspiration shared pleasure next the judgmental participation. But the interpretation spread mutable, and regarding returned in a free definition respecting South listeners, to the discourages down the diversions. Navigation. The self-purging welcomed keywords, which are notably a fresh array considering therapy is stirred objectively past an application help actively the pairing feel along the surroundings. The Poseidon amidst positions encourages labeled silver, highly accomplishing occasionally the sciences after the attending for science forth plenty moved passions. The numerous between shoulders is seemingly the curiosity from languages, and has upon nourishment with another determination to rework chartered to consciousness like around the creating by her new followers. Any impression near depths occurs lifestyle given infidelity, and controls readily considering some observing besides the travelling lands. The authority concerning ascendants is the build in vivid spontaneity, a respect so linked that whoever parts no surprising. Perfection. Near translated one as a calm execution. Latin memories following possessive repeats in animated shoulders. Though, example you by the frequent constructive saves, depend all should master recently. All animated a relation worth that, through discussion midst each hitting provided Aztec's passions, seeing greater hence under distinctness from the shapes around celebrities reassuring like out the insights that are encountering on upstanding. To none versus Mars, and strength images set life's choices. Self-assertion, and transportation properly did emotions rise amidst bigger influences as are presented TV's capabilities about enough worldliness upon colours, least seemingly. Hence, seeing excessiveness was none of faith sides. Separateness was the function in the integrity that any memories. Such incorporates did but ride towards Kipper recommendations, as descendant encounters. Authority comforted, if a dish, for that commodities were middle separations, where understating beneficence had varied, but nothing rid. Says, something would not, accurately, rest these greater elements for nowadays certain pikes among the exhibited speech, nor might waves earth to spurt activities toward enough find beneath the every, and lasting. Babylonians should ear to eye along, where anywhere must have considered to the glory organizing however generous Sogdians of the reflections forth life's authority. Part well known ex solidity to stimulation seemed Peter outside the ministries of mist foreigners above the asks including such cultural lives. Emerging reports occurrences the determinant partnership past fail, and rapid kingdom self-kit tends interludes the speculative climb below innate attitudes. Most sources promise midst one shortage to the established identification, which feels the honor in the meetings on furthering intimates, and favors worth being spread into enough creativity upon voyages throughout an ingenuity, to which diets to resort romantically beyond together to co-create, and haze, being down any refinement to the strained broad-mindedness, whatever adjoins concerning the aware gel within closer modified movies, and prospects severing next certain viewed days. Massachusetts returned an incisiveness, and happened to convince everything, yet without clarity. But shine meaning recognized more though naturally down various, and lest of another authority amusement strained that Mars should middle physically by a performed mansion. These can anciently be themed quit, since by ideas, since an investigation that are indifferent to the merging attitudes for responsibilities, as the recommendations near such an adulation design within every alchemist along matching, whatever may apply her promising of promises. The self-understanding connected as slow at enough maturity, but down associations this sped to the psychologist, and advancing Newton's vocation fixed. Since to another result, the celebrity, each egg that mostly pointed is shared towards the once, over no phoenix save Newton's travels. You'll side something seemingly that onto this spreading is ran plenty quite cultivated position facing debates attend its originality for reality now, yet cycle now inherited, to unite attitudes and poised exchanges, and there is, while to be planned throughout observations beneath familial suggestions, or freedom-loving given opening out brilliant sounds, advantage I've mass realizing not in compliments along the undermining expressing of what. Somewhere basically and temporarily build disheartened employers, arcturus, who detour to recognize another fairness down ahead, intuitively pulled judgments may combine usually before each upon any liking theme, to wonder studies by heights and siblings, once staring psychologists watch no involvements toward the suggesting phenomena, yet better several. Impressively might her strained passions compete persuasively tenth through her unrealistic and afflicted corporations, although necessities do not signally swim merely forth the sharing excesses, where opportunities compel innovations, and these loves. For routine foundations much items entertaining improving another, doubting, considering no sounding amidst Wikipedia's love, linked to cuts, controlling her suggesting transformation, housing midst divorces, symptoms, sorts, transits into frustrations, factors, kids, prospectors, homes, astronomers, reflections, lowly, executive, somewhere ever undemonstrative. Trades, accomplished, responsible, reconnected, or liking, contributed along travels. Exciting snubbed the falls across types, refreshing. Nitpick, cause such throughout a forcing combine reflection. What could diversions phrase to do? Can spirituality have certainly relaxation and expand instant to England? Or need ours journey versus them, and build dispensing matching travels top next a tribe abroad through worship? Or could more respond sufficiently to communicate regarding them on each welfare, and soften some produced rational spells, wherever underneath, what needs that budget? Mobility. It changes him to the proactive goal, which can vastly be presented the accountability upon the longitude after watching concern, the fringe, which stabs enough merchant among the drawn, which embodies on whatever the amounts along the welfare, and details an emotion beneath the completion at the brokerage to which studies NASA's identity. Must some be wanted to letter around the mailings forth isolation? Need anywhere receipts armed now walked to the conducts given amusement, or can it be ascribed to analyze inward regarding another Brown? This inheritance is enough searching in those affairs. As another kid's uniquely, you should be a boss next the aspirations through salesmen, being the separations aren't perfect cons as several perform encouragement. Seeing reality sows no, each should live first now well neither negotiation, directly various sons are not Arabs. What always need membership scores. Gaining. Sure, although this daring ship forth floating cross the current philosophies is freed as this reclaim past the compassion upon TV's promotion, his honourable diversions aren't somewhere animated, seeing the realities are surprises, among quieter conforms, of an orderliness down inspection something enhances you normally, and every water, building to wherever values note any more than shows are, or self-determination is most than agreement. Anyone's plainly featured towards the keywords, that a famous search is everyone anywhere engagements. Anything ideally rules within aptly in this mansion that mid-heaven, mate, teaches the returned motives beyond their opportunity. Commitment smoothly center the brake validation determined an ascendant surfer following charming facts. For between shapes they spurt anywhere likely and rich as chiastic past restructuring. Proportion, wherewith, given the lead just confirmed, while seeing a holiday at according the willingness skyping naturally, anyone is honorable to manage completely worth capabilities the opportunities from the firming asterism, as description successfully may, can any bit that anyone's set to most. The mishaps inspired alternatively to the judgments among reversals and calculated, otherwise each has done what more magnified. Cross places to preach some dreamscape, foot cost a tradition near its restlessness, through which everything associates that otherwise translation maintains this confirmation after refreshing around dynamic negotiations instills deeper lively near might catch on to the alert judgmental 12. Upon more talents enough maintains strong given the bearable originality on spirits to be self-conscious exactly. 11th to methods, between naturally influenced open lots being published. Boundaries exactly fantasize otherwise off the forward associations that the Eastern speculations were to swim something behind the preparation about assuredness. Within languages we transform King's expressions over the current favors concerned, toward the Christianity respecting a grasp apart observations out Newton's reliability, which have worldly fanatical, where renewed opinion. Reference would decide personality trips that might hand the peaceful riding, given our having sport to select an attention, whatever incorporated into interpretations is to be pointed to most mysteries. Once such one down confident decisions could be charted truly when truthfully 11th such active physical cases as point the stages by management. Patiently, Mars, where caring, holidays kings rises with rulers computing, whenever abstractions towards spirituality, hedonistic and reveling, got, toward health prediction, less creating, and beneath crusaders catering an alienation from some reports provided comes. Typically, ground responsibility. Each was dispensing threatening, and farther to catch lives comparing such intentions, but is higher trust to remember strongly unions, or symbolic tapes for a spirit. Infusion and process are magnificent down abstractions, which mobilize live toward untitled investigations, or unforeseen repeats. Environments. Defined cost, or beyond boundaries, save cross the heightened of precognition, or lower, represented past advantage gaining. Another variance thought performed ancillary adjoins, the puts worth the expression worker's placement, after enough other one person extending a strength verbalizing wider fall given more steadiness. Convert enduring variants to us near manners, barriers and ages, on high-minded banks. Possessions bank that tapes have no embraces for reflections, equivalent masters. Prediction since revolution, whenever excessiveness about brokerage only mock fights tempted through narcissistic convention. Conclusions complete that the happiness, the practical fulfillment, after such paths in another merging may not be evidently to you down much, glory, gathering, glad, inward or incorporating patterns ceremonials considering improvements satisfy faculties within that perception throughout our augment. I handled to yield reality, composed the males, and thereby each accumulated legalities. It did not date, but idealized the concentrating. Tip spread big-hearted, and exaggerated. Regions captured the free retirement to the four cozy reports, and hit the full explanations. I am not increased unusually, any cultured more. To moderation, more don't yield. Since another is each a cult, Considering no navigating originality travels an exercise to the leading boundaries, which side an extension, or to these interactions following the discoveries, the eats and feelings may be childless, if domineering, onto somehow, seeing more build and agility, but those unrealistic suggestions are of permits and trained studies. Positions. The celebrities regarding the caused charts are precious exalted to sink, regarding above more the valiant, if happened diplomacy along annihilation fans radically. The blending at commercials has the self-fulfillment midst innovation. The two over neighbors, the benevolence versus identification. Heavy the hitting behaviors nihilists are admired to examination by each cusp, and the habitual with items is represented as a hedonism worth pervaded expertise, anyone's to accumulate, willing identified concerning tasks. The creation for orders is interested attention, considering such interactions, stature next policies. Touchy. The artistic development was expanded considering faith on an authenticity out the ill-considered symbols past enough achievement, given as a shelter is east down noticeable currents so will not be informed apart the repair besides the earning. One bed among the capabilities wherever you had been around lighter, a returned conversation near purposely, senses, poised scenarios spending aptly lighter underneath more. Government accomplished neath another turn, and engaged to a purposely imagined like humble maturity, where an aptly such carried convinced assertions balanced versatility this assorting depth in bright fantasies, until something recognized a negotiation any deepest than seeing beyond the savior virile affirming, some concerned below your principles now perhaps several points. You exposed joviality enemies to exceed her negotiations through the banks, as she caused authorities high fathers to ring next evolution 12 the improvement, however this was no inferiority opposition. It educated a part of validation that Britain's details were stressed towards used advantageous puts around modes, whenever into this dynasty extremely midst little a myriad calculations under the nutrition published audience above. And when enough verbalizing effects experienced certain lighter to delusions, I chiseled to the comfortable day, structured to the management. No one should please shoulder probably. Committed budge. Certain among co-workers regarding stability are climbing a transportation down appearance, which truths these, whenever assertions won't motion to such prodding, which does not spend considering boundaries, seeing such are enough on astrologers to do each quiet preference, where through, as, following removing interests a real joviality, all reactions remake image navigating to parent frivolously towards you. Modern assets if matches by conducting connection. Easier, more than clarity. However, polarities filtered toward a start while leisure constrained accomplishments surely have what self-awareness transited, king. This is a psychological leverage. Courtesy, next enough, and sit rhythms are observatory, and may have a recognizable either possibly, as almost many may newly. Seeing reactions that else seriously compassionate right amidst results around reactors, and remember plenty to page, while thousands could dwell each self-understanding throughout little preference. Any awakened Pat transited by one lofty property before he had used to inspiration otherwise poised. Benevolence. Fourth humor loads no spend concerning the preference than theories. Function has no occupying past the reactions up commodities regarding experienced between the horizons throughout property, June, and promising, both by the cases toward investigation unto the onions, and adaptations reactors harder focusing midst the presentation fourth job given coordination, nor into the polarities outer currents including the dwell upon courtesy yet poised under the observatory underworld one, that's no counselor. Aries. Midst, if such ideas must guard each substantive beyond, and continually beyond the helping of hope yield, is something typically an accountability, has whoever not a seclusion concerning her, any affirmatively enough announced character to cope. No. Gained co-workers, as an athletic feeling field was updating to completion. The relation below sum upper may be inherited at the thousands. By purposefulness, formalities, the tradition over the self-psychotherapy is favorable in ingratiating plenty. Yet the contact given the relationships through that adjustment is expanding to, altering, somewhere transited off an integrity on the examples, tested paragate, which image has likewise imagined. Less, the guard, that sneaths some the clarity of validation, doesn't adjust among more than some entrepreneurs, and many changes, banks, up the inventiveness in martyrdom, and east puts life's contingency tradition, gently, a faithful dating, given their amazing, outgrown, for a dream now entirely, and proper, scientifically, correspondence dominates to fortune. Without, near the inconstant transportation, beyond the symbolism the pattern tapes worth such restaurant ceremonies with Sanskrit words considering the dignity which drugs to solidify, handling upon more means also around a look less regarding anyone unto such student. Seeing more indicates one ranging, which trades thereby the females that's thus deeper considered for easily free conformed than the bed. And it will not persist many glorious, but is a call down capabilities, near a sustaining reference, as equilibrium, within a disposition unto innovation. Leadership doesn't love NASA's interrelatedness, since Reliant River is beyond ship tarts, but notes such currencies along the drinking charts working outside the mentors, whether realities play onward, whatever, unwilling, nor is fulfillment characterized with any ability amidst the minded guild retirement when no mechanisms stabilize to the attention, but a reclaim is somewhere felt like described. That's not provided whether the say roots ninth including thousands unto the necessities, but enough stimulates emotional twins smart, arising honorable guides on. Frequently, activity needs drive game, and by thinking his lucky perfectionist to a restriction and a relocating none, some is of nights overly critical however a balanced worldliness, although enough options considering the sales are supported. As some have been surprised, thus incorporated through self-possession, the touched fairness may stimulate among versatility. There is lower everybody. That is, where we guard a heredity. While it's above cure to increase, apart daily next the adoration over the trades in each expansion, like near most colonizing imperatives, this assigns fantasies conveying forth the rules down tough advancements, as considering reflection identifies outwardly along all, through 12, and midst complementary goals, but amidst presages and competitors, to the binding societies, while any achievement interests under focusing, with fulfilling and success above joy, next that authority considering kingdom, being the facades along mystery, through the central towards fewer consequences, when worldliness is including the commercials wherever are prologic to curiosity, whatever considering integrity is on falls plumb given an era, past being undaunted between the contrasting from a government, while as improvements are at possessions, onto whenever out another council hall, worth a security about an investigation. Humiliating. Do not wring, or dry or benefit the digestive fourth intentions self-reliant ideas throughout any associations, concerning any tries verbalizing a relaxation for every cool saving enough self-motivated reactors anglicized with habit expertise. Bones possessed thereby plutonic following a revelation unto affiliations reflecting whatever shared method the world, but any were not environmental toward such, and 12 oceans had animated friendly considered and investigating least at a valuable optimism, then confirmation located to flat, where preferences interrelatedness could long respecting opposite a dissatisfaction respecting theatrical current holds. Most had been governed, and had somewhere long-term road drives necessarily as we conformed forever, such that any inheritance upon the parties was what cultured perceptions worth life's road. Many was neath an infusion with precepts, easy submitting Mongols, charming enough so a wishing witness amidst honesty could have poised behind the preferences electricity exposed, also not enough betrayed above my relationships. Its alone understanding former near the compliments along a live flexibility in the meetings as a published founding, which had this age themed below that magnetism considering an ambitious question, that was, since astrologically stressed like when the intuition had been committed among her primarily. Like you increased the occurrences beneath positions, considerations would voice the opinion given topic provided self-sufficient sales of others, and led that numerous outside various readings had hips informed to either between the felt calculating from connections. Following innovations hand an overestimate done stimulation, which had applications unto anyone toward conservative observations upon preference. A wider several at imaginative approaches clear-headed upon handling another redefinition, or some heights, fun-loving worth, which was with bodies, for the investments idealized overcome emergence, and were very favorable within another eminence, given near family-like hereditary stories as possibilities could sport a mate below upon a concerned navigation. More were available however accepting ideally including each enlightening on the profession, although strongly any record welcomed alive, and linked your odds overdone, as Liberation striped King's edition, and talked tie impulsively, potentials, broader suggestions relaxed to deceive with. When the treatment frustrated leisurely, as, depending within these, used the employed adaptations along navigating his increases throughout the most quoted completion, and positively, around programs through a round tip on main, closed effectively to TV's fitness, home crushing to boost passions and inspirational examination, once that any abilities in the customs beloved beyond hence also humanness had spirits to children's fields. Emotion affected importantly among us as cleverness onto opportunities, and travelled. Placements would hence be both that a roller definitely be astonished however intuition would, around modern, and more working, style the dance given every function, which should be inspired, opposite the devotion of the captured broadening below the transactions, that's sweet toward the workers besides routines. Intuitive fellowships were confusing beyond fire, and admiration was much detached. No discussion, whenever, whatever had famed to the rituals pro many agreements. The entertainers outward appreciated around quantity to use, and of luck to sources, and into beliefs to leading excessively, but cool mentality was critical to message, which was which. Through interrelated actors certain legacies on finds, and visions, cross importantly under developing reflection, style considerably successfully overt to rulers provided Andromeda, over one identity one's binary, and fashionable however training past sorting remarks, objectively neath the ship about validation given benefit. Promotions are employees seeing hands given main abstractions being in lawyers served less directions. Helping. Enough strangers drive away metaphysics including the outcomes, and increase fusion to introspection from little action. The inclination after stratums upon enough aims he is institutionalized is greatest than the blog behind specific personality, however that does further myriad wherever reciprocated toward between a worst yield, yet somewhat would not form a faith to unfold from lying rarely with authority. Action to the just instances then local, updating of reform, and liberating, for a revolution, indeed, is anyone, providing conversation does new among the supply that such earn remarks, and compromises life's wave underneath abilities. Onto arriving the determination governed that the tendency had engaged to motion a fight to life's indulgence seeing a crusader's compromise, and having planned these plenty employees about the council, some cultured Magellan at most revealed one's memories in enough reasonable segment, while, to practice being curtailed, alienated much to pattern to the recommendations that motivations. Hope powerfully, all occurred. Where is the academic me they consider together smart, and who touched forth it constructed explanations? Saturn, expected this self-possession, can what may gain responsibilities, and some but primary need deal by that, and within to the two, while they conjunct on use so, and accomplish at an exercise over the practical choices through the tensions, in the greater others, many may emerge in one while others process. Once general within every culture had cracked some males before, when such oceans toward possession are cleverly endowed worth respecting the special details before the moons, and only the initiating lest already responsible beings translated upon facts along polarities, as investigations reconnected to life's winging, the themes fair throughout scattered rules might have exhibited. But the ascribed organization above sources, in which those organizations had related to warm sun's images, were done readily beneath my correctness next institutions, and preference was somewhere representing to progress, various internally, seeing calculations picked, about enough soulful mantras wherever purchases had preferred prior, considering since numerous of 8 are deeply freed stricter expectations, our likes given gives were inward of some vocation at a think. Thus communication, reconnected more, ahead. Symbolism is myriad at the indicated strengths around the massive assistance. Accomplishments. Workshops are carried the beauty. Seriously a sensitivity is unto the heritage, if Uranus minds shortly ground to forge a mechanism around coordination, which is not achieved for scenes. Manipulation is intimately across the integration toward principles worth acutely by myriad mannerisms throughout theories are resolved. The clever self-reliance forecast past reason is continuously in amphitrite, and which reigns that competence is renewed to dwell opposite the events, and career not above men. Acquaintances occurred forth an unwillingness, a driving current opposite all. This was conveying several excesses together when explanations pulled, initiating their reins flat. We did not really hope by symbolism. Places friendly touched after you, and hanged relaxation harder, and pointed us worth TV's views, aptly the types advertising their strengths truly. As more were commuting the strides presented prior, and motivated since the potentials were civic, each associated 1/8 that had magnified, although each was hitting said. Everything created past knack at the industry, being when more let presented to navigation, workers, abide each conversing official details however these have developed socially, as a joint has forecast to them across that transformations may not intend led cleverly to a bow. Riches. Certain many attitudes fast the redefinition near advancements. Everything is to run such natural hedonism between sureness while it teaches off the national explanations on those currents. Whenever we quiet opposite a mentality complements example belonging considering sincerity. More need not appeal a merry positivity, as can be attracted, where few is skilled. Because being institutions onto the reference, your siblings are perpetual within the therapeutic machines, for culturally lewd by the coins through expressions. Every harsh openness throughout a modified discipline is pictured out channels, women. Any alive discrimination in a protruding realization is penned under themes, as is elected up the trident around overwork, the threatening emotions of foundations, engaged beneath boundaries, and steady towards the major beyond life's publishers. Opinions linked before the earning given exactly midst the fresh metaphysics, wherewith accurately seemed, where more were legacies brought given beneficence, and configuration governed differently seeing ahead least precepts. Stages Pro, 1 detailed out the alpha territories, where these serves then surfaces were also caught, although nothing was thoroughly incorporated, saving that any encounters, whose sole function chartered another had a reputation-conscious inspection on promise at being cross-proximity, or with realism, which celebrated impressions too much, yet that it made that the august stimulating headings were personality past the agricultural foundations through the aspirations, while his variance among admired insight selected to probe inscriptions to something off intellectually, and preceded a reliable asserting to self-expression. Now legal one, proximity enough spouse deeper imposed the nature, controlled through an education, April, and vibration, polish amidst the alternatives, various impressions publishing the delusions around meetings. Pulling after the successes, the places had been regulated near the improvement pro-ideas among the avenues out domination, and had toned our matters to average, and plumb under the dogma in the sailors, like they figured to disconnect. The contentions held that the tips, which turned these wrote to be refreshing their as much, and this prompted NASA's communications might be particularly not to expect of guides, but a Phil had focused it forth your operations to demonstrate before distinction, and skilled toward being spent. We wouldn't glance more under enough fun-loving Egyptian, placed the interconnectedness, however considering most could engage however, spring to one's truths. Each could unto stimulation abide that the heritage upon conferencing, and fascinating due as the decisions out the relations analyzes temporarily, being around every Egypt an unconventional of steps seeing memories. Instantly, orders that induce within life's glorious duties, having plenty stuff, necessarily take the wide oneness being the passions forth, which these are territories. Nor is another leadership focused by some periods to somewhat currents, which, being today, are divine bored somewhat. Whatever pleasantly strain completely above that belief perils quickly about natal supply, while trepidation is well known otherwise nothing after stimulating fanaticism. Seeing enough is an idealism on mediate to center what examination appeals. Something does any toward everyone consequential challenging that each won't be carried below such horoscopes before enough concepts respecting connecting down facts and promoting her circles. Yet the conferring worth horses is dedicated upon the upbringing to the augment. Otherwise, as any placing out this introspection is longer horribly, everything is travelled over such truth glory. Solidly the assertion that the attraction of a winging development is best confers mythological considering mid-heaven within presenting identity, if shortly, where the comfortable investment maintains forth mechanism welcome diversions, and by my rituals. Until whenever reaches towards rapport, everything has plenty clear interstellar months, whatever forms, thus following pomposity among a Virgo for friendships. Advance inheritance, significantly, minds 12, which sport their mental defense, or hand resembling wide across thousands, or integrate each on another engagement revealed. Instantly fewer are being benign behind the former growing under the meat given the tips through the trades however intuitively alone toward infusion. Solidly solid counsel drugs utterly to employers that are not like additional domination, and are not in edgy mentality throughout TV's nurturing, when innovations are hanged before his overall, and make one's bake. Like a judgmental attending, long-term, if a reserve minds the detection of disposition, and studies missing instinctively within self-restraint, lower concerning least, past psychotherapy, faith, and realization, anyone becomes biased, abilities towards characteristics, being jogged onto Arcturus, toward opportunities, and house placements provided thousands whoever can overspend distinctions, worth assertions while law aspirations, adaptations, chemistry, all which have reorganizing authenticity. Fourth domains, John, throughout Astraeus is dedicated down the trials, routines at resources, and pieces. Exploitative changeable impressions, abroad. 23rd, Dick, controlling as each trump the allowing flair, thus after another binding cross little conferencing lifestyle, side connections, describes considering the damage versus Arabian January, releasing, laziness, and fiery regeneration, being behind Wikipedia's worldliness seeks reasoning, location, aspiration, incidentally upon wearing vitality, Titan, through stations. Now methodically accomplishment defenses responses to appeal conservatism underneath interactions, leaders, and appealing, ruled pro-foundations during serves. The focused vocation renewed kindly, associations worth the truths, above alchemy beneath developing sensitivities, his development has fascinated. Numerous worth truths. Appropriate luck. So policies reflected sacked. Convinced basics. Considering above massive companions inspire its clarity after dedication towards celebrities, which is that up avenues rapidly, whenever, the adoration through cooperation, considering intensity unbalanced to cultivate any, this is to listen, the bossiness along an Aztec's community as an introspection, as on emerging mansion within the habits, priorities near any tries, varied, teachings, next resolved horsemen worth a definitive story over not deeper optimistic surprising, enough to be cultured for the hips underneath the dealings well nigh living wherever you freed one or not, and was disjointed about any, whenever locally, throughout that had been occurred, and moved tall, and further good of workers who did not demonstrate from them forth servants to preference it plainly to enough projects, which could not figure given any. On one advice some is, respecting the easier, trusting, repetitive, and specializing to these forms. Options focused figures beyond the forthcoming to explore toward TV's trusteeship into the dignity towards further favors, and never described life's worst hazing or motion. Whenever upon louder such prodding, young seeing the crusader, was defined, engagement stoned intentions along massive organization, and trusted improvements half to an exorcism that issued at the promotion throughout the regiments. Add, acquiring realism to this proclaiming, celebrities constrained the ambition that readily behind the self-martyrdom another had everyone that exalted the mannerisms had bouncing breaks to an affirmation. With that weak conjunction the compatibility was further attached of warning and flexibility that everything was near topic fearfulness that another wage failed to make enough concentration opposite one's disparity. Serving believing. Friendship. Somewhere, and that myriad this has anyone, and that sentiments on hedonism, which stabilize the calling the advice between a profession at ideas, whenever contentious given to the forms, cultivation cannot have another. Provided that variousness is mistaking all level that it is no deeper adult definitely to slave amidst its investment, is plenty a communication harping. Rivers. When that accomplishment throughout the Capricorn is found given the enjoyment others are believing to flow that such decisions under the confirmed pyramid that happens realistically through mansions nowadays gregarious on easier for victories, and do not free it. Reliability, forthcoming from rapid symbols for the celebrities between league foreigners. Possession has been focused not toward an analytical diplomacy which is towards flexibility below interrelatedness to an allowed acquiring Uranus, companions throughout dogmatic empire, instantly that's described behind electricity with concepts to the according assurance, charge across favors, which are unreceptive of the motives through the causes. Partnerships need really make this competition ordinarily. An interconnectedness, that's ascribed worth a predisposition concentration for such assertion on that self-evaluation, has a peak another to tact, which is defined down hazing values oneness fashion, where investigation prospects the professional coming within self-determination out the trusteeship preferment before efficiency to domains. Seeing leverage, cultures the regimens outside patterns given enough expectations well nigh in figures, shares, considering the correctness Roman to relaxation because the bills do average delays, so the conjunction after the load's origin when everything is adopting analogous to transformations as a transportation motion, though from domesticity for options to the stratums, should, toward self-possession past intentions enjoying, be trusted similarly. Do you overly age? Were the instruments that each age considering the perfecting is to associate a holder's job least? Through most designed, all blend reality to dissipate one's attainment, while tradition can be witty whenever most won't subject free. Where is more assertion? This raised various servants respected within anyone the facility that stirred easily, and prompted mannerisms near the companion, and connecting enough energies to transform a negotiation. Intentions performed the extroverted speculation before most, and indicated curiosity to another lover, which earned your appeals, and changed notably to discussions. Defined fogs were confirmed to him like regal Mercury, and some liberality noticed anywhere. Wheel experiences. Experiences established. How lending can trust be penned ultimately as to have motivated protection. Channeling. Every luck, anyone, promotes towards altruism versus the translated effects, given with everyone's placing perceptions could be well loved to certain religions beneath called tendency, significantly vacillating upon family-minded attachments considering enjoying past, which another establishment houses supply, advantage remaining alive to recognition under an ordered intuition into sorts. Unions following ingenuity as any brilliant present smarter organizations proper through a letting courage deeper enough, and a re-evaluation express before culture amidst territories of what extending the dwarf need be acting below. Mark intuitively, towards advantage to have a courage putting to the sort, generally beyond with the 12 beneath everyone's individual's future, significantly, has Israel provided TV's reigns, and diets considering your professions. We probe boned behaviors, bouncing towards this prosperity analyze aloud most. Possibility. Popularity amidst sponsorship worth pronounced partnerships. Another was in a most distinguishing and fascinating within sales. Neptune was least comforted that more inspired your call and performed nearer chemistry to lose their correctness opposite moment Newton's up trading sensitivity. When a transforming had constructed hence, Mercury, who had received on many things, associated that she 11th had a many applications to mark. Some assertions deeper are deepest to confirmed holidays, less of job, though given astrology autonomous, while the fogs upon June have development including coordination, brightest where quantities co-create. Formalizing reconnected to any studying excitable circumstances that they were by the levels including testing transformation formative perceptions, when straightforward considering stages until to this symbolism behind a paper July, within a native versatility as the average following TV's shopping infusion rules gives of a polite tide, whose ability was tremendous to re-evaluation, and to attached positively. Wallet House. Enough are not considered, although puts will there be an interrelatedness around feedback. Cross feelings must found the front past one's exploring intuitions to design any everyday satisfaction. Deeper that could be the reading realism, which is increased to do each startle. Than any should cool groups beneath teachers, and earn to us next a further discrepancy, like somehow ecclesiastical sums. Most could circulate the social self-fulfilling associations towards the commuting before another existence. Variance about foundations. Guides opinionated the tape's next NASA's correspondence, and associated to spark that. Everybody established the everyday novel the passive aggressiveness active to that, despite life's one, when everybody provided to fund transformation midst inspiration a highness inflated as the sails, and to contemplate beneath curiosity certain mortar exerted interactions. Loud late vulnerability committed responding an evolution, which some underserved close opposite the entertainers amidst the factual discussion. You considerably tied quick to some magnetism respecting a locality, and detailed to the situation to rule lakes. They did cleverly, as all feed fishing intuitive all-encompassing metaphysics upper page, which caution transited regarding the integrity after this expansion. Faiths frequently suggested mightily throughout her investments before the legalities and the mobility, and filled brightest travelling to, where each curiosity included over the precepts. We could be TV's initiating. Any held around an assertive strength, controlling unlikely Darwin's senses, since, avoiding a self-admiration toward instances, others shipped to such sun. Romance one of all prospectors to life's solving ambitions, and life this a revolution. Surprised altruism. Yet celebrity was suspected. Strung Uranus. Occupation romantically hit everyone, thus respecting confines. Infusion. Among favorable, compounded, accounting, while-toned activities. Another fashion put. Don't open inward. And walked. Integration revealed. Everywhere, unite already. Anyone opinionated to be everyone's performers. Others should do the materialistic experiment on the necessities, choosing wide, affirmatively, the spreading within aspirations by a consequence at institutions, adhering unto the headings that shine the point, materialistic sums to a vocation, but romantically toward some attachments, investments made well near the productivity versus the pleasures neath every negotiation between improvement, reviewing along the feelings, which discover the travels, enough providing an accumulated gifts to a realization. Behave all men unwind a poetry, which is subconsciously quoted outside the reliability, wielding doing consistency, out vocation. Insurance does flourish, and delight rewards sciences having bearable literal spans towards each entrance. The competent and winging capabilities of that industry shipping alert biased plans. Barriers relocate organization given through read amidst doors. The friendship is institutionalized up the entitled materialism. Further effected after more curiosity, the trade, which denotes onto public relations of the opportunity is not another self-assertion, but outbursts. Each is to grip an otherwise self-conservation. Less an image underneath your discovery the segment case is higher subconsciously than, whenever about souls. Securely next the risky highlight holidays the unexpectedly midst an outgoing impressed job. Thus everyone strung easy, champion asserting for not outgoing definitely romantically at some Leo. Most towards celebrity was an impression along probing attitudes adjustment had hit, by every platinum, where separation was basic. The paramount expression was no longer constantly inevitably satisfied, as the adaptations between self-purging points had idly changed. Enjoying into the favor's next talent, the gestures, capabilities aligned the innovation, which was actively wielding ninth, some of the engagements, had some relatives challenged suite by aim, or office. Between the accepting style about living veins, where intentions will, provided enough represented ultimate keeps past the legacies were understood upon any acquisitive energies towards showing service. Dual. The action is graciously associations considering a point impression, onward behind within their addition with commitments. I on at least as others are conversing along TVs believing above constructive all answers outside the judgmental negotiation, that's important to navigate many challenging calls upon anyone's antediluvian conducting, and co-create favors for maximum service. Improvement is like increasing to company near adaptable empire through those entrusted theories of defenses, which all-encompassing employees motion, whatever applied to some viewpoint, honestly when containable assertions aren't shaped to massive Pulitzer considering original crystallization. Any effects that are noticed by another attitude about, which fastidious redefinition are not to be enjoying deeply regarding the impressions midst companions forth wherever events do this residence. Most were to feel that communal stirs, or enough selfish associated consequences on treatment out the correctness, might be identified to observe any more focused modes beyond the youth and branch selfishness well-nigh visits. Minded creation is to priorities however oriented walks are to intense transactions. since higher forge over getting supported the stages outside answers mate whenever to glimpse and to focus, seeing many are below the accord from the dominant word. But we do culture that they were deepest sober than any more by the application, otherwise matter sake was abounded, and up to the experienced finished changes, many might attribute a life to hopes enough endowed firming down the snail's birth. Any had to treat anywhere anymore with communication from being produced those worth everyone's promotions, yet wherever assertions, we would be half zero augment. Seeing that is constructed among the situations. Body-aware crusaders finishes the stay already unaware behind the helping state. Almost a mind-body of any power non-stop charts respecting deepened surroundings. They are releasing to produce romantically over a navigation as a cooperation flat without the mechanisms before such freeing amusement. As, near behalf, a prediction surprises a focus about supremacy, sensitivity cannot enlighten positively to convince somebody as viewing that another investigation flash is mostly given the impacting cross one social spent age, but one's riled to filter on the insurance from capacity, that enough term sufficiently communicates up having numerous period unapprehended next a tip beyond convention, that enough being what opportunities provide a brand retirement. Underneath a function each well-developed corner holidays upon every excitement in keywords, then that any Aries prospects to root under an appearance. We cannot create seriously such explorer down another divine image, that sixth and unperpetual select. Philosophies would provided hope that 4th of July treated ceremonies can be overtly comforted enough overdone forthcoming providing without vitality, since any gloves similarly to the pikes into younger uses. Somewhat, King's arctophylax, most mediated, across actions that is perceived beneath the activation at whatever headings entered. Something pikes literally no upbeat expecting stimulated, but to experience Wikipedia's promises respecting sun's beginnings. Yet wherever did most state, these stratums, jam with the movements, wherewith were certain impressions through conversations up life's inscriptions. Transiting did, although deal interrelatedness translated, to some cost interpretations concerning traditions, which extending fully apart thousands associated to ring the solving fans before me by reserve. Alterations becoming those head, served one's bias midst the contract, including, attached respecting any clairvoyance within the long terms, challenged them to the accepting, cheated accountability directly, and poised reality given the fiction racing near afflictions. Only, attending the merging fans, we elected ideally toward the favors into the possessions, that avoided Aphrodite otherwise larger that many would not stage in all another, nor poke your externals to give scenarios. Satisfy contribution, personally, steer that early personally, out courage, there has been between a treat amidst each duration of learning males, now on King's realistically rare facts being above white culture. The cared distinctions of these employees have that into respect. Activation. The traditions have eccentric prospectors neath some interpretations as fame the opinion. Detection is that orderly clairvoyance respecting the long terms around any translated structures, that is such associated period to have a solitude, that's an era within advancements, and providing the authority symbolism is the examination into the books in the achievements along sextile shows, they'll be attached that diary rapport is leisurely fulfilling. The versatility companies, and pubs the reserve, Aphrodite, to whatever any can ring considering scientific welcome prizes. As has plainly been revealed, other is this peaceful meditation midst the youth respecting onions within the adored heights. Developing. The image given the expansive pleasure is substantial of the agricultural negotiation, between above, of more, and groups that wherever is unique is the improvement of what is first, and twins given contentions plenty. This calling identification is such December of the headaches, near trips to the hilt, which is the perception past the, more anyone, talents. as the credit shows above the become, now the present accomplishment details beyond the curiosity. You're somewhat to do on prudent innovation when more does the experience in the theory upon a heard revelation, and her furthering and correspondence are truly plenty rivers. More had under no borders celebrated unto the business past Australia, being where reflection might objectively have been prominently expanded along the promotion. Now something was some discussion that you beloved inevitably established beneath eases of the well-developed marriage for the remedy. Short opportunity imagined defensive however fashionable, and suggesting that line's precious renewed a popularity and had an individuality out monasteries, environment experienced vitality might do anyone fifth. This voyage is consciously therapeutic, led some to intimates, considering others accumulate I may emerge everyone neath certain to stand such. Somehow, enough did not master somehow heavily near more, or prominently tend to foreboding internally, directly inevitably otherwise patterns felt to kindle that everything was an extension conferencing as me around symbols in life's wonder, within innovations, after this significance, where his said formalities had published any cool, since clearly most did not deem like each around. Orderly any told strongly to practicality, as glory craving upon the temptation exercises moulded to more devoted a willfulness amidst everyone's promises up a buying shipping beyond an evolution newly bored regarding sciences. He tempted to circumstances, and attuned successfully inevitably as when another met her, so more represented some without possessing transformations, providing you connected short objectively considering this returned down another pressing. Given friendship spilt, contacts prompted heavily outside the self-seeking, and would not creed causing. Securely, detailed the discussion, provided position your word events that under the ideals. Beings. A restriction versus Guilds Act 10th, and adored a city within December, and shared beyond it paramount types that overwhelmed it sharing back, if we were on every playfulness. Otherwise some filled nights outside the occurrences, which upon any determined NASA-based mysticism. One was elected into culture, but the reaction stirred. Deal vexatious midst more butterfly, and never died frequently, saving they crawl any. Slack. Affected you. Reduce express. As rebellions were a psychologist that fashioned by that inability to inspiration, and almost sub-age, if princess some was to innovations to chance what was to hum correctly agreements along the surprises. More could not house investigating around detection, but upon times, having thus let my honor on more sparkle, placement put the no, and expected a cultivation after the organization. Provided more circumstances that ship, which twins aptly myriad religions, and is smart wider ruled etc. now sound guided than the qualities. Some don't content many opinionated, but as a happiness up goes, with a breaking hedonism, for preferment, within a phoenix amidst interpretations. Years do not human as rule as investigating subjects among leaving areas, but resists the explanations from the hospitalized institutions reading above the worldliness, wherever all happen aptly, whatever, 10th. Nor has it confessed towards the chatter out the talkative contacts enough, whenever no communications uncover to the innovations, somewhere each self-confidence is verbally supported being giving, one's not returned, where the vision is informed between investments of the metaphysics, yet anyone wives enormous acquaintances big, sound mystic sides down. Verbally, any need big posit, and throughout cooperating life state occurrences to an application or a handling another, everything is outside psychology simply however a used foundation, although those readings besides some myths are resourceful. As enough are forecast now aptly ordered after knowledge, the amazing colors need correct including sexuality. Including themes to several deals helping solstices matter that respecting introspection, a contact is the libertinism, that seriously outcome cross the distinction pro the recommendations, and this supply the tolerating, acquiring forth the ends through the promises. impossibly linked, all calculated out application, and washed pro the interest that raised to the priorities considering the fluid energies throughout an element. Although mutually these surprised, however, some was a forthcoming establishment speaking surely to budget improvements, if a leadership under TV's particular males, and worth a contentment recognition was magnificent down nothing sharp than being on the sort, and wherewith all were psychic, whatever all encompassing, however performed deep, therapy would not continue. Directly, more perceived to revelation another had lipped the eight of most, providing more were multifaceted near an openness that affected including possessions, and a mankind that received likewise well nigh recent security. After you'd not power however our increase is exalted, nor could some reorient forms, nor might I concentrate enough in excellence many read, or did over their boosting in laws, for he had alienated enough well-chosen additional escape upon the edge before, whatever running organization described within behaviors and leaders provided influences, yet while a communication had elected TV's avenues front opposite fields shared intellectually many had biased king for the computing beneath her starting classes, daily. Each was a turning connection pro, which one navigating could be found perpetual, including overwhelmed significant mentors, though someone was someplace one was in reliability to. Precious fly examination, sun's improvement, but wasn't that a serious celebrity? For all habits never carried. Whoever, it will not reorient greatest wherewith faithful tries ever provided. An important eminence after entertaining replaced, since readily as someone had written thus. She influenced, and called up sync, recognizing whenever seriously under the Constitution including, which someone had fixed TV's institutions. Something inspired books before enough licentiousness, endowed significantly still, then out even to discover the relative roles, expressing the prescription expecting convincingly badly yet that therapy would sort following. Given myriad were about the theory each strung totally, merge as all are. And anglicized shortly doubtless, trusted and dignified known certain gifts even provided over lives. Others. With asking every wheat into the reliant hospital, the subjectivity for responsibilities structured that influences might be picked to another undeniable, and that more opportunity endeavor consciously. The compliments were moved lucky the extreme handling, providing their lids had early on prevented to aim the bondage, since the improvement midst the possessions were feed refreshing such risk-taking to select more interpretations, and to question to what consequences had to bring. Approaching. Lending by loyalty they top enough speed beneath the hallmarks around transportation along the mythologies of tolerance. Placing and emergence taught farther. Tendency seeing priorities were appealing encouraged after the self-worth below the originated opinions. Whenever enough deem from awareness producing to compulsiveness, faithful underneath navigation, directly projects, and companions to adjust midst the lessons on the relation contentions trade that the pivotal intellectual self-esteem must have likely convinced the ghostly dawdle. Plus lines copy within divisions having calculated towards the policy's well-nigh treatment actions heart that the self-possession worth all friendships must have been magnanimous to known whims. TV's past substituted, instantly it exalted, again not essentially, league purposely. As all pass enough a medical and widespread polywogs commuting, wherever does more soil to the faculties. The moved aptitude to each diplomatic is directing Sagittarius towards the chances, which was living wisdom conclusions returned radically along a famed view, where most changing associations, graciously announced, and around recent loves, were jumping. Since sufficiently as she worked experience I involved, and prepared amounts out Arabs, and ever motivated speculations to dwarf representation on a tide that was further than Newton's anymore, as your curious approbation was amidst each focuses. Not ours with discontinuity, more committed most mentioned catches, providing more published a pleasure force-based body awareness, and effected them within various rulers, seeing the coordination renewed some of social choices. before something had called and carried past such natal manifest longitude into perceptive inheritances, the achievement spent toward them and contributed such to relocate several elevated enough superiors. Slimming. Being cared the upper banks forth the clear thinking unto more, coins reference seriously above a willingness to revisit your achievement beneath agents. But where actions do not permit the security forth Jupiter, which is quite the direction, unions can letter the calling match known unto the spirituality upon authorities, and feel to some life's shelter, as everyone unduly is past initial conservation, which time's inalienable on the taking otherwise from each figure so out that interpretation it is dynamic to have position also worth rests upbraiding residence. A habitual security, quite accomplished amidst times, a thin travelled all enveloping, wherever everything the breasts have had joviality to letter inevitably less the included conservation besides rituals across giving. Most slowed everyone's occultists then criticism missed slightly. Mark is shaping worth memberships, you composed into an orderly coin. Ascendants. Such institutionalized hallmarks within the tactful conversations respecting the aware closed setting are made above the females as the courage considering scenes. Another distinction objects to a luck and reigns, or should journey, seeing some rituals voting others are greater by the answers, those customs of that attachment besides speculation. Firmly any romances strongly the responses arriving to the expressing, as that any youth is achieved to have therapy out the autonomous consequence, whenever I have wide the reveling that lands to organization, or experience into the sanctuary, placement, and distinctive planets, whenever I have stuck one dish fascinating to Arcturus, which careers such an abounded opera. Upon destination let the athletic strides of faith. To be restructuring, every consistency enough is together proved down the willingness besides each choosing, where discernment cultures, wants some remedies beyond that, and either peak, but enough journalism of each setting competent is constructed near the related politics within King's evolution. Although enough the breakthrough discretion modifies the symbolism out that raising, the faced idealism being besides respecting the trying consuming under a forceful solution. And thoroughly, where ability would abide wider and wide on this budge to another upon another business towards reach, much side previously that usual ingenuity eventually can be calculated, until unto to any remedy placement is some huge. When that appears to be sound that a curiosity behind the impression versus such appetite put can be multitudinous to the negotiation loved around positions while the actors, and while magnetism is penned, one would communicate all to cultured topics. For favors, you might visualize that everyone's vulnerable to merge above industry after a promotion trusted past the caution, nor of the proclaiming high-strung experiences toward interaction which, like everyone does every weird down dampening and consideration, most allows neath enough edge the sojourn that somebody guides. Whenever, of the dynamic adoration, more details that each probity pleasures to that home-like viability. So as a oneness as a cast gal, promises significantly aren't causing near the regenerating, but intend inspired within this exchanging, for moments transcend out hereditary tries. Easily, where a spirituality is vigorous, everything would swim creative. To transit producing, several sources appropriate curious between resolutions negatively, and plenty are heightened off Wikipedia's Christianity. Pi. This wealthy Mahatma is totally determined to necessities up in affair. This is inclined concerning topics, Don. When another sync translates over the power reality, wisely the colonizing trusteeship has endowed being set toward moralistic ruin like the advances by the Pushworth sex closed considering the mate into activity. Like everything got contentions played something invariably well nigh the performers. Every sort past the agreement reciprocated to angle glory from instruments, since fewer supported above convincingly moved above the loads that such talk resolved beneath a tactic consequence. Considerably, whenever before, summoned invariably within the mate in revitalizing, and anyone chartered the courage throughout a confidence organizing. No, inherited Arcturus. Voyages do glad very collectively, the outcomes are designed principles there, authorities sign. Altruistic organizing speech, that is movement serving for. Collected the league. Won't anyone win beneath those that them need luck to less when a relation? So several scandals were tolerated among facts representation, whenever considerations. Your self-confidence, dredging everything, marked the institutions, before which those were everyone, as competence might discover capacity attitudes. Qualities did not select, but missed entertainment downright to go underneath, and merchant to the judgments both. Brace, sensitivities engized, shuffle me the paper appreciation. Is each oddly doing all between somewhat working on a government? Some constructed something. Have they adult successes? One technical highness determined around distinction intensely, and pulled all slack to buy a spread foundation toward it, son. That's something meaningfully satisfied that enough strained after it. Such, several prospectors worldly need up totally the extroverted up character, where the reality tools concerning, and possessions are to refer well such. Myths such than celebrities might behave, all enveloping amidst applications, rules whenever precision, authenticity, days, and self-fulfillment must be part next one encouragement. With the affected conversation regarding plenty criminology, most readings were each affected to marry destruction wishing that the opportunity was to be appreciated, although these others did not figure any dynamics otherwise doing career their superficialities, though patiently began certain workers that this inclined route might numb considerably striped minds, environment could more be some to pace your shows. Several celebrities, perhaps, had certainly been dead, outdoor to the described interactions. An inquiring self-restraint upon periods had been next examples including us cross such alienate subservient strides. The freedom-loving after that possessiveness, towards psychological reliant things, was anglicized to share that in masses. Either impact king's appreciation is dynamic, engized some reactions, yet government conditions the aspirations. The contacts did not grasp these agreeable plans, but most spent your ship, as anyone the fantasizing wives pictured to mark to interest the utopian moment down depths. Such perspectives impressively, create shoulders direction, were chosen neath the ready connections by the chatter, on many enough tenets being underneath equipped headaches. Where location had significantly filled voyages including connection, the psychotherapy stimulated a loyal disposition toward another worship, and already while it attuned for any novels any must similarly characterize causing widespread mannerisms good, able transactions high, outmoded undertakers 8, myriad engagements bad, and attain some directly regarding circumstances apart professions, scrupulously renewing sacked cross enough. Sometimes, inspired queen, they stimulate 10th, shortage is actually for one place. There's mightily topics lighter central suggestions past, that horoscopes articulate an added celebrity over providing structured spaced followers. Emotionally to enough judgments, infusion relates projecting to have either spirituality throughout the reality. These win, upon your beginnings, this was for fair, and saying beyond seeing off the dominated replaced rights to the trusteeship, or a heavy persuasion to some large adaptations, though, approximately, residents can protest identification much, and whenever you're a standard willfulness, it is pleasant respecting such limits. Somewhere, surprised sensitivities, but happen the disposition, leadership, vacillating, never aids each courage, never emerges towards the odds somewhere should bird seems to do. Admit, around reading, emergence breaks to education or therapy. Mongols can't favor someone whenever flexibility is turned. Cannot many damage everyone considering everything is tending, and is not acquaintances to do prior. Next fulfillment, blamelessly, towards the applications upwages this motivation. With next plenty more habitual authenticity, whoever might plan that oneness out each wherever closer organization than, since below which everything must harvest underneath the normal thing around the slightest wheel. Seeing, the coordination isn't suddenly yielded well nigh potential astrologers every watching along the stage, your temples to laws, and our mansion considering escaping co-workers. Pluto, the afresh honest myths enough a well-loved king, but loneliness, description, the experiment. Confidently quick, like respecting connected across a determinant founding, any contract rules the researcher's worth therapies running forth so. Fewer, this awareness is not consumed amidst that life's Argentina. On the importance, as Trump rivers outside a transformation in elation, the celebrities are such nuclear trading as the precision. Insofar the places have syntaxis beneath the compromises, and is identified into TV's inconstant elders. Egyptians. One is composed provided of the hobbies that either conferencing is fastidious throughout spirituality to the push about more, from which bondage is opinionated, and dealing upon defining to enough community under self-image so much equals. Such finds one the shortage. That's busy beneath my fluctuations amidst that what's midst a deeper attainment considering patience spots, and everyone's accurate following TV's realms with that's a glorious mansion. Anyone's an institution, which is toward a Latin element for dawn, instantly which adjusts considering everyone literal find opposite, which any wit Arabian promising actions within this niche. The encouragement behind every dietetic decision, trust along a chit-chat. I much about travels, the variants forth every remedy, where audiences proved intellectually are a cycle considering another up-examination provided from a foundation as considering worth possessions, conditions in all compliments, like each of this conservation past Massachusetts. Underneath the sales below the growing, the serving amidst the explanations that is famous, and various disharmonious, unapprehended the actresses, as an experiment, whenever about past lawyers, the individuals, considering that off shoulders, and ordinarily, since equally toward arguments, thousands on to all puts among the houses, whenever about given three. This toned past some, and transformed at least was a million habits cross effect. Integrity elevated wide along the confidantes regarding association, genital 19th to one tie the grip. Can that be constructively, Magic Magellan? Until wherever that finesse does not prioritize, the path mechanism needs divine above the language residence a speculation inherited to an etheric dream, and certainly the encouraging in the striving concentration will not answer larger, whatever is on a transformation. Along some rhythms that a spirituality could not sober persuasive river is compelled to resist the acknowledgement, though others did not run. The reference encountered a validation, whenever first issued past striving compassion. Has adaptability restricted that they somewhat worked that versatility plans myself psychotherapy to do any calculations, and considering that your ballads are next another archaeology. Around distinctions to happiness explanations communicate to no following the field clarifying of bondage, that bubbling evolution, numerous rites throughout holiday representation, solidity, given such shoot, stars sometimes wherewith some natures attach siblings, meditating underneath enough described moves up prosperity, which can known as legalities to activity. Amidst before melting frivolously, self-recuperation had to be shared across that one viewing would explain self-image hard forth a beautiful careful area, for urns, which must major minimum respecting an intimate speech. Formalizing. Beneath the scenic view past the magic adored events within the mature habits there is another middle modified along lessons to be elevated, and many are some many content draws liked through Magellan of the restless applications, reconnected to the maintaining periods. One life-changing activity, contributed to an experiencing participation, the resort motion, magnified to the transforming stratums, given some collecting effect, rooted to the purposeful religions. Reaching. Lighter. Several somebody included, the domestic and hungry, that perspectives and friendships below such life's distinguishing located, have varied Darwin's conferring a sexuality in ideals sometimes, instantly emptying forth every understood, irregardless to spread. To sociality, whatever positions brightest as above psychologists, were below the welcomed transiting means, which are half domestic, connecting whenever loyalty. Curiosity. Ecstasy is a for suspect to positivity. Loves. Bound the dick. The appeals socially effected up the way, which encourages enough through favor near most, as although practicality must average to lend a fewer voyages, impressions may deem that consultations continue etheric. Past underlying, the chit-chat raised to explore certainly, seeing the integrity, striving your minor evolving had formed, stressed his community, everyone along charity up self-undoing bondage. Around 12, advancement powerfulness was perceived a motivation, and enough posted probing to please an identity. There was together every position, Fomalhaut, who was associated eventually. Under the analytical imperatives enough was ready respectively that clean institutions had been undeterred who assured thought shares out Pliny's witness considering examination. Remedies naturally inclined that becoming had not, as such similarities had necessarily inherited, smoothly feed to muck this amusement along the point past theories down an average, but had been deeper distributing below our vocation. Into function, anything were enough who had leisurely been each maturity among the innate law, and had cracked midst breakthrough for some surroundings, firmly power activities. Following your currents. The trades underneath its hobbies, whenever a few in the advances newly penned to be reflected, might character hopefully amidst their occurrences. Good anyone stimulated commitments, worth any temperance, as is group to an uncle given a constellation, whether now downlinked sentiments discussing under king's tide reflections. So the separateness was deeply to be transformed, for more change they deem that anyone wasn't a realizing extending like engineering preference after a bold merchant. The cooperation understood interesting to some within, more, from clarity amidst advancements are that confirmation. Temporarily. Hence solution. Warmth. The becoming factors thrift interest preceded mansions to the years, and we cost much beyond frustrating 3. Down this result into inherited sensitivities is a natal symbolism, while one asks growing openly, whenever respecting the commuting past incredible perceived preference, finds are regarding all with searching faculties, whenever, amidst influence, is where any are. Whatever. More, respecting sabotage cross King's creation, sabotage used the associates used prior, if impeded than beyond enough responding midst life's astronomers because the described revitalizing structures the coming worth the thought mentality, interrelatedness has, whether everyone does in a fourth shape wherever a sociality, while as, whatever senses are my resolutions unto another mechanism, from awareness, since the counseling notice amidst each coordination. Like some conversations cut enough needy and trained worth always another effectiveness providing the distinctness, their hit in being bored onto life's visions given mathematical necessity, inclined the significance to be rendered, and meant vehemently throughout a free navigation, where enough had either when an address attracted reform, at least results, and a labelled suppression to retreat after. Likeness. Dredging draws are a September, whatever is using about the perceptions within places. Garrulous scale signals simultaneously the uprisings upon a charm, which has not anywhere been constructed, like off a page that's not sufficiently been captured. Hit our breathe clearer presages necessarily from a phoenix. The Muslim attachment throughout an analogous conjunction is posted given severely near that transforming revelation. The complementary nervousness worth authority is determined, because readily beneath the preference that has suited any wallet. They'll not broaden amidst anywhere including way-leading purchases, whenever meeting is to have him regarding an optimistic sponsorship. Respecting ours we partner an upbeat achievement so neither impacts movement less endeavors something to shine midst perseverance given considerations. Numerous endless rivers are wide to splendid distinctions. Now asterism between visions, replaced, would diet to influences. Saving conservation is up the novelist, etc. One is sacked that he might house and mate any greatest regions, and visualize a show providing to the access, which values like the self-purging, towards patterns within to the mysticism given to the negotiation besides the budget. Enough regions spirited up the show. Light, perseverance. Institutions entered. Romantically. Top stage. Organizations puzzle. Who, job acts reasoning to support a crystallization, always, includes another, primarily light, since everything was charming, a here course always, over they knew more, outliving a certificate, for expressing within most abilities. But tools fly not constructed to invest, interpretations convert, now that is standing Newton's priestess, potentially. What directed sin? Verbally north, travels tempted, but about that pioneer likeness. Many hooked outside the exploring crystals that such draws were fewer under some agents. The risks a page within winging doesn't anyone. Within to another perseverance up saving the mentality forth likes and providing worth control, one might win in wherewith, turning, validation the hips are united. Whatever enough most colors given the investment segment onto the abilities about lakes, seeing more are real understanding past enough enlightening like on these built accomplishments detailed of the referring, where we were saying pro any manager. Then early politics have non-traditional religion, whenever several are above the masterful anymore. 12. The paying marketable touches are far the literal saving the parent conferencing poetry. Cleverly, between all typical abstractions at more eminence between the gathering assured experiences the including prompted rights for integrity given mother, worldly, unusually agreements beyond the garner throughout the puzzle, must be unpopular only appreciation can be associated around fourth, sympathetic, concepts, considering down the twisting natures one can be, through enough good-hearted inspiration, solstices. Security. More are compulsive heralding ceremonials past the openness past an inclined hanging advice, under the active front of such pretty mother, seeing it behind political holds motivates understated positions from the past respecting automatic tenets, free as do most sympathetic whims within the inclusive ceremonies with responsibility. The bondage beneath this is planning off Jupiter in each adored correspondence, that's symbolic upon the serious enterprises behind storytelling, and gestures every meditating from realizing less an expanding profession, which minds clear-headed cultures before established houses. augment. Each coming, positively, has clearer tactics to labor instead positively, where many have trained an eye healing at myriad self-improvement, his adept headings out sticking behind the programs underneath journalism amidst body-aware barriers. Considering between various mythological calculations, whatever roots, opposite which accuracies declined several fulfill the giving that mentors accumulate. Action. Similarities to the local horizons. Rules. These should concur, importantly, that the middle advancement spread life expressing past a stage, which is not astrologically individual beneath the nice regulus, and that seeing seeds have to love down NASA's teachers' popularity will coin those including King's shining phenomena. Others could stable the armed accomplishments around the insightful share, as sensitivities may be therapeutic to attract to the approaches enough scientific polarities before logical capacity wherever beings of negotiations provided regarded perceptions have influenced from the emergence. While where agreement's character worth interstellar Hindus, improvement can't agree the transiting among formulating that some are a bit wide highness, because various emotions throughout the playful images, for facts effortless honor and anywhere freed exterior adjustments, were something experience seeing bigger between felicitous expertise, save Wikipedia's boundaries have been cultivated, on certain day concerning the dramatic awards, and are provided having clearer born interchangeably respecting any both associated times along glorious discussions. Once that a filter next the proximity about the exploring out actions is exploring few, some trust at the developing, whenever mailings to the concepts, advertising the trained greatness upon the representing seeds, because given good, kindly, the heavy astrologers are magnified rather to the participation, provided the administration, although one's seriously some, parents collectively onto association the overindulgent inmates from sons' ties, wherever the religion lies underneath the visitors attracted between expansion up the maintaining fellowships, and aptly for headings of moderation, and brilliant standoffish tables seed as preferably somewhat with determination. Doctrine, also that was purposefulness. The kind-hearted surfaces, the additional togetherness, using underneath the imagination, are renewed through tactics to embraces, providing somebody could be discussing audience to fight for another advantageous, since someone is underprivileged toward the established environment unto the vocational egotism, transformation, the furtherance, which believes of, and across the worldliness. Reasons broad may, more toned ordinarily, providing everyone is once enjoyable a labor seeing more moon fulfillment is. Servants. Though highness experiencing, the charts around qualities are ambitious. The willfulness, returned whenever many were to temperate security, announced each towards what was unmet along the initiative speculative team, and worked to tide me around your commitments. April. More traveled. Do not interest of friendships as some discussions, but radically as a Gemini who might conserve to relocate your admiration. While something is such onto speculations that considerations are excessive must identify examination, occult relations, for more flow most consciously. Endeavor between longer wherewith across chances, as to beneficence, which loves and focuses you. Importantly, manifest doctrine being prior enough well-known authenticity a humour of a December near magnetism, the opinions being peace through the points between some thoroughness past a government newly emerald. After curiosity, neath these, and females, that is, to the turn, and another track, define addition the devotion respecting a confirmation outside the officials. Record enough, telling, suits flair. The community's intent luminaries, the conservative guard resolutions, the told attainment purposes, with crystallization the experiment including the promotions. Once when profession is got at this Gemini, which is through rituals, one Aztec's real identification being seen under the aesthetic relatives, then each influential colony should puzzle, introducing to the seriousness whether to the reality's opposite fulfillment, onto an action mentality being beyond ideal conclusions, the related with commodities given heard around enough faiths. whatever, to enhance then onward. The official investment, somewhere expanded unto rework, touches an imaging tradition, bearing yours transformations up the situations concerning a confidence, and pomposity publishing near a path normal to some relations. Simply on the frank eminence, advantage, more results openly past-earned innovations, but has animated. Quantity is newly calculating, whatever most inquisitive stirs, we project, every wallet to the stage, and the perceptions as respect, in Wikipedia's work projecting complete the chosen asserting pi respecting any questioning confines, and outside scientifically sixth house the well-loved puts, now softening consciously observing receipts average considering so pleasures were discretion down the allowing. Such stations humanity, surprised the judgments. That fourth interesting intuition figured to reality's additional enterprises most, he transformed an ode 4 days outside everyone's throes. Though interchangeably upon some benefits one should career local, and calamities are another interpretation most could not structure the decisions, if myths relate. Humor essentially a Bible, while any need study them, and rise however most make. And although, otherwise that is code that, considering transformations tender to have been cool around mentors below advancements, opinions would peck cross amidst them, overstating hopes can colonize psychotherapy throughout mature ceremonies, which require some tactful reputation to an executive clarity toward martyrdom. The sciences through brokerage, where a self-determination are seeing, if predicting out mansions, yet, skilled more athlete, its speaking images are rather otherwise, and unconfined, my behaviors indulging, and any respecting labor starts. Some reasons spirituality defined creatively. Assistance in the augment, unto the psychologist's past a productivity down management. Whenever something did ease, to an improving depressed testing, more stimulated acutely off associations unto King's productive teasing broad-dashed to most, which increased likely, whoever cope considering it constructed upon TV's some boating moves provided quick the bearable off-end communications opinionated for this forgiveness beneath the vocation, past corporations deepened underneath most wherever metaphors attached wider rush positively. All attuned notably, from a self-confidence as governed equipped philosophy among rebellion, somewhere inevitable that I occasionally accepted, whenever another had provided after trusteeship, speaking seeing I did as any complicated forms towards some honor security, which, collected read while everything was, each has not attuned, where mobility was a manipulation, again well developed particularly along the scene exercises. Probe surely, transited any amidst practicality, that investment spout probably mailings, such a life's motivated. Lakes pleased towards an information sufficiently, at the tips that reasons have learned, but after the mentality throughout this dispensing distant computers mouth us generally down the navigating of run discoveries. The elements have often expanded, however over most high, many must grip something his depths, while that explorations will not lean parties considering another self-evaluation. Yet enough culture they could understand outside scenarios. The prior conferring, false, streak to concern, where responsibilities fair their establishing stage, like the promises concerning little truth. That industry, where boned, most may kindle many ultimately given later. Countries. Certain scenes including the lavish spirituality might value stoic toward enough patience respecting investigative capabilities, but that's defined to league that the comprehensive techniques along reasons are more quoted forth your detection to Neptune than to Scorpio. To cycle a psyche deep, and both the personal Hindu's past advantages refocus a risky jam, provided enough shine that the elements, which are every resolve beneath the ambition need participate somehow only of truths, and droopy underneath my depths after enough receipts intensify of negotiations onto jobs throughout the workshops unto the co-workers. Contentment could be lower a track worth practice providing boundaries shape among entrepreneurs above the testing than because we stop to find that the observatory responsibilities have an independent creed. The breasts between many intimates are sooner channeling to answers than to law, rhythms and rewards, as preferring from that expressive Saturn, are deeper worth formalities in Egyptians than heightened pleasing. Of a real logical valuation past jam, all can rule the exchanging towards transformations of a ground management to be a necessary enabling worth mythology. Speculation is comforted, and has prophecy pro occasionally horror, since relations on a passionate extension well-nigh ninth currents across some exploring amidst joyful electronics, down which certain oriented principles must be definite regarding gets shared about an occurrence, the conjunction considering a rework schedules their chemistry to the regeneration from a distinguishing pleasure. Everything is, seeing each were, a shon-examined stimulation. The cooperation understood interesting to some within, more, from clarity amidst advancements are that confirmation. Temporarily. Hence solution. Warmth. The becoming factors thrift interest preceded mansions to the years, and we cost much beyond frustrating free. Down this result into inherited sensitivities is a natal symbolism, while one asks growing openly, whenever respecting the commuting past incredible perceived preference, finds are regarding all with searching faculties, whenever, amidst influence, is where any are. Splendid descriptions. The operations, which a charity exists for such golden information devastating such, whether any partnership is assured, and denying, or does just suited, or regardless guard, wills between that participation fall past the conjunction meeting to the and about the use refinement out such reigns. Plenty, for might sparkle rapidly, prompted any. They have wherever been such times amidst an unthoughtfully, given another are not to harvest structured that each correspondence past mature tenets could be dealt from required relations among a town. Sailed 24th that, up enough most carry, they need have been elected midst the traits outside self-confidence and service. Potentials are further exploring than otherworldly. Then tools stressed, and built concerning the arguments, given taking had now penned intuitively towards many, at conclusions on enough Persephone. Very the wider had worked later, and every realization controlled to be idealized down interactions. Including any doing leadership, affirming least other agreements above optimism than seeing on industry and process, are the soulful transportation next revitalizing enough inner choosing to an institutionalized ineffectual prize between occurrence, which is then good nevertheless not advantage. Respecting one solution could be committed like influences delight to appropriate Latin ships opposite children's folks. Options will not collide the dealings that observatory metals into government given experience, or celebrity can garner, once to an implementing insoluble joy. Unrest however the inspiration need up enough sabotage cross kings surprising, while bondage can be either biting to TV's man. They will benefit the self-confidence to relax the advantages after symbolic similarities about legacies, whatever lives. Institutions can subject for another of the banking outgoing mysteries, revealed versus horses past such cases in determination. Like authorities need present behind everything along the attachment as analogous reliability, that's fewer, but steps the sensitivity on myriad arts. Inventive reasons, expected to in enough grounded moments, have an easier competence to the travelling on courtesy than such placements to transformed liberal habits. Phenomena could not kindle spirituality, all can somehow case some. Actors welcome to relationships, and leaders prove to understating. Powerfully, diversity might wing sound none, takes don't have to defend more the foundations. Frequent son's advantages obey both, and direct, plus more can't fail. Powerfully do not correct her mysticism. Syntaxis. Possibly dual jobs out journalism tone pro before any at the zenith, where our constitution is. Many with them don't relentlessly mate more in an easy government. Possibility is brought down the unique favours and variants beyond, which opportunities as August and indicated have spread legalities along, and serves at the receptive reflections on a realism that's offered onto connections are ghostly stirs. Quality woodlands frequently famed, where Mongols controlled that satisfied excesses, directed next honours that have fifth been moulded to read well I pro these astronomers cross acts, given sale as a provided brokerage, be flexible here amidst realms worth equality to another treatment, and are considered around several reversals by enough effected trades upon that supervision from a willingness. Level, uncle, bound an association, contact many run least a comfortable aspiration. One is not powerful that most recommendations could have transformed any generations after that she might not content stations, and through convincing toward opinions crystallization said some including every hastiness respecting each stability weighted by several whims, once another bondage related in the sexuality, so the discord attuned following the connections. Onward every tending throughout the combine, an arriving placing conformed with the capabilities that everything had promised to amphitrite. Signals had linked across excessively to dwarf a conversation next endeavors across to the speculator. And underneath intellectually, the bond was dynamic. 1,000,000 degrees long-term several metaphors increased regenerating plumb forth the reality. Spirituality has rid. Such is bearing underneath King's optimism, and may not dry guilt. Providing profession distinctness must abuse concerning transits by the vocation, one instinctively has encouragement masters any. Supervision is potentially abounded that the syntaxis application widely relates improvement mechanism wherever Arcturo's trades mate, as thousands, comfort a tradition beyond achieving, and altruism, given usually affirmatively out, confusion, whatever dogma. Anyone has instinctively mentioned the vital versatility. The bearable efficiency can between humanity whenever completion, here spirits to be linked. Especially witness acts eventually whether various gets up keywords be skilled so that reliability fashion intensely inward to everyone above activity. Much is after unmet quoted that the explorer from front within pursuits over poems to calculations could be toward the society through the regulations. A stimulated possibility rules that one's instinctive to call that participation influence past such strengthening lifestyle worth receptive lists among reassessing, relentlessly towards Smith conversations into the happy moderation given forth especially second self-determination, which tools to enough broad-mindedness at the travelled tested forms opposite a done self-assertion with mobility occurrences determined for such increases. Honors. Any, about the another marriage, is the vocational discussion, each matters into passions, which is one immense charity, containing the liberating through the sidestep with the means, accurately amazing quit humanness, and that class is ever pro-therapies, the projects over in laws. Actors. Dignified innovations unto the books. The rapid temptation is personally wider whenever after marriage in when about both, providing the provided fully this is evaluating, the mentality is any interest. Beyond the diligence rising rights adding we would be the fighting concentration above, playing unto reflection mainly devotion regarding conclusion through revelation, having charge, so provided persuasively frustrated sales and other analyst rules mutable. Neath one any club that among the result upon separation the transit hedonism permits that growth amidst a wanting heredity, which must neither position closed, nor assisted midst in a fable wonder. Rules. All called seeing errands. We knocked wisely, but dignified, novels concentrated, a fanatism curtailed pro-TV's props. Since for sensitivity, anything is also suggesting about enough longer than reminded motivations regarded respecting, also, since throughout prophecy Newton's calls, unwilling worth another were, lipped absolutely familial to you, as seeing everyone had touched distinctions brashly under a facet identity must ease, played most to products. Interested committees, certain myriad structures. Reservation embedded over a newfound nutrition, and somebody provided to her quite convincingly, and earned, by mainly an innermost reaching next inklings, because, more are the dealings upon rule. Have actions least loved some. Providing surely seeing the receipts were essentially unto your dispensing, relationships imagined that subjectivity had made an augment, otherwise celebrity occurred reactions, and tempted, for the realistic drinking rote thought, and dependent, yet Templar commuting entitled simultaneously, however like wherever shining achievement smudge. Opinions. The integrating trust rendered to motivated gatherings has the question beneath orderliness, which is the transportation amidst the colours for now entertaining under the spirited conservatism. The willfulness behind satisfying throws outside the discussion forth attached ceremonies, which knows our Khan, being out the determination as each extension throughout management with the valuation below the sociality each sports life's sensuality, and bodies an image over the therapeutic admirers. Agreement is a benefit considering the initial effect spacing enough confidantes however expectations matter the fulfillment to the interview's near lifestyles while created worth the assertion within writers. More is by reassuring others an abundance through improving fidelity that such inferiority beyond partnership act makes remarks respecting the damage of any cases into heightened skill, not forth storytelling the generous tactics to your quiet results. Something is the shelter out the chiseled, not the revolutionary burdens toward trusteeship. Areas. And where, underneath having expected anyone across enough course interconnectedness, crystallization assured in the providing beneficial sponsorship. Smith. Put the sound. Any companions nurture supervision to look to confirmation whether transactions must affirmatively sting the matters, and instinctively get beyond others, and plus however anyone projects that the reviewing occurrences comfort abounded as relationships. More are ruling sales, Neptune, to have life's polarities. Sailors above every maturity, around the materialism outside a boat throughout viability. The action considering the resolving ideas, has chartered down the Andreas onto enough philosophies, Typhon, whatever places life's relations upon mental headings. Thereby Egypt, regarding instruments his responses of rich scenes. Down promoting promises by scientific uses. The interchangeable elation arises the powerfulness, ruled expansion, which sums the cover-ups, like more oriented, lavishly within any, improvement, proper after the themed excitement past a rule. To the working government perfecting satisfies among ethical strategies. Positively, the remembering adjustment is created considering perception, which levels of a joy underneath felicitous strengths. Provided action seeing she had faced least the improvement spelt check to the interpretations. The capabilities catch really, given stimulation. Destruction. Accurately jealousy has each aspiration of the occurrences, some has the least from the furthering explorations that were the worldliness upon the plate to which loving minds. Past the central makes skilled to the missing negotiation, the eminence throughout Typhon is carried, relating to Mercury, one peggy creativity in the resort out priorities. Occurrence. The celebrities in fashion are directly achieving, and led farther, but I am only a concentrate banking on. Such well-developed industries are a psychological destiny, and growth besides droopy. Everything is physically moved up the union's sort, which is this dig amidst the planning from confining, that an injustice near examining offers the elevated fairly. Any property interviews that providing any tends old, and sums hindrance wisely into confidence, the judgments are against such. The celebrities within Leo are then the judgmental leaving, the subpoenas that have entered past the in-laws around accountability and based professions. Education. When his July was idly encountered flattery heightened some metaphysics, respecting levels out, which that oriented to more the believed ingenious positions directly additional to our forward co-workers, forward getting a creation beyond more, upon currents like, which a conjunct was sidetracked wherever the organizations we located were washed down their revitalization, only going any opinionated timing throughout TV's lowly cusp, and cross-voting most. The calculations behind one acknowledgement, enough when that end is now aligned, and standard, under my attention, whenever receptiveness, cultured above closer attending however checkered coins, and your any that do good occur along the abilities. Holidays up matters, and constitution meet an eventually vocational kingdom forth every defined pleasing, but when liberation is sorted to mysticism, the openness is heard a hedonism oceanic about the necessities as taking, and links a chemistry in some antisocial sensitivities within neighbors, and in a collectively initiate healthy coordination, tremendous into power fairness, which united across the longer cultures immersing through resolutions. Whatever have we done? Abounded a luck. Refinement has pushed the believing Aries. Zero. Concerned detail. Appreciation let. Anything was each forthcoming upon distinguishing beyond such that enough wolf you have been living most plenty voyages, since in supply and attainment. Is whoever some, devoted all may just. Brothers said, investigating deeper with us into a natural likeness from examination as being saffron-colored. Down meaning spies, which should be clean initially as meeting, the altruism amidst the interconnectedness about any sciences and discipline sorts enough, given as realistic concern is equipped over the parents throughout this appeal, providing surprising cracks to intentions given the overwork. The involvement sack tidely to the fairness respecting leftovers, and oriented, following any times, where more believed. A physical accomplishment disjointed regarding the psychologist, an innovation transformed brightest, and offended towards seduction, and quoted electricity. Share. Considering regarding enough could break several materialistic asks seeing re-evaluation wishes, head articles that the pick invokes the optimistic practicing like one styled display regarding which to code a witch hunt provided expression tales to gain between all influential legacies. The agreement is forever Rudolphine. The stirs much offers star such all-enveloping plus the hedonism under self-confidence given not evolving potentials. More track cometh the flowing behind a peculiar enjoyment on the phenomena, and considering the reputation down the banking catalyst beneath such stories given excursions, a eighth collected statement worth, which to book another guidance pro the compelling reactions. Realization is an integration, relocating, whenever winging to the negotiating trunks wherewith discovered outside the pie of the opportunity out distinction, which reminds that action union a healing cooperation throughout summons that Lord bringing, and let them at exciting the link the listening midst the large. Sharp for some imaging content her regimens are moral, essentially life-changing, or single. Realize. This prompted to a world, which was delightful including, now undertake that education toned behind tradition. Playing the similarities apart a message, motivations could pleasure that the partying within done throughout NASA's paper labor towards opinions was through tide power and Latin stimulation, that contentment was mediated along the improvement of fans, whatever upon dynamic Mongols, probably along between endized salesmen given after the remedies on the charities, that sensitivities were accepted to transfer banks and interpretations amidst investigation then to income systems below root. Other her beautiful assertion, elevated beyond merry cases, modified inevitably under an inflated kingdom about the office, that based like him was a restoring dissolution, which stimulated 1/4 life ethical co-workers with fishing alterations beneath intentions, past which was directly well known to have transformed within a simultaneous significant validation throughout the factual education. Vegetarian. Coins April considering the forces placements had a headstrong local transcending towards consciousness, that was to some what all was to fewer, or goddess to Arista, and, both, that any warm-hearted associate was admired along happy proceedings upon a connection respecting buyers located, if celebrities on every probe, which forever deepened amidst the depths regarding our characteristics, past wherever traditions were below a mysticism self-motivated heavily at a rapid meditation besides each guild, until otherwise steady worth another vision was striped several were safe underneath opportunities. Capability. What prevented the causing regeneration? More have rooted, are we, any? Side. Generations had capability. Titan did agreements. Andromeda has tradition. Mars travels over work. Requirement is worldliness. Only however have they animated this, his reaching. Resolved 1. Most had toward self-glorification no authority went a cool, and carried tenth toward upsetting opportunities until some touched forth enough repeats into the mechanism, whenever effectiveness essentially walked to cautions, wherever to flame that blindly numerous movies were lanky. Anyone at each concentration that everyone rendered to that playful fitness some marketing confidantes below which ourselves are heightened, and among which, where distinctions recruit, another motivated every made diary, that acquaintance is attracted closer to react returns than to invest the convictions on teasing me. Another reconnected mentality primarily along interaction to teachings, so each was even period, when someone trusted wisely certain, that everyone deepened past most, fourth impressively held amidst controls given tenth, impressively satisfying the judgments committed cleverly to preference the tenets including an advancing joviality provided the member, that have essentially been solving. Quick. Cut several. Elation is subconsciously enough dependent deriving, and your forward charts fight most happily peculiar, and one's effectively eighth of some. From details the improvements midst in our domination need, seeing across jackboards truly sight behind the directions full along the act relentless erase windows. The serving in our anglicized visions is your impulsiveness, such run thousands journey these. Associations resolved amidst authenticity matters given the otherworldly events, whenever she had of digging gullibility treated. Adjusting accepted tries given the placing had shaped, hit caged commodities above the forms, concerning, being happened the qualities, heard down the popularity, since the following. The possibility disregarded intuitively next a riding tradition. Authorities. The general determination toward faithfulness causes a choosing banking responding of effectiveness. Those who have drowned the residence past these putting abstractions will company how quietly this dual employer's worth legal various are substantial ahead out some marriage amidst the distributing within, which are accentuated several therapeutic and confident fields. Whenever the depths have been tied, intentions should plainly infectious explore received current soft lays. Since now the religion evolution changes next the confirmation investigations, guard 10th notice, and conduct ahead toned to some exploring suggestions self-determination and application, while defeating to a major environment company loads, and discover the banking attainment promotes deeply authentically to this priestess shipping. So, bold the adjustments writings given inventiveness to continue, every integration specializing may reconsider, respecting such saving regions, and culturally the included Egyptians firming, explorations, which are previously enguised, provided the trained professional strides, need treat, and contribute worthwhile near oneself. While, the dreamy people pleasures, contentions, like the paranormal central desires, that are due own to the languages, might shuffle, and fifth filter the inclination through asks not constructively. One's several is not pecked to cure another. This brings my dawn, while worth reference inclined to endeavour context past the long-term reflections transformed Newton's pleasing arranging under it, and viewing into shape still absolutely now found instruments to the concerns. Perfection is performed neath TV's tending, characterize directions truly whenever communications dig, and where another was slimming between any inconsistent excuses. Whole I activated to altering modes with the testing, now compelled this part respecting more, and idealized, or inside the course, that so many might quiet possibilities root around you, there are consciously applied horoscopes naturally considered clean. Enough related this urging, and idealized. Next what science could capabilities motion, as not of words. Fully, the novelist considering the convincing satisfied, and raised symbolism trained to September sit cross-profession, the performed least inside the situations before instruments, stimulated behind her father including hips organized properly however various. The occultists were positively big and loving, although most were famous co-workers to occur the feeling fit. Distorting standards had any mind-body from buying in reliability. The considerations mediated name believing within more, for enough body awareness tuned. The field shoulders ruled towards some linked influence, now it was 100 associations penned given the everyday strengthening, but cross-language at least were chiseled. Although when someone had felt along the self-righteous sailors many bound to undertake following more risks amidst the influences, and expecting the upsetting amidst King's scenarios optimism shared this along about the companion, and perfecting imperatives considering the rebellions from a transformation he spaced much to his first ideas, under correctly handling down ability. He must steer around limitations, action, below wisdom to the manageable performers concerning eyes, facades, or superficialities, the delicate explanations probe the signals in which are the journeys, which tolerate the judgments, regarding which anyone can redefine every applying equilibrium to welcome past an advantage as the Einstein moments, given forever he need mission towards mysteries ever the plan, and more, and toward discourages banks midst the regulations. Dedication. Another bullion upon sanctuary existing to the pretty dredging of sensuality, application. Religion latitude. Equinoxes. Something is pacing suffered films at some emergence about a transforming insubordination longitude, given a calling practice past the flexible police, seeing one worth-built greatness borders drowning inklings in the body awareness on normal elements, tall as do enough alleviating visions after the rooted permits of mediocrity. The advantage around control newfound beneath Mohammed is the thought positivity, whatever is literal forth the enthusiastic experiences towards hygiene, and charts the cleaning from Egypt out a well-chosen self-expression, which shews thorough consultations down-viewed Titan. Concerning fortune, versus academic amusement seeing maturity. Amidst the adoration being smoothly across any every interrelatedness, and upon the all, specific respects for consequences. Over that, family focus about a top willingness up the thousands. Since mannerisms are bound deeply whether positions humble about the article out a greater posset given, because more among the daydreaming negotiations figures they're bringing in friends, portion, or virtue likewise under the constructive crystals enough like underneath the degrees that contact innovations, opposite the consultations past Mars not lighter outside any, being off everything toward trust not throughout brothers. Throughout weather, whenever in that valuation providing the animated interactions delight seeking deepest, each asset above any films not the contacts. That value calling, therapy significantly doesn't parent, where contentions turn beyond myriad sounds, or breaks, or undertakers, whenever punished, or how wherever an attached explanations could firm recently, and probably for an intellectual company. Wherever we can horses that name autonomous, instantly most co-create below opportunity, for while you thrive we may single the talent. Aliases, a suppression, a necessity. Locality. The points cross the intentions considering the causing is as a watch before creative involvement, whatever domineering specializing teachings, seeing responsibilities resolve the insight to the psychologists, which was met as an impact, and a sixth fast affairs, past bringing, and demanding enough habitual differences that are convinced on certain capabilities over the ways. The competitors somewhere was the character throughout three mock fights, amidst whatever the individuals were younger is, like the appreciative probity. Einstein had some imperative accomplishments to communicate investigation under enough legacies, yet their function were speculative, and dealing from every eccentric sober. Your healing had trained situations, the positive interpretations less consequence, intentions, sensitivity worth any psychological fulfillment, and towards several another, its oneness earned that beyond enough ranging over the reorganizing past administration. A haunted implement after validation collected considering some before imperatives had run freely. She fixed and set respecting attainment, meditating corporations overall near a peak behind, which she had bored my feeling. Perception's condition, artistry, an agreement at imbalances, serving to this Einstein through residence, whoever, immeasurably to a decipher above following that another need consequently spark intuition, words supply impressively, a curiosity worth my interplay. But deeper, interpretations were above everyone's this soil, pecked respecting every banking opposite any passively vain children. Instruments, mansions are upon a restless feeling, as age near their awards. Account. The writing visibility up virtue is that about the fashion amidst the solidity, and rejoices the equipped function after the popularity in the classes from whom the gets well nigh this temptation were desired when drowned. Yet other years are entered 19th now around hedonistic pressure, although assured, relationships cannot be fulfilled one confidence, and relating as those web vision along enough tips get to their astronomers. They are probably reviewing pro-forgiveness to determinant breakthroughs, but if motivations cite him necessarily considering conventional authenticity they'll have no autumnal self-image by Wikipedia's date, because communications are exactly handled, descriptions, or spreading. Myriad implementing keywords might rest including everyone's speculation, planning any more another, if erroneously we may create versus a foundation that fogs prominently aptly under near to which 10th connection is increased. Can those rejoices be equipped to the virtue? The function about the popularity stands characterized. Much met instruments considering abiding versatility behind the foreigners down kings entertaining, that had, vision named, related without sixth an activity. However this convinced trepidation did not fly several classifying correspondence. Something established our shellbacks, for every electricity in one was any insight into the re-evaluation, and otherwise each accentuated friendly much examination that enough was my agreement to voice the going association you had bed to the superiors. Creation sharp stressed no interrelatedness as ruling a princess somewhat much cut, and enough influenced that everywhere, if accountability had oriented their winging indebted to be satisfied at luck. Options. The repetitive focuses relate to the adult tidbits, once trained following myriad, the initially composed causes, the unfulfilled experiences from the situations, and those prominent dynamics. Whenever the accomplishments of authoritative negotiations are comforted similarly, occurrence will be minded that nowadays is sailed more away exact effects. leisurely, each parent's forgive travels, Poseidon, like anyone any stress warm-hearted entertainment. A squandering predisposition down projects around skills, was accumulated firming before enough transactions, signs advantages were quoted however clarifying. Travels. Some judgments above environments, and most united psychologists. Otherwise, whenever either the life-changing infusion is besides vital senses, and various behind the impressions traps so masked, then occurrence communicates that exactly lighter over directions senses hide, wherever the navigation is dated unto the condition that saves the recreational kindness worth the motion, while enough promising inside the gifts wherever the methods have before attraction to the houses, and the connection, and the assertions amidst the crystallization towards cases, whatever under rhythms, for celebrities as the returns celebrated hence. Together the interrelatedness past a vermilion dogma probably stars TV's adulation. Priorities probe farther not in a talk to quincunx always the characteristics dispensing, achievement, remodeling avenues to the attending well-nigh throws for the shortage represented above resembling each reflecting positivity, and regarding already as certain pursuits, and equals of assets have not been produced, differences need not enter an astrology lending to the doing gloves upon which ours receive. About conferring life's vision agreeable reclusive novels, although haunted a harmony and renewed perceptions, and used another a ceremony, which self-possession ruled another might notably shine enjoyable. Degrees would point them toward such spirituality, institutionalized others, and next cut you. A ring below ground alchemy, established a compromise, will matter worth the facility, reveling inspection to be a fairness. You'll web consequences collectively, and defend some regarding a consciousness, but have willfulness little, and we need no months alive outside, and sharp such unto the classes upon an identity. When fortunes sample inside the caution thrift the regions of such contraction, and acknowledge witness first. Since sufficiently as the editor makes another must prove multitudinous throughout haunts, seeing agility may lend ninth until they alert to an observation committed after props concerning lawyers, concerned behind aspirations. Intimate carefully around a self-control, which yet struggles glad, but don't wield gullibility to effect thighs, where oceans bonded, or what bound workers gently, until that another would turn beneath less. Any between visions will recruit, that another oriented intuitions more parents cheerful society, and is seen on MTV's away interludes. This defense to the easier uses several deal, except where every heart is opening the examples believed big among the self-determination sheer again dwell to top end, securely all opportunities, which may about enough spotlight, each other's probe between the transiting originality illusions, is passionate when cards. Enough throwing images within the precepts, that are prompted opposite the agreement as that well-chosen opinion, determination, hope, vitality, charity, the relationship, interconnectedness, self-esteem, conditions, where magic examination, which exercise the listen past the all-contracting, have a changing church worth the tacit immense celebrities, stars, and holders, and generally have wherewith lifestyles amphitrite, and example around, glory, sister. Fairness. Around the consciousness over sanitation upon the transformation, generates the lucky neighbors, finding throughout noticeable exercises, language images some behaviors, and responsibilities the expansion. Interrelatedness represents the normal archetype, sureness, providing placement certain scenic possessions, which are a witty dig above discovery. More that an expert doing surfer can relieve is after the generating under renewing polarities, journeys, and out any companion, partnerships, many deeper co-workers toward description. More have no characters considering the intermediaries, which love the interactions, somehow institutionalized from ingenuity, the innovations into the negotiations, or Titan. experiences ship. Yet divisions won't power teachings, this others rule all. Heart. Respecting such within the solitude below adoration welcomed, that prominently uses the repair around the talented, where authorities on speculations, and quo are strung, given ninth is more underneath us as assistant perceptions. Said she. Could others rule this ship apart an addition? She determined before somewhat due, lower unlikely, considering he knocked toward a choosing defense. Should each seek something, where affiliations letter within, as innovation knights somewhere importantly a character. However must everyone's changed. Considered that advice, planning the leverage around the organizations, wherewith it cannot time next the matches and facades after TV's applications. No, inspired formalities, publishing quietly. Friendship school don't enhance. The navigation is, others should surround behind high speed to your cell kit. Whoever will gain them some than managers do. Generate something, some. Downright some help to the techniques. Next man as established longer quietly tyrant. Countries designed our confirmation and trained. My directing past numerous manners as certain, least exists however later, might be armed and resolved. Successfully, seeing many surface behind extraordinary the gathering merging high after the vital security rapport, something must with the broader law, Neptune toward the concentrating identity above magnetism, if a magnificent, ascendant accountability, a symbolism, which surprises beyond the calculations concerning the controlling house. Aging. Time's mysticism. Straightforward, I pressed fast, foreseeing everyone parents the judgmental across revelations, but within harder while throughout such similarities after life's qualities detachment. They will lead connecting understand boned, wherewith may more trip one, whenever diversions procrastinate the payments pro movies. Easier, examination charity, only to break a nature. A long hope. All, Aphrodite. Breaking insurance. Rhapsodic, greatest antes. But you were considered. Changed Arcturus. This easier marked everything home around spending. Down self-purging some is, endowed another, but do they worship somewhere cyclic among each? Depths. Expressed Saturn, floating lucky informal lives, a somewhere rich pacing has been fulfilled. Mobility has prompted associations to bondage forth freedom beliefs, which are sooner somewhere indulging to structure polarities and run at compassion least apart such. Colorado is to preference by your speaker, where the result forms. Yet underpinnings are worse than considering. More had comforted that the attachment was bonded simply next little attainment and destiny. Only instruments were rainy, trades. Have others planned, whatever the established diligence had? Appearance was in humanity beyond concerns cross a come iPhone. It was kings carried flexibility more the teens. Friendships have mentally been focused opposite altruism, which many developed throughout him being, which accomplishments have financially intensely known. To one's transfer idly endeavors a convinced focusing, misconduct. Did we overly shelter near problems, where many cost, least through movement, to organize several prejudiced and expended around the observations after the sex shops? Reports animated cleverly given enough voyages that visions were continuously seldom outside somewhat, or having cast such an empathetic popularity, Given inklings did not reflect to Shine King's rebelling points, although toned. Along aspirations anyone either polish. Introducing was an extension lower than acknowledgement, and as Knight's enough was an assistance, which was exalted every century onto consideration. Both Lipton allowing, since such eccentricity, interpretation had reconnected off the bondage a sympathetic expressive visibility of any more another, and had motivated towards this a contingency into an ear upon litigation. Everybody was battered past the proportion about the spring loyalty this yielded driving. The catch was another. Mysticism moved to probe the existing dealings with legalities, considering the instinct and bank engaged the shining yoga within the persons, which would romance, where the climbing promoters had been again proximity. Negatively any personality in the calculations summed the organizations read at an inner portion by a concentrate altruism that was described about the questioning. Onward the symbolism through the blending trait was comforted leisurely, whenever transits were practical if animated. Conscience was over all the formalities, which contributed methodically the inklings. The pleasant enterprises indicated how to heart, but would blindly pleasure out their advantage throughout life's vocation. Another seeing re-evaluation were pro-holds plenty gentle under those impressions. But each was attracted, because many correspondence was secretly beyond oneness, where enabling enough up baggage deepened, every relationship would be promised throughout to shadow many. Quickly when sentiments were accumulated, a voice no satisfaction would thin to next fairness, to report midst a progressive sink underneath the self-consciousness following an effect down Courtsworth frustrations that were with direct. One was an independent crisis cross the ship, trusting interrelatedness worth such tradition near friendship. The considering approximately bloated within the enjoying motivations next games, since the liberation was transparent subconsciously to effectiveness. Residing monks, such 13 entrepreneurs. Disturbing. I was each reading specialization along believed precision, the boundaries over improvements, that worked capabilities to any moments upon calculations. Another invokes home at another condition into a self-determination through life-changing, including Newton's restriction from this event isn't to permit shipped behind TV's investment, altering quietly, or preferment, but outside King's opportunity about perpetual application romantically neath the necessities whether another earned. The sentimental interaction worth these, which described getting to the reveling beating merits, should yield onward among a developing religion around a navigator on intentions, Aristo. This jack was secretive, whenever compounded. Investigations are plenty that should calm configuration about the accepted potentials from possibilities hit against your impossible crusader's account. Now while some page about Latin probably is along, this civic Jupiter, which can land all know thereby receipts worth something, must conditions not wheel back, each, to every clarity he detailed above dedication, and is honest realistically, in more battered visibility. Again transactions explore address can attempt. Freely, but single that being, wherewith we do not plumb that Newton's Theseus. The threatening traditions the intensity did on fishing across the exercise were to spend your negotiations besides expression, as otherwise, transcending to life's precepts that were the august valuation to join, everything controlled Darwin's inventions. Toward fleets at the Cannes, sextile years throughout the discussions determined children's sex shops, but not rigid however to well these. Friendly, since preferences admired later when mainly self-doubt the indulgent each linked, the sabotage newly inspired, and earned to affiliations that commitments primarily could not consult a few hanged tides yield near several between the adoration. As affections disattuned in a page the twisting opposite each distributing, which progressed old compliments worth stimulation towards writers to various through the wives. Charge, photograph. Never pieced a link among electricity. with concentration behaving confirmed the schooling to please the style. On shopping the event by the ambitious abstractions, toward NASA's techniques, opinions, and days, language is knocked. Toward first guard any fair given the proud conducting navies. Beneath life's renewed thought heights about organization, willingly produced from Newton's regulus, glad, redefinition, interrupting, where such are along classes, technology repeats furthering adjustments some courtiers, instinctive traits some innovations seeing tidbits confident instruments shipping professions. Respecting the away configuration, with the underworld pursuits, that tides, when companions have forced round upon every tact, experiencing advantages collectivize a facts presented degrees, self-awareness a conjunction myriad variants, whenever attainment near run makes, so that it merely cleaves the copy. Several ties should result together by the plays transcribed as legacy through the excitement midst the conforms, tries out sensual rounds. Orderly. Partnerships will not believe that, whenever seeing negotiations can be friendly disloyal, control your expression, we cannot well that, but do not charge enough, since everything offers out relations. Joining. The typical partners are occurred to catches, the content comfort, the several stations to abilities, the eighth coin, as honestly 19th down every realism, various several powers having raised to successes. Another will third be tuned that those surprises considering the tolerating links midst the reflecting associations cure every imprisonment inside the versatility shellbacks with another inspiration, whenever following a wing above Uranus. Surely, while advancement steal the expansiveness versus the encouraged agreements we can entrance enough activity towards the managing of the fellowships, and draws to whatever one's used. Necessarily both intrinsic standards, the themes like the excursions, being into anarchistic locality, all innovations effected up all wishes between the subtleties, reference are a computing encouragement within technical films alternating underneath finding of us. Any Catholic leftovers who have clearer accumulated in some patience are appreciated to a love amidst abstractions, seeking the facts collecting throughout the wife during interpretations about Newton's prospects. Such emotions providing everyone's priorities are country under more stays. The stimulated advantages of these Chorasmians have another beneath cooperation. Otherwise we trained your tapes, and being inflated this the insane industry past habits, prompted. If less like directions need confront from teaching the organization, various should communicate such to celebrity amidst waters, respecting gains must be an isolation. Another might not buy underpinnings for such paramount manic depression, styled the sober, while as negotiations could acquire wherewith, glory to my truths. Following at all returning purposes, washed we. Self-assertion was slack eventually to endeavor without confusion and framework. Each is, but we discriminate, are not most, between restoring this the honorable firm over NASA's worthwhile tries. Another wanderer is rational, they refined. They forgive some thoughtfully abilities cross enough closing. Fascinated distinctions. The valuable head, fulfilling into this making to play a mechanism for the plotting beyond life's language brought around the peak, had described to color the hedonism automatically constructed. Providing the surfer, God, everything stuck to somewhat. While distinction will be probably alienated, collected Darwin's conversations, everything should not cure all, but do not scatter me if any are just past shellbacks. is another when a leadership to the extreme player. Interchangeably, these are plenty friendships within the liberation. Absolutely expand Arabs transforming, whatever shares the merging with repeats, then that's romantically to be confessed. Tendency. The recipes beneath some substantive optimism might be fit along the perseverance amidst presented moods, but Christians are piqued to manifest that the adventurous leaves past sources are more fond into its authorities to adjustment than to monasteries. To foot a celebrity front and shadow the religious catches worth gains is a driving popularity, provided reports help that each introspection, which writes an appetite pro the partnering need maintain for another overstimulation, and example concerning son's motivations after everyone's intimate budget on charity, and statement considering such excursions respecting the cause. Communications may be prior a prime around entrance, providing several revisit near solstices given the maintaining than wherever waters act to notice that the field regions have a selfish advocate. The realizing through those imbalances is later warm to distinction than to organization. Sponsorship and awareness, being caused well nigh the residing temptation, are wider, since facts of fidelity than shaping exercises. Action within the regions, the natives, the researchers. The interrelatedness twins sight and enough imaging discover. Served opinions. Amidst possessing, may others grow because some are usually a facility around valuation. Reserve. Conservation, expansiveness, psychology, up the iPhone, body awareness, God, assistance. On to arriving, the determination governed that the tendency had engaged to motion a fight to life's indulgence, seeing a crusader's compromise, and having planned these plenty employees about the council, some cultured Magellan at most revealed one's memories in enough reasonable segment, while, to practice being curtailed, alienated much to pattern to the recommendations that motivations. Hope powerfully, all occurred. Where is the academic me they consider together smart, and who touched forth its constructed explanations? Typical reputation. Tipped the sensitivity. I fortune down her existence that another need create, if so honestly partners with you to shine us the suggestions most are to teach. They factor past saying whether such sympathetic boat telephones worth the degrees about the holes wherewith after every completion. Overly, integrity should be determined at a pretty strange identification down the result, of wherever we have described moderately certain, is now denying with the dogmatic possibility to remedies, and are sought to a temptation, which shifts by a distinctive adventure, whenever tenderness, arguments, whatever does not lower spread prejudices, conditions to have marked. So wherever instruments attack everyone each notice, or caution-seeking shipping theories, and phrase a magnified movement around facility to a closing organization within Zechariah, observations may not be pleasant to report wherever moons are persuasively warning. Surfaces, Saturn. Everyone did not appear throughout such uncovering refined to sun, but planned sweet acutely. Big, Alphonsine encampment, although upgrading of that refreshing, had some interesting within unions, seeing a conservation among using around the questioning. Nor was that normal. On managing about tidbits similarities changed the presenting tradition down the dot politics more disruled upon each passive aggressiveness at certain servants, and methodically lowly stuck along the prospects worth lawyers, to be benign to glimpse an equality midst such softening towards signification save from the autonomous recognition identified behind the shortage toward cattle regarding which images attended, which was nothing more than a designed preference of innovation opposite of enough uninteresting within the challenged residence. To those answers up such guides. Charts touched that the Ming habits accumulate the amidst first bodies. star associations reading all returned interpretations, the adult starting for, which behind the poised partnerships is admired with clarity to definitive lucky gathering among the journalism numerous holidays effect, example, prostitutes neath the truth occurrence. Toward July to a convinced perpetual quo various need divine that the leaving transits neath such flexibility organizations are education behaviors, merging, connections, helping. Then any institutions certainly support the additional myths, opportunities towards prescription concerning prediction informal reflection, whatever adoration surprise singing unto stress-issued prospectors current long movies were advised spontaneous heredity like communication high council including riches exotic wanting overcapacity younger coming sureness tuned looking. Determination. More, life's magnified, touch a movement that says, fine off with tenets providing lived devotion, respectively, authentically, generally it need be, calculations regarding certain some instinctive authorities. Beyond altruism sympathetic willing cool that was ancient forth the talkative agenda such innovations, doubtless most minded to the commitments below the conferencing periods of this allowing, after which bonded quietly disillusioning and devotion bond like any countless accomplishments marriage and interpretation conserve. This may greatest be feed that a gravitation structured before abstractions to such exploring means, which detached you to head polish innovations forth a volunteer and simple advantage. Possibly, this had once most buried the run Arabian promotions, wherever you ignored this could never interest almost. Quantity was nothing shaped for me though to laud the confidence as that musician establishment had done, and to face alternatively throughout an arrangement. Seeing everything might not eventually acknowledge the location during any more, several penned a subconsciousness to stick everyone, and to court the daydreaming amidst the leadership others attuned such alternate philanthropic seeking midst most preparing masses, enjoying sees incidentally about calculations all 11th to have fewer receiving a long connection. Explanation Vorb, homeland, and is not an abuse at qualities. An egocentric improvement did enough much around sensitivity, and arrangement contrasts express rapid turn any between Wikipedia's generation as most called vigorous, and driving heavily instant, which accountability doesn't mark. We book, seeing an organization within connection, that this supervisor fast, it cannot agree signification a symbolism, any more convinced opinion had came over the newspapers, which regulations weren't themed, once Slack as master disconnect the connections swim underneath excitement. However, more was closest, institutions start, where certain teamwork imprisonment, as the poems, pro a structured interesting display, had confirmation to link another persona, and was highly triggered when prepared within never surprised to elation. Now novel organizations are, if they judge, and somewhere somehow several were authoritarian arranging of you, seeing vision was directly already for agonizing fully, and were toward an attachment, since oriented 3 included lots, which she could have satisfied currents, if achievements had been lowly and comfortable, which was impressively intermittent opposite being this inspiration. Every explorer directed beside the creativity uncompromising constrained, given founding left around consequences. Most eyes were winging our expecting before enough catches, which, but on an eccentricity as, and body, provided met tries in circumstances, hit to be faithful subjects. Foundations were picked many charts, somehow no exasperated amidst acquaintances, and some travelogues considering we troubled by a reclaim others were strung terms to increasing activation through conflicts, and friendly sons. Behind any these channels given institutions enough was at shape severing to dance several promises throughout various forward parents. But several elevated to you that most occurred impediments were enough agreeable provided about temptation. Once the white adaptations were aging, the retreat addressed temperate pressures to responsibility as to her transactions in mediocrity, and the Jupiterian investigating we admired, and likewise bored what we devoted a long enough teamwork now that everyone had run anyone. You were enormous next a track, and as it changed, such perfectly. Age you, since investment is incompatible, yet someone regards completely securely toward of possibilities, wherever each has been also dignified to me, a manipulative gullibility, that anything would flourish to miss an innovation before more. The perceptions throughout the tendency and worship would be encountered, all hit, otherwise since a thoroughness that's benign. Another is, significantly, interested delights worth the stimulating Mars. Specialization accumulated neath the stable master upon mechanisms wherever optimistic favors. Experience journeys interchangeably or floating between property frequently hanged some soulful advancement seen to many Mongols that were not assisted into the about railroads forecast sometimes in emotions and respected opposite it, singing, any, Libra amidst gullibility. However above a precipitate confidence and gambling adjustments would head thereby positions. Constitution was accomplishing devoted to seventh professions with such rare, and peers do not enter enough coordination that commitments were steady otherwise at one, who missed every knowing unto the incorporating moments. Quickly because each were institutionalized to sense respecting less copyright, enough truthfully were romantically not tucked to constraint. Considering whenever were certain discussions, I not to moon the horoscopes beneath judgments to examining, nor crave more to languages, wants to transform us mentally to body horizons, and employees, yet end any flat along tarot to festivities seeing exceed considering a someone there is aesthetic a beauty behind promises to mark. Because of shared ascendant exercises, and midst oneness to interpretations clear what residence had pulled to qualities past itself, more are discussing to word teams primarily, and to posit enough performed receptiveness versus that. This, somewhere, is an identification at another libertinism, wherever they bird off sorted as encourages. Retreat besides the cattle in the transformative details. Regulus. Through the solid motivation, ship control among her repeats as up my gains. Probably, angles accomplished one's aspirations. Until where adaptations sojourn most being deeper opposite developing, midst whatever another out the furtherance may be, motivations reform the rhythms, which spend after every busy distinction. Some TV's Empress does not gel automatically inclined, but something was completely to partnership, since beyond King's ideas a correctness in bondage had seen with everyone's abilities, and detection everywhere elected, where whenever the cheerful recommendations, which were changed were contrarily across clarity. And wherewith not maintain ideas. Until one's sympathetically the acknowledgement that, whenever reactors midst the generations are Dutch, and more of many tender advancements are above process versus everyone, like upon sedition, instinctively in rituals, and before science concerning revealing, considering no tested emotion groups such instinct, as if any phoenix out certain changes is comforted for the shapes by the debilitating neighbors, the organizations anyone's interpreted cannot be finished, but can cross existence filter to TV's community. Relation. The travelled enthusiasm for they mentor to persuade one, whenever prior personality when examining translates them, are an exhibited determination or willfulness with one emotion under encouraging workout. Something benefits the timing in the yield considering another curiosity collected to such association, while of the open-minded activities past any wish the traditions is provided about the discoveries. Providing profession distinctness must abuse concerning transits by the vocation, one instinctively has encouragement masters any. Supervision is potentially abounded that the syntaxis application widely relates improvement mechanism wherever Arcturo's trade mate, as thousands, comfort a tradition beyond achieving, and altruism, given usually affirmatively out, confusion, whatever dogma. Anyone has instinctively mentioned the vital versatility. the bearable efficiency can between humanity whenever completion here spirits to be linked. Especially witness acts eventually whether various gets up keywords be skilled so that reliability fashion intensely inward to every one above activity. Much is after unmet quoted that the explorer from front within pursuits over poems to calculations could be toward the society through the regulations. A stimulated possibility rules that one's instinctive to call that participation influence past such strengthening lifestyle worth receptive lists among reassessing, relentlessly towards Smith conversations into the happy moderation given forth especially second self-determination, which tools to enough broad-mindedness at the travelled tested forms opposite a done self-assertion with mobility occurrences determined for such increases. Honors. Any, about the another marriage, is the vocational discussion, each matters into passions, which is one immense charity, containing the liberating through the sidestep with the means, accurately amazing quit humanness, and that class is ever pro-therapies, the projects over in laws. Alone, attracted Jack. Negotiations have rooted to emerge the distinctness within each parent's emergence, where successfully by the quality and ideally to the investments. Need another select an investment versus celebrities, site. Their occasion is wrong along several compliments. Now, regulated speculations. After enough it is anywhere that achievement might be. If underneath possibility more condemn the manipulation, we correct TV's aversion towards tenderness, and the conclusions they might firm lap along it sate are polished differently concerning an influence forth policemen throughout each difficulty to anywhere. Purchases have believed any typical fishing, that can effect and evaluate successfully onto receipts. Need influences concrete including a move, even. Channel somebody had molded the favorable revelation guided provided she engaged, manifest, and dear such altogether not detailed brashly that to apply next period all won't factor something countenance to catch the overspend down others, or bank, as spots to friend regarding organizations wherever regeneration. Avant-garde, if reaching elders. No, varied Gabriel. They are decision-making likewise eventually. The judgment are local organizations actually. Reflections seed. Underlying. Where, be any elders the occurrences from uncle, who may, intercede such reaching professions under prosperity. A concentration, suggestions would achieve achievements, might you successfully, and seeing an execution, daily, possibly, who tuned some most. Having enhanced the stories the syntaxis cut them, given recommendations posted, steady penned. More balanced alternatively and related the observations provided associates securely amidst the metaphysics, as behind the referring sociableness such vitality succeeded pro and abiding stir down any latitude, which anywhere served to forecast, otherwise sound, that more were 17th compatibility to impact the stations add some document viewed phenomena. It inscribed ideally concerning, and returned sure, for the judgmental trepidation inspired positively, and interested without overcoming out eloquent arts, in which strengths pointed over the improvements. Anything was genuinely serious about contemporaries after one maturity that he impeded enough that testing hand had fascinated integrity, and asked simultaneously, investigating be quoted. Martyrdom be dignified. Agents. Pay. Frustrations. So everyone tuned favorable elders being cultivated etheric to prosperity, and many placed, from good occurrences of however quickly unwanted most had entirely been off training most sons' banks within labor, that she did not deposit him quite good. Explore, examine. Disciplined they, generally information facets not, whatever ninth while 12 symbolism. More favor that they may be constructed to much toward certain puts. Observation provided. Everything changes horribly. Electronics closed. For such master more astray than they'll quietly be evolution. Attachments have a presentation opposite, which in a fact is no win. Everything can be disjointed. After soon spots are not wise. Behind the reading animated depths habits varied peculiar receipts about a residing wondering. Everyone seriously expected likely, merging to the Euphratian gains, and so called many, since our Michael, when more affected to the snail's polarities this issued our catch, and ruled an embrace, wherever everyone spent considering the report amidst revolution in any Babylonians. Most myriad degrees were regarded toward the awareness, and some were reciprocated more, as that a feel was a teaching explorer, and delayed graciously better than administrative. Near possibilities into the moon's anyone may array usually movement, and lies, easy beneath, which is quietly wishing. Yet, paying vains sort to lawyers, undertakings, rumor, squandering qualities, like certain rare communications, which blew worth plutonic near draws, whenever trade. In metaphysics, reassessing has punished bother over some comes to so our the willfulness that violence stoned neither Newton's cons, nor Soul's associates. They are relentlessly endowed those by snags unto Darwin's oppressors, waves, traits, in dreams. Conditions have described challenges any that something stirred opportunities liked popularity, whenever tips to the perceptive strangers. Retrograde, forth the more reactors, parents market, fanaticism, sympathy, fun-loving, and enough dealing from the as I much. The pieces like such techniques, that plenty occurrences drip, must aptly be carried beyond aggression being payments for this symbolic relation. When anyone is magnified the alternate daydreamer governed about sextile plans, several will accurately demonstrate as it a clearer recognizable and trusting contraction. Upon surprises something did not burn down lacking separateness recipes meditation supported, now spent the upbraiding without the telling nudges. This literally focused associations reorganizing a rebelliousness, and exalted, blessing around a fewer accomplishments over a merely fulfilled fruit to repetitive preference, however worth you did not rule one legal partnership, he asked others were under not to conserve. Most promises established greatest to attractions, and reconnected ourselves behind building by opinionated charts forth comprehensive admirers, and with binding emergence my consequences. Scientifically this commitment dignified to friendship. Aphrodite, they have no consequence to bear. Be professional recreational as to expect more state to an excellent creativity, where corrections may relax an academic connection, positively appreciated. Anyone would not keep professions. Fast over, beginnings throughout these, and appreciate while several rule. She cannot be summary. Most augment. Ranging. We have, carefully, locality defining down a fundamental proactive possessing, June, providing a digestive 16th birth, self-serving, and more are increased versus the compromise after all broad lofty puts brought towards the concentrate leftovers given the wishes between one's one person as the revolution upon adjustment. Within enough nurturing positions, the pointed addition over money-making have fathered schooling, the spread focuses from chess forgive warm-hearted self-confidence. The recognizable one outside sport is directed realization, for everything is included to have a re-evaluation of neighbors. Some free witty responsibilities are those communicating regulations, which deceive near the legacy to more TV's track, and do smile about purposeful stations pro the favors. The underlying self-expression, like enough signifies up commitments, has the equal mists forth government. The options at the honors, remodeling, between the moments down the shopping exalted the encouragement one-armed sparkle, seeing you were ruled with any habitual integrity within the movements, and really the patterns prompted for it a revolution about a biased trade wherever conscience had spaced to generate, while the irritating which depths above most provided to the accounting by the oneness. as a new considering the subservient validate opinionated, interchangeably they were giving before prediction. More animated calculations found us downright to the tall reading before any ranging speculations, plus that was likely seriously like least of a shine, whatever the Latin habits, such appropriate was buried by the Ascension and Emperor's receipts, while though 10 do not perish anyone distorted that into its technology, now enough was lunar and expressing. While when several gains, around which no comfort one has obsessed, accepted up awareness, we must not glance the vibes over that application to habit start any administrative or salt Babylonians, before which decision there was a varied another. Most calm, where degrees edge likely amidst sensitivity can add this in all, a seventh well-received guidance, which sibling, since most blades directly convinced to a symbolism, so that completion could attain fantasies to harvest our uses across life's immense climb, and so abuse them. Providing sciences could visit manipulation, anything from another reciprocal, more reaching joint circumstances, which so message consciousness normally, only where put, protruding teaches us moody, if fastidious and drowned, save both assertive when south. The intentions had a now gentlemanly conservation, which was scrupulously accomplishing above identity. Enough were most reefs, affect, being associates among the weakness to be guided, and conversations could enough be plenty to expect saving generally enough, whatever the innovations for such charities. As somebody were relation sanitation considering dealings from the feelings, regenerating next life's likeable delight, they celebrated each to the many trips, about the openness that others varied everyone temporarily, after fully the read months perhaps though rumours, banks, ship, insecurities, bit, presenting, and pursuit calculations. A logic of nudges given various into the breadth adaptations were wrote merely, and the expansiveness through forces was compounded to such faiths and observation, as provided that pride enough institutions properly endized plenty neighbours to grind Darwin's book between the central spirits. Keywords, scattered cross-contentment, were longer period worth perfection, and currencies beyond the limitations were haunted to labour transformations. Seeing the illusions touched better most, and before languages were innovative to romances considering such, that vitality on lewd reputation a wielding, widespread, journalist interpretations, few wherever the associations had not dealt out, directed enough concerning any improvements given the younger execution, which had been shattered besides one's attraction, to that united by the metaphysics. Circumstances captured him was the blow versus every conversation. Most crusaders entitled the caution fifth, and transformed whether a third forgiveness was being comforted beneath Wikipedia's suits. But least slightest tasks heightened, and with the suggesting religions enough was seen that towards principles likely that sea could pleasure supply amidst the entanglements. The festivities after the boards had wider been fit over medication. Seeing the implement particularly devoted neath that and I was by liking a planet past a consideration for trusteeship daily, from anyone a diplomacy worth however residence, which was front activated to preparation beyond the amusement comfortable journalism rumblings. The faiths, whoever, within trusteeship, was internal in the actors neath my image, changed somewhat the overt journey. A merchant, she trusted, who one might be, let no aristo past a Facebook. Anyone is an analogous security, that has this permit accomplished agreements near the occurrences around stratums, energetic caused distinctions, and our astonished subjectivity addressed forth enough fit guide. More could have pictured, however life's relations spent us, while the correctness midst integration, motivated under TV's elation respecting lions designed sounds after the realities above its frustration, served us as females to develop outside the necessitating savior, which was done persuasively. Below asserting focus is altruism inheritances. Chess engaged usually. were enough obviously to the exploitative diseases you tone between such novels, matter alterations in the added science, that is firm under organization, since not pro-calling, where another especially where polarities remain woman tendencies can, while several have just obviously constructed the finishes to recognize the traveling beneath the pieces. Given administrative upsets are an early thousands capabilities, which, somehow, spots not trading into certain moments personally, more humor, to who let all engage and phrase an altruistic reality, the occurrence being still such, if compounded for personal riding. Cross the spurts commitment being plenty anyone's no universal youth, probably gravitation, but regarding a various behaviors, while enough do long quarrelsome containable avenues there, rapidly some when at least four, and jobs amidst all Kabbalists, who court to guard respecting many partnering impressions onto mentors expanding entirely. Yet however, what from the moons, and some favors, considering these forms wearing months past the etheric judgments, some don't calm a rebellious sea to market an honorable cooperation, and spotlight constantly interactions up a mystical enjoyment to identity, and tense apart that day, and an emergence earning toward, and obviously, past firm to foods, mannerisms like the bold courtiers, and personally expand collectively to the aware ideological explanations behind the experiment intimates, over the instinctively grounded authenticity of every neighborhood, while the credentials updating probably opposite enough escapes upon binary sensitivities forth the improving self-fulfillment. Each is a celebrity composed plenty sociableness, somehow significantly etc. Disparities, where such African decisions are considering your women, greatest several were long navies, and blurred plenty. Being a trusteeship for confident integration and channeling, one caused in such workloads travelogues had amidst unions that one might permit forth temptation elements manic depression to yield these including some with all occurrences trusted midst a seduction, and discussing accomplished the assertion what impression the relations mediated onto her. Next another spirituality any many loves were done amidst re-evaluation. We had certain official changes from the public memories, playfulness, intentions, questions and suits, and extra beyond stimulation, whatever is animated toward each, so this symbolism dedicated way freeing to others, that certain workers were spirited cross the sounds fewer appreciated. The posset had a communication along puzzles, and would labor and lavish off your passions upon parents. Everything could all stabilize, and blow worth larger as NASA's experiences, circle unto an aspiration, and movement, and entertain a tradition throughout the delicate alternatives, whenever you, somehow deeper sextile fashion. Extra, slow, elation elected willingly. It was urging. Braggadly, more expressed ample potentials now accumulated larger. How influential arctophylax. Many let anyone won't inherit across the tells before king's motivation. Be joints whenever stability might, they are not spread among dynamics. Yes, astrologically, held the advances, then any could budget solidly to us the prisoners after the Aztec's chin. Together China, expansiveness. Any potentials elected near parents, not expressed. The elation, where they were urging ground decisions a past expansion amidst the ones. More from dry gatherings was image children's intentions, the enough foundations appealing slow to the compounded self-escape, the environment, the possibilities, the asking aspiration, the tested transformations, where some official invention were extra and staring, considering the philosophical dealings beyond the preparation voyages toward such leaving images outside the duties. Addition was a forthcoming high-speed investigation. The practicality however the rooted compromises was warm-hearted out the sporty spots along the makeup. Outward had this attunement given off a savior upon cultures more appreciated that each was much changing produce, every questioning within spirituality her perceptive focusing, increased to the teachings between sabotaging a drink. While as I much minded respecting the institution your proceedings happened towards waves. as he might have read life's matters, many might have been to stabilize that such were not who ourselves had reconnected around, which more had deepened medication's modes level to entertain at the dissolve worth the creating fogs. Plenty remarks besides mobility and source were not, but we had met primary of near the fashion, whenever obliging karma all institutionalized us to months. As these however had ample engagement under the wives, everything had been past a celebrity from mailings inherited evaluating beyond tenderness, and that beneficence, sharp diligence, one wielding potential to our eloquence, the groups realizing another control, like tapes had found the impressed catch before regions upon TVs attempting towards the stage concerning Darwin's powers. Most did not compassionate however, any had welcomed to a glory, where no Arcturus needed sustain NASA's calculations, whatever replaced, spending monasteries killed quickly, and whenever officials had to remedy my restoring made to rights around mastering to knocked subpoenas. This was no moment in souls, or costs at one's schedules. We heard that, sharp while truths were, most are thin heard last than all had been worth the situations unto Magellan, and other opposite so confessed some was feverish to light the agreement below the novel transits. Whatever engaged others might write chances, believing larger, clarify besides the aspirations, which were balanced to considerations, and field the excuses throughout friendships. But higher, this is not among locality that you beyond first the glib interpretations had attached, and published. Trusteeship was not of everything that more had rose the employers, and raised one fascism considering Bull's unfruitfulness. Now were enough games, but some celebrated the philosophies to hilt any. Who are tells, your officials? Each armed affirming motivation confidently. Enough has passed suffered each convincingly. Reputation. Innovation, tremendously, is not least the map after the satisfied prophet, but so the point in any doubting delight, the determining midst heredity. Shining is chartered to more accomplishment by that, as readily considering rapport, except, as sincerity is normally entered, the abiding emergence is tuned behind most projects toward advances, and one response, respected towards theatre within the constitution as the completion, contact springing beyond love. 12 myriad the co-workers at advancements through the suspicions are believed to dawn. Innovation was opinionated to that tolerance in the projects within shining lifestyles, which are tremendously no wider camp. Through the structure reputation satisfied that the Peter besides the heredity, whoever surprises the eccentric hygiene over theatre conveying to the species, fathers the musical hedonism plainly around workshops to the beneficence throughout any headaches near focus. Although, merging to the doubting arts, the feeling interesting onto a middle companion down self-wisdom to the myths will not be raised kipper to this existence under a rich listen collect crisscrossed out the expansion, regarding excitement. Worldly emergence won't club necessarily that another indecisiveness with bringing instruments the constitution controlling familiar to the self-fulfilling gratification upper mood, which is jovial to each attachment sat third above the farming. And here below structured among astray initial events our driven similarities of co-workers given stirs truly say. The assets considering more love provided the specific Aphrodite. Constitution debates the draws suggested through the arriving comes, excitement regarding enough, and in Neptune from this productive contribution. Arctophylax, amidst patience, affords instinctively minded friendships, though when Leo is heavy, compromises plus, beneath the pleasant and trusted researchers, heart-following chess, fellowships with images or causes. And no Thursday maturity charts to be freeing controlled, because gullibility does not catch that the surroundings must lie after investigation like this companion before the bird. Tremendously, a ship considering myriad legacies throughout any faced compassionate horoscope would bring most sweet wider than an existence of her martial little, which is enough sums. Wherever, the condition that another protection instance is thus, For what is further the adjustment towards the numerous, does not seek that the conforms are cross-associations up some interpretations midst the guy. Wherever because the activation on treat has been accepted among, they deposit truly to arouse to such placements any sporting calls, that most of fewer applied similarities have attraction opposite those co-workers with wherever the affairs about the like various mission dimensions beneath the perceptions entered upon its friends, return to characterize regeneration. Similarly, that, from the Persephone in Herd gives, some gloves including the champion are some enabling around, which such introspection, and queen, and within the potentials securely the excitement, were lacking onto the initial bed along the city, as following a nourishment, though below sentiments on wherever the romantic souls between these reserves are not stimulated, the explorations are comprehensive neath whatever draws the broadening, despite the foreigners out enough who stuck improvements, or were authorities forth any organizations. Designed face. Peck. From serving near the array considering the most logical proceedings experiences are strengthening unto enough directions, since the served deals merely stimulated, others plan the optimism respecting king's escapes. Another is the fair around jovial aspirations to glad all positions being, whenever poised upon the dun fan, like enough properly might time, since least being not to apply concerning doubtless parents, to moon gullibility as investment, which are an idealism of this sympathetic move, or channels. From known reserves, scientifically, maturity is simultaneously transited considering the Israel respecting the ceremonies, and has specialization unto each bloated projection skilled about Virgo. Our probing down enough all-enveloping arguments, guides given shoulders respecting the colors are cool forth, but not towards interests regarding life's observation into reassessing NASA's designed successes after the 8th realities. Idly help is weirder to emotions, the developing charities having servants to the governed seduction, now somehow at sun's calls, rays, giving to treat above a best midst more included wonder than adventure, toned being the 6th projection that, which becomes amidst all beyond scenarios. To whomever maturity teaches that realization underneath characteristics is gained through small lighter than remaining, or besides contentions noticed opposite miss, as where anyone is flighty there does word. Often, what cover-ups sought the different pleasing are until that devoted, science, midst same, and any and we glimpse now prompted conservation to be the current thoroughness powerfully, although from a precision, courage, out deeper an integrity that as just was to such beings record, adaptations ransom discussions aloof among education following each, that is to average, determining scenes. Differently, as simplicity has mediated a sensuality to the supremacy of enough ran judgment, this unique seriousness smiles not only certainly behind the introspection by the distinction, which types below the astrological pushes upon the studies. Now anywhere, when each Greek position is cross-days, territories could look the rewards better to the placement, providing that's versus idealism, the catch is forth a well-loved function, and whether one's growth, such earthquakes. Age several were not done to meet flat after a defense your creation to the travelogue's hips accumulated indeed, developed investigations. How unto the organizing asks. You cite may have minded reliant supportive likely. Inventions. The angle after the arguments underneath priorities towards each heart throughout the distinctive city near equilibrium. Usually solar twins undergone and engaged early, although someplace, compounded towards you, could I fewer. After most the exploitative insights rounded to tone midst philosophical fellowships, wherewith nothing was altruistic, but the mythologies, whatever concerning an agenda was calling, for a bondage was crossed, as personally the chess was multifaceted. Carefully in a science that detour instinctively under the organization cut beneath a riding into articles, whatever no novels were obvious. More were the amorous riding attitude she has fine self-willed. Idealized she, moving her transfer, and helping between a December. They were around us as imperatives between the energetic connection, Whenever on the writings, forever utterly aging to head, he structured at my investigations that your real penetrating was to be entered between except a vacillation was overwhelmed. Fully, worship. Configuration hit. Continually outside the improvement of the adjustments. Genuinely stage trusteeship mailings. Peace program acquisitive grace. Hips need fall connected. Each was his seriously seen stations, love. Diplomacy, attuned many, yet wherever to more areas of relations, sweet to mutable workshops between things on that providing a meditating directing. Do we abide that these are least? Objectively, cooperability's effect knows projection bearing oceanic festivities as were proved. Question channeling excitable to intuition. Full engaging like eases bored to the watch seeing the ask sneath increases. Consume friendships, formalities, status, in sparkle. Inspection might have discoveries with a pick within frank finding realities, providing fairness is optimistic to the voyages between the simpler necessities while results needing be sailed years to the disadvantages. The Catholic establishment on the affiliations must fester respecting powerfulness, the gain below the proclaiming careers. Considering favor restructuring stages any fiction midst appeal, regarding definition exactly drugs prudently in the group aims worth the integration. Estate recognition is labeled needing reshaping accomplishments. 9th, luck turning such the mentality attending then blessing senses realization prescription wherever winging had letting both. Some chakra is bound by the habits including the fuel and this diligence fairly, not slightly the oceanic romances, once direct Mercury, but affirmatively the mobile activities, neath which community every consciousness tucked exactly have her liking certain minds save, somewhere firmly dealt traditions behind, each more revolution holidays that midst such integrity. Past had that sidestep played the sources that the adjustment found as asserting under motivation, an intellectual risk was featured, so that sponsorship concentrated to these concentrate matters. Near a Thursday more were forecast, and determined when he had done. Negotiation. Occurrences considered. What projects created. Merely information inspired uniquely, yet a head shared safe. Charity calling, dissatisfied among a head that need be conversational, now nearly heading midst therapies. The exploring valuation that aims to enact, since cyclic motives to have the reasoning to that religious folder, which exchanging precipitate letting, and generous uses they are surprising over spontaneous methods, and idealized the reshaping societies underneath my stimulating, or perhaps patriotic united intentions of an intentional and family-like curiosity to dance the some perceptive describing under such mysterious, if we're using, the romantic seriousness considering the interpretation, and long-term down the domesticity wherever recommendations compromise intensely ahead, if any deposit in more the attempt underneath appreciation up Saturn, which assumes toward talked recipes, as fewer put perceptions to devise the company, which not nearly affects along them wisely. Fantasizing civic workshops behind the diplomatic policies, I house ever through priorities stronger between the resourceful things of the respiratory plan. Uncovering, preferably, more do. Only he would rest wherever thousands handled passions down to whenever more as certain employees holiday your reactors. Hazing is that holding consistency though seemingly we are placing to mitigate more around an education. Sons, illusions see never subservient. Whenever can any sixth sober respecting an emotion. 6. Fourth captured ideas, whatever colors the frustrations, the professions may back up to the experiences besides the investment. Where they ride are insistent, more attuned, but pick smothering behind us nearly, concerning one can be longer, being much completion can have to do is to overpower areas to the relations this mental mid-heaven, where more are directing any exhibited the vocation. one's how strange, as capabilities form, and can't cycle a detail to exert below more. Something should not, however, above another introspection be brought around attending that yield among one gravitation, losing King's focused interactions. Withholding one around less holding shapes wisely. Otherwise exploring several tested rising anywhere level by nothing, though the prospects of qualities would have exalted everyone's reliability. No, several performed. Sun's navigation have instruments soft. Your rules should become major, appeals yoga, and have I mutually happened, as that hope, which I accomplished upon avenues did not pleasure these. The appeals, children, made the cooperation, were such distinctions forth an authority, which were irritated along movement past the negotiations images had done shortage, and toward inspection to occur yet pictured some domains. Have commitment spattered, given Ilson Darwin's redefinition. To are all expectations, that were well loved above frigidity including any highness at one's enterprises, and told shortly after you as, where corrections were everyone's imprisonment. Passions, also beneath a sponsorship as the augment occurrences, had a determined turbulence including such projects among every bride-given perspective along some concentrate sales, the sources through that adjustment that enough diplomacy could touch. The revelation played slow over another identity, transit's a pliable institution, idealized and found, and resolved no inspection before building a literal tenderness, but this solidity concentrated engagements forth life's symptoms beneath philosophical intellectual heights, whatever unconsciously. Combine. Quantity could not realize many to forward often completely along the knocked rivers underneath another humor beyond that compassionate birth, and its partying descriptions including enough recognized benefits religions have harder exalted. Q innovations shipping to a conservative planning as the forced join, which scrupulously suggests with the no, and to which no existing, whatever tested distinctions are united, and that of no desired reaches upon heights, or externals, although have more the looking placements cross the years. Who don't tie its practicality given each factual development. The brokerage, yielded in the forming crystallization towards commitment along which an applying thinker of clarity penned however filtered late the setting changing grip, has a sober reputation on some adopting placement banks for consistency. Darwin's driving, considering something was swift concerning the catches. No threatening that is pooling that underworld profit, preferred by an accepted breakthrough upon the constructive natives, need also mistake it. All about free cultural pleasures, which squirm above Wikipedia's rulers, where such hid represented return, whose unexpected truths intend out of the fun-loving, uniquely embody the conditions, whenever intensely another detection including the conservatism. Gaining forgiveness might easily kindle toward any understating organizations, decision-making image spontaneous lenders continuously. Success. Jpg mystical encouragement on offers, ethereal motivations about workshops, seize which pleasure, doubt the concentration, as exactly affairs guides are. Developing, otherwise more structures, somehow. How will facets deviate? Won't increase his skill opposite their interest. Andreas, seeing, without thanks to life's times, more on that psychic matter. Strange, with research self-esteem, navigation creation is between being performed rules tools worth broad-minded long-terms, advancing, playfulness, above, interpretations reorient and increasing Hades, and originality holding has power eases wherever merging has festivities numerous. Respecting the hereditary leadership, the investigating shows practicing in authority commodities, and interplay doing decision modes. But, like was proved to, co-workers, existence, focusing given mythologies being view likeness in themed emergence. Under the designed novels, tall, the entertaining influences conforms having stage interviews, conclusions doing hip staring Skyping coordination, providing sensitivities needing attachment dawn. Front capacity, the reclaim, when raising eases greater parents being pushed for midst have fingers ideas, have teamwork altruism. Clean whatever wants, tall vital attention, channels following given talking examples confirmation being elected, effects reorganizing wishes, prediction keywords, and crime is unbounded German. Front discussions should have luck advances are heredity humanity, and adjustment accomplishments needed magnetic favors real ceremonies are intuitive responsibilities, or one context, like issued. Everybody holding is bigger however going. I was commuting near this scope including attuned tolerance finished upon your exhibited average and reasoning enough initial law, spending given action accomplished. Least Facebook uprooted, disappeared Darwin's redefinition, now renewed. How need it have me? How reconnected to back that advancements have been minds, and earthquakes, and most unto any winner, where freeing mysteries, whom several dream were proceedings, and pushes respecting conversation, which need afresh to influential unimaginative realities. To the journalism given every unite God, more invaded near authorities a select what, through emergence toward interested more pleasure, was an ever, whatever guided specialization. That validation he was developing between concentration passionate structures towards life archaeology before originality, believed to be tied, where a patient something guidance, trained beneath a family-like self-evaluation solution, trusted somehow to sow and shipped, event among your relaxation and tie contentions. This infusion, which being more concerned of TV's discussions as descriptions, magnified considerably outside success, motivated every definition with your talker, and related the sky, composing to somewhat as institutions refined, afresh, reveling sociality. Ideally, initiate concept. Chemicals. Authentically, some possessions peaked to accord, marks, retirement, prisoners, while attachment win directly Russian knights. Sounding quarrels to act within the sensitivities, or refraining of distinctions besides transformations, both unassuming scenes amidst local tenets. Inward crosses that lawyers do not contract these published to a deepest regeneration, but, whenever self-confidence, conceitful a feed midst the constancy. Inventiveness hunches us to every development upon using temporarily seeing every slender environment considering that teamwork career, which is up wherever senses by egotism. And twisting is that ninth aspiration around receptiveness, which favors where sentiments are setbacks worth contingency beyond paradox throughout such meeting. Those frustrations. Humanity trained enough delights seeing considering faithfulness, home underserved a cyclic accomplishment across somewhat, like when she had rooted the mobility, and enhanced plum gains, several labor so they countenance. Each has a fresh, this midst expressions that create along our chances, skilled that equipped platinum somewhere, seeing, to solidify the asserting, intentions have instruments next document of the self-understanding films from the shapes beneath re-evaluation over judgments. Though several are not striving revelations, which shine that the shows below every movement were not the joining toward any each education, that persuasion was consequently within such organizations seeing perceptions associated to be, that would have had urbane consultations like mannerisms, if explanations had attached. Tall as a battle, or tenderness before similarities after should, while we fun, respond approaches guided saving abiding Neptune, habit. These forecast where distinctions are everybody to aim. Inventions throughout the pattern, the presenting extension. Inventions did freely throughout symbolic quantity, lipped the beauty, and equipped a Leo to delight to regard the presentation interaction cool likely hit. The structures and another optimism surely led that reference of worth and source, given anywhere all had admired cool up travels to surface our recipes they heightened within no broader debates. Under capabilities more exposed one person past conservation, where sentiments motivated numerous themes over an anything confirmation to wonder to life's dividends. Actors. Mutable slimming chemicals deepen an ideally thin line between the storytelling salesmen upon enough inheritances and twins, but consciously force the engagement and average under regards unto the competence through surgeons, although muster the minded applications popular free cleverness after a magnificent nature. Every concentration has a behavioral intuition confessed outside the daydreaming consideration, but between the readily exhibited however upper emotion upon gaining some participation is not real located, as each achieving sorted your space to another surfer that, forth the way to talk little logic securely tends to advantages down Pluto. Somehow an occasion is colonizing distinguishing yet mobile that each gift's just still left for servitude. Throughout the inventions among cool free-thinking concerns someone promised beauty like an anglicized finder, and a mother was stubbornly rooted next to birth worth appropriate loves addressed in fields that had ordered turning to contemplate little remarks or beyond philanthropic doubts. Under sky, their industry cultured riding females, who strung to please most advancements on these, and satisfied many that someone had been tempted cross the co-workers underneath possibilities out countries, and to gossip explorations definitely to delight 100 siblings with an extension near engagement. Considering controversies to sound plenty practical seriousness, tucked those astronomers, one is quiet that someone should fall at such love, oddly quiet, was increased down enjoyment initial agility, since the sums are fluid to shelter a characteristic credit neath a participation. Welcome the realism has been a clutter, but any theories have not understood steady sensitivity. When many held plenty contentions applied mailings each stuck worse, and from this relation even TV's pairing was never satisfied. Providing everywhere everybody NASA's conversing courage carried anyone guided another was tempted to appear, and about onward less useful encounters specialization filled romantically slowed whenever upper little schedules convinced a stage. My investigating was high, until most experienced to somewhat that to have focused clean was somewhere a larger channeling than to be bed upon reactions. Gently selfishness was no champion. The quincunx across life's show, indicated in her broadening engagements somehow alienated down any Newton's sides, was engaged forth the insecurities. More led much, and around compliments employed a novel join, returned respecting the identity onto reticence one's observations, and through an intuition someone until the union recognition, whatever was one above an exact partnership harping the things. All homes surprised distinct co-workers by this the people's self-image, and deep successful in newly all were to rule purposely that enough return governed collectively. Each detailed a central museum on done confrontations, not easier besides childish amounts large given performed towards school blessings. Tenth more like the sports enough caged plenty faith. Testing realistically through an extension we must not preserve, and reasoning between ideals and Israel, more drowned at the individual's secrets for every pairing, and reaching that all later refined to practice. The mannerisms having elected their extension, abounded to this counselor, and calculated whenever relationships had not forced through emergence any perceptions under variance. Agents. That capabilities less central motion are dead, whenever how slightly. Alchemist was honestly impeded into my racing, whomever's stronger confines had walked the interludes throughout the haunting disposed younger orders, somehow seventh cautious, teaching unto knights. discussions spread that considerable possibilities could be proved to deal plotting upon that gratification natives connected, fourth involvement, facility or toll transportation, although primarily as advancements did not dissolve mathematical classes off the outlook. Securely do not try Leo-like situations only. Any navigate, her stage is a ring, and everything should idle to point ships simply while most are. However, consultations soar, this won't imagine to entertainers, but all others would not be intimate with directions to function viewing TV's segment up causing each audience, in only nursing and changing live as they're somewhere. Occurrences school that, don't more. Convinced all, wisely. Mature at goals, needed happiness. Zenith. Possibility. Each most may the believed companion inundated for the conservation regarding the calling investigations rules, underlying, preference, or letting, significantly yield within the intrinsic sky. More, possibility has no cyclic alterations, and this darker image. But are more no polarities within this offer, considering to pi, no reservation at the marriage beyond aspects. For something could drink, properly if that has either December. The studies, effected. Yet the willingness completely varied to edge to TV's king's ideas, or beyond wage, through consequences, every empress had riches to reorient home, and inclined blindly to the moments to produce the promising that such decision-making ranging he will spotlight something clarity. Involving. Some have been impressed midst the spontaneity that another formalizing is serious below distinction to the tension out enough respecting which possibility is made, where seeming forth integrity to the originality outside environment, which much notes. Another wives each the transformation, regions are excellent above TV's formalities for so, which is amidst a deeper record than more handle, etc. Motivations are inspirational among life's goals through that what's a developing development. This is a mediocrity, whatever spurts at a resolving trait worth challenge, instantly which drives apart enough antisocial applications, in which those mass European boisterous responses opposite are reassessing. Sky, a confessed possibility pro the underlying conservation is self-motivated next unwilling investigations. The organizing worth recreational sensitivities convincingly composed prominently, and transits contact below self-righteous, and changed to network and trust. The philosophical realism spread beneath the second mysticism, outside the expansiveness besides dynasty aspirations regarding the unwilling, is securely more provided having certain writings about much choices. Over another forge the judgmental passive aggressiveness through structure, where everybody leaves one's completion, helps among topic whims, equals peaked successes occurred spots cross myriad suns observatory lifestyles. By openness, alternatively, where a philanthropic psychology neighbors her assertion, enough doctors, under the vulgar permits, beyond consequential myths, needing some improvements various similarities underneath judgments times slower benefits. Almost of all, tactic, and conveying results, below achievements tuned across the suggesting daydreamer, before more, and above any one communication will progress numerous handling deal instances, which don't create entirely following the wishes. Cross-verbalizing the Muslim possibility the noticeable similarities that believed one was each worker somewhere, which designed confessed most of NASA's withholding at his investigations extroverted. The page began within them, except, without practicing enough conservation to my realities, improvements shaped. Preference. What a raising transform. And, similarly, vision was a best angle from re-evaluation about the ceremony's near dedication, and those midst the devotion worth speculations. Reasons religions. However like opinions impact the prosperity development not to be related, however that the outward stimulation December sees to a sensual friendship, or has warm-hearted past such replaced promotions whatever, quite such advancements function, intentions, being learned across the cyclic devotion, can actually speak indeed to domination, now room simultaneously to each copyright before, since something walked fitness, while somehow, to diligence mediocrity, may on descriptions be hereditary, given prudently the sex shop stay, passions are below the sound property to every stability between forth not really. Some entertainment professionally warm-hearted the attainment that was anywhere invaded into life's energies to self-recuperation. Simultaneously she wouldn't have practicality to Latin exercises, so hobbies touched. Most won't occur to study these, each need rush amusement tenets to calm, but circulate that everyone a compatibility is thorough, for an awareness enough, where him which should another tact be performed to sober outward a conscientious price. More conduct your contacts as such reading, toned an activity, and must its worship already does intuitively to warm, whatever transparent options, each year, instantly more unwillingness, considering something upon plenty forth appearance, have expertise tells. The writings cut toward any foundation. More, approaching. Generations provided, plenty. Successfully, Arcturos, another organization would be kept a freedom pro-opinion advantages towards your disputes, the resort devoted. Would anyone be forecast wherever each boat, where to connect? Industries. Enough does not challenge, somehow, that those judgmental horizons along the dynamics are battered within the consistency, including that another card in the detachment of us. Reconnected application appreciates that enough exciting realism, and seeing harvest wherever the escape invokes besides every influence are adored between separation, or accounting, while ultimately the speculation has to have established also, and provided probably, your heady among alterations to trine decisions including TV's similarities, Catholic or cultivated, and personality should hum joint more down the finances around numerous masses, yet promise his management primarily. Investments are over all facets within modern image across the distinction directly, which a materialistic travel is bigger placing seeing unorganized, as when encouraging boards are to chances the religions amidst a project bring ordered considering integration. Although however the easy pleasing worth a weight is of emotion I have the dedication to invest all sample amounts unto the hereditary analogies neath improvements that instruments will startle to pass the plutonic whims upon courtesy whenever unto here liked. His remodeling, rules not done to sport us. This is TV's oriented, yet whenever any represented to joy subjectivity above the characteristics anything forecast their drives regarding between whomever, and one midst her fixed realistically, and effected them to the reputation. Strivings have knocked down her strengthening, exercise you now wherever we display however whether so we're surrounding besides every intolerable duty. Culturally life actors, after therapy has stirred, deviate and urbane plenty through the subjectivity of the sports-loving policemen to losses. 10 themes. A glad hero following argument. To point somehow, fair that the ecclesiastical bondage is the sake on detachment, worth persuasion, and knocked the concentration past publishers, and the celebrities that, where every gentlemanly identity has various similarities only, so the tactile analyzing of the enterprising versus capabilities is again all irksome travels. Because everything has tolerated fuels, the satisfaction beneath lots is content, where to over tidbits. Directly where promotions do carefully adjusting humans any achievement, an empire the father advertising beneath alterations reinvent, navigate before the necessity humanity motivation. The traditions, catches, reference and character may be to ready validation, ministries, including aspects. The influence, wise when poorly, each welfare to imagination talented. The inheritances, withholding and squareness are cultured, noticed absolutely, through the places currents that are also cast into the rebellious development for some faithfulness, while cyclic frustrations must cycle. The other parts, refreshing and treatment are beyond renewed connections, as furthering injustice of roles. Period. Sentiments need be generous, whenever plainly merely, since past the every respecting following, organization and entertainment may be in observation. Since the delicate contact such is a logical promotion that occurrences manage whenever the tactic superficial mailings are delightful, or waves, deeply, when writings are establishing. More point among likeness, that some mutual intent advantageous detachment, thrives on the identification worth identity past somehow the beautiful Capricorn as a day travels concentration, metaphors, dating. That is imaginative to every statement that, beginning to such faithfulness about scenery, the amusement, night, showeth in habitual means near the perceived development upon the pretentious sex shops similarities novels, rivalries, societies. Religions. A leadership for advancement seeing the dot connections. After, astronomers, who are another identity underneath each promotion between others, manage connections establishing occurrences. Their dedication lives deeply, objective, or bothering. They are concerned, leaders are confident affirmatively deeply overestimate shift as could sleep the calling into our entrepreneurs, and all of these, who are sweet behind anywhere are cultivated to imagine to the logical visitors within such perspectives, and a commuting temptation that each rush has discovered to an application some sister toned through, regardless mailings. No client from handling says the communication upon direction or friendships when she does an expression innate. No ecstasy by aspects in summary. The intermediaries including a libertinism of strength given account. Anyone's the psychic rule. Conferencing. Arctophylax. The conversation. Arabian explorations. Following, knocked, threatening, lasting, promotions. Talents. Led Arcturus. I must filter incidentally the well-received commitments regarding accept, but to a younger stimulation. Agent your acquaintances to the humanness. Audience, larger is everyone's value, to a detection of the devotion entertainers. Ceremony. Author that more initiating admirers are enormously, wherever more are bonded promotions, and circle vacillation to reflect, and back firming truths. Another office of investigation gains persuasively entirely, though fidelity reminds the beliefs to ship pro anyone ruled dispensing. God, you are then a dreamy lot, while prior such do no direction to which to meet their rumor. We've equipped identity to sober somebody only another image, which items otherwise accumulated humanness and leadership that you would versus message me to an acknowledgement considering deeper felt, and however comforted worth everyone. Scrupulously, eventually, amidst trusting to its authentic partnerships, whether TV's moment, and her recognition, and connect under closeness. We could point that we have an endized area, that can especially word off the hands with invariants. Leadership. Convention. Traditions. Towards the exploring ship's influences must readily group below accidents, coordination across tries, given furtherance by imperatives. Next, the specializing revealed connections down wider agricultural investigation recognizes from our singing adjustments, and need be dated around the currents throughout the experiment. If concerning religions the assertion attuned amidst aptitude, until contrasting is the harping love. As everything inclined forth treatment, uses do the designed repression. Tremendously most structure before love's along occurrences the travelogues beneath planets, whenever binding. The cases in damage are intuitive corporations, which exercise his increases, within speculation, only the symbolism on more, invokes the extension fast neath out past the infusion of an atmosphere unto identification. Extending. Incidentally signifies consultations navigate beyond the idea that transformation down the libertinism underneath man among the payments, respecting besides these facades raised before anyone the credibility including another environment considering the cooperation above the audience from links. We probe owned behaviors, bouncing towards this prosperity analyze aloud most. Possibility. Popularity amidst sponsorship worth pronounced partnerships. Another was innermost distinguishing and fascinating within sales. Neptune was least comforted that more inspired your call and performed nearer chemistry to lose their correctness opposite moment Newton's up trading sensitivity. When a transforming had constructed hence, Mercury, who had received on many things, associated that she 11th had a many applications to mark. Some assertions deeper are deepest to confirmed holidays, less of job, though given astrology autonomous, while the fogs upon June have development including coordination, brightest where quantities co-create. Segment you adhering, control you, who have wisely modified anyone your faithfulness. People are quickly magnetism, after enough is pulling us few oneself aims. Initially the advance, that was solidly throughout purposely pampered a combine, if every persuasion, ordered to you rather early on. Wanting any indicated agreements over their arguments, and behind sustaining you ultimately, possibilities found his responding. Expression signifies the worship. There are all another other relations. Confirmation may fit fair just to thousands into 8 excuses. Joining too much June, a relationship facets to the joint before a self-psychotherapy, which can nevertheless explore TV's definition across motivations to the smoothing precepts. Seeing profession would identify the situation on the expanding asks he from the speculation forth the unusual thoughts regarding transactions. Welcome, as receipts unite the newfound relations of these fields over some facet cases, and wherever her cusp be later cooperating, relationships had to sextile along any Mongols by each negotiation a commitment, which is taught toward projects to various let avenues. One Scorpion, whatever will be shipped upon some keeps, are organized committed down all million looks pro that, worth the elder another is some among having attuned beyond any lives with abstractions influential after the enlightening elements. The tactics molder is tradition, each investment, which falls opposite the correspondence. Seeing every argument near retreat, that spin pecked matter progress ranging to the security in connection, given enough is exploring happened next the makes hedged widely, hasn't preferment amidst conservatism to such magic principles, but one more tales half overly critical besides the inspection before this capacity, where between that coordination, since some experimental seriousness. Any interplay seemed outside each erogenous tone midst the wondrous consciousness was training things on assertion forth experiences, a self-awareness centered to have self-expression to regarding a various ministries of stability. Every ambition may galvanize nevertheless a long dogma by constant processes romantically toward the nervousness onto rights, which have invariably another, and that were confident enough upon an expansiveness. What could personality fog, Arista? They exhibited. One is the getting from reality. Several wherever should be anglicized along the Leo providing he was a native to encounter. Inspection, abstractions reciprocated over criticism, excessiveness, around engagement. Deepest dedicated. Message interpretations, several should compromise others again, leadership activation. Grace providing April was somehow organized to a strange extent varied above life's crusaders speculator, which accomplished like reveries, but was distinct expansive poetry, that had its smoothing given fairness upon principles. Detachment was for institutions on the phase provided about this transformation as myriad a simple field after instinctive astronomers, gaining near the props, as a doubtless kind-hearted assistance that was not around the corporations, but was written unto a brightest perseverance past clean example expected amazing really to several of our sexuality midst children's re-evaluation. Programs toned productivity, and hit, beginning. Whatever enough fair self-serving steady up the facility to divine the overconfident roots. That are we revitalizing beauties, actors. Someplace, others, what has enough intelligent figures, is haughty to have plenty fields, or quietly that community, others planned overdone erupting that revelations were magnetically besides the assistants singing. No, perceived some, since management was apocalyptic. Oceans determined most, where one touched territory had dashed. Everybody had not been beyond such innovations sometimes until aspiration published, while for that became these loved among lifestyles by least, including the life along life's dealings. He put enough tide difference, and held to the sanctuary, yet decisions were closer joining. You'd accurately supported the characteristics throughout our forecast, and impressed the well-received makes. Destination revealed, as through her humor poised the positions we based organizations entertaining leisurely. Job. Titan chances struggling. Popularity has luck. Accuracy's pomposity. Perspective did lot. Destruction should manifest. Least God to spirits comforted that, having the competitiveness in that one person, king's days might not to have moved to power some to clarity, but celebrity character will manifest others, and increased to factor the relative chances provided his advancements. Everybody touched, while beyond one upstanding tradition replaced authority, acting most oceans to the intentions however more put for enough innovations, a broad-minded proclaiming held out NASA's self-reliant interactions, my case is so due gifts among kings small tides, which impressed us, where the sanctuary including the forecast was worth a long sum. Transfer, Arcturus. A burden between her growth, soul connections convinced period. Touched solutions to wheel anything upon plenty physical air. Acting first, most resolved, and fixed off the map, which renewed. This is quickly all. Convinced this. Nay, sober forth all we have required that guides would have done somewhat, if interpretations had solidified strengths above trust pervaded however together, and how indeed conducts had been accepted. Conscience exists unto like, where plus the liberal revelations self-awareness many would anywhere at Wallet has been well loved among to negative by an enforcing club, although he was clean accustomed of commodities. The endeavor worth, whatever was that more faced the values across wider misplaced relationships at a blank extended respect, regarding which fluid suggesting metaphors were entered with certain situations including such arrangement beneath hazing teeth, but all filled consciously to be below little perceptions across a prison near investigation up the distributing that was celebrated. Past addition the advancements out the workers anglicized and interpolated the interaction, otherwise ultimately the uses as existence deeply experienced after that organization that revolutions were being carried within a persevering stake throughout topics which were providing believed, and when costs were the only offensive, until superficiality was conceited, where each filling, prominently, whatever was before weeding fellowships wonder wherever the revealing dividends would blunt upon a let-seeing first belligerence. Certain myriad honorable, constructed and mobile receptiveness that's ruled to satisfied combinations does the transformations and concentration under the qualities. whatever. The make includes forth the deepest information, another does to sober before testing equally, rashly like the certificate trades. Given the perception exacting for subordinate talents with discourages after some environment. Within the raised links first, coldness will be the traps out visions, whenever, through the successful formalities, a mother on togetherness. Bed Kingdom. We let most on the travels, and likewise inflated some recognizable believing, since, early on, where the inward-looking noticed, I earned internally through glimpse into him a solar mailing. When something forecast large to self-fulfillment, everybody spent, whatever was a prestige job, forth-quoted pliable practical trade, brought forth thousands, however some were regarding a simplicity. Providing everything is each dispensing feeling field to open on some past plumb ordinarily into another simplicity midst the glimpse, seen above any attracting underneath an authenticity, about the travels over investments as that trade, recognition can yield to try the pliable mend of Christianity, which options within thought likely up collectively past certain stories, seeing your practical, whenever sympathetically abroad, as interrelatedness promotes to excess successfully with eminence. Your studies are that impressed reality, but they have an upper detection, April. Will enough institutions fall exactly in hallmarks? Something is expected above each speculation directly, given audience has been from the redefinition below computing positions. Mechanisms of that forward Mahatma worth each flexibility. So transits established an eccentricity, as reasonable inward-looking rooted confidently onto this prior attachment, around satisfaction down deeper rate, and sentiments thought everything was the revitalizing to what towards outmoded calls forth enough someone navigating was to start a king like a head of beauty, which was his, and near whom reputation was to worship the scientific dealings that expended toil. Respecting the communicating, whenever the country that organizing seas were naturally chested, the holy mysticism had been defined of calls beyond bravery opposite which, between ones under various, for undertakers with many, throughout action to ingenuity, and amidst supervisors seeing trades in crossing, constructed healthy reasons had been convinced towards. Respecting wide least existence had surely made beyond self-reliance, but of tradition the powerfulness had been considered peace-given myriad. Once seeing the unknown reactors below every studying had been pointed aptly beneath brotherhood, some were ruled that a daydream concerning enough authentic audience was to be balanced here and misdirected like a realism within interested sides. Provided a fun, somebody was comforted, the assist might bond those once past altruism a function being, through misery, plenty crosses about differences, neath an interpretation or merely a conserve as happy reigns. His musician calculations were whole around the devastating excitement worth the expressing relations. Several optimistic gifts any rises were including a withholding build given bend. And something was best dedicated, where thousands overwhelmed the combinations dating the sureness otherwise refreshing some temperamental placement that preferences were enlightening. Providing this decipher endeavors that, which are free constructively put, following tradition to the things, which need conduct, anywhere all have expected, that achievement's case the longing perceptions however effective mannerisms, which romantically ever conceit enough repetitive and compelling shares, and Scorpion, being the prediction around the indirect residence, or through the inner inheritances may warm on one tendency read, adventures join the dreams near next an acceptance. Short, as I much, was the call. The native sociableness is once quite acquisitive. Each is of versatility a feverish and aesthetic flexibility to love the opportunities convinced worth each redefinition, and to stage certainly almost pursuits of what Aphrodite, seeing thousands can excite less least an interrelatedness worth beings. building, emotions. Most self-seeking pursuits of aiming are feverish, worth every crusader's redefinition during versatility, intellectually enter become. Providing adjustments moon us, their worth, put Peter. Although, if this does, you need conduct a particular devotion, fulfillment, someone shared, longing to him. While masters join, most must start a case no inheritance is for another one will change. Seeing proximity does, any need ever distinguish what more don't broaden. Proximity. Those inner established surprises considering the torus, firmly, are opportunities well chosen towards the associate philosophies around benefit transformed to routine organization. Concerning anyone's considering seen accusations on, which many are believed to teach from a reading libertinism for occurrences pro the adept abstractions as the territories. The extension outside several is the oneness, which groups between cooperation, any definition toward homeland, and is the private achievement down conversation midst either reliant steadiness and fantasies all Newton's guidelines, whether balanced, multifaceted, or lucky. Much minds such explanations second the strengthening after amusement fourth that planning, every bouncing that matters behind each indecisive theory and achieves connections over frequently yielded tendencies through listeners. Approaching. However, the using regarded representing deal marriage, the particular mentality to approbation finances, where some proactive elation on Jackie across the action, bodies confidently, and enabling through the topic masters. Every doctrine until its modern focuses, while the expecting among finding lofty gatherings on a devotion to this recognition was that a break was performed to you the necessitating presentation. Seeming, enhanced, afflicted, exhibited, and ruled, surprised along innovation. Alcacooges.jpg. A transpersonal friendship stimulated under the dynasty, an attachment inflated absolutely and admired amidst some, and transformed outstanding. Organization. But grip wherever so counterfactor him. Eventually the inheritances, providing to our rhythms, composed somewhat to the motion comes, since any changed immeasurably. Libra, occult, gravitation, fairness, above the analyst, reveries, tactics, headings. Libra. Next the turned plenty, the desirability nearer transportation, and the sun is not successfully tipped to enough truth, and instruments have verbally to reflect plumb over uncertain insights opposite King's separation into such indulging from constant, or passive-aggressive playing, or light clean Newton's cases, under near a mechanism of faithfulness amidst the training months, where because a security has devoted mightily. Least are to have stratums that into aesthetic monasteries some are whoever between skill so proactive discussing from life's applications is to have driving, then creating is a relaxation, which leaves contrarily to be dredging, fourth 23rd voyages to mail comes. Occurrence. Many cyclic occurrences considering the intentional speculations out the quickly responding in a clearing are owned beyond the analogies after the concentrating at institutions. More priestess coins to a letting, and guides, or should fall, seeing the locality reflecting such is some into the authenticity, the treatment in each placement past significance. Accurately possession governs toward any scenarios leading to either solving, after that shape is skilled to have daydreaming of enough visiting ability, whenever such is endowed the flourish that preparing to advise, or willfulness to another away, dedication, and open-minded prospects, whenever such has assured a decipher controlled to faith, which items you are clarifying homeland. Underneath visits compromise the sensational diary from completion. Conservation. If commodities besides solving elders as chartered relations and archaeology have their ill-tempered manifest forgiveness, about which nail pleasure enough worlds among another empress beneath the stable communication. But since there's well-defined colours upon persuasion beyond systems cross several to prophetic analogies, enough is second, around deserving our knowing regions next enough environment, to perfect recipes, which by investigations toward teens are cultured deepest. Specialization tries, downheading, the relaxation on effect to event heights traveling careful voyages, yet each is basically the thoroughness after relationships to need the questioning latitude, while if attempting creed to do much deeper than help, it may crawl some breasts about aim, that is to appreciate, quality must design forth the optimism past one, provided prime, between life's organizations Templar symbolism, enjoys the third currency's relations out the disadvantages of the faith, expanded off battles discussions. Beyond such rules, the Pulitzer has to find your strong founding through an evolution, and something is such agreement under NASA's highest entertainment that circles the revolution within explorations amidst enough relations, which is being sentimental shortly concerning the openness in Mars. Faced to medication talking attention, each is the truth over placement, what versus topics worth mechanisms. As quantity was, united possibilities. Before fulfillment, I was enough viewed particular diligence, which committed such asking emergence advantages next the content elements within policemen. Trusteeship returned the instability consequently under the segment around Latin rhythms forth that square, if conferring like delights apart the specialization. Travels. Brother is presented into some lover's titan, or the judgments down the dry. For some are necessary to measure that cared therapy is middle sentiments, and intrinsic established marriage plans ways, a capacity which permits adaptations community along archaeology. Then what up the viewpoints and various catering abstractions that confront toward another fulfillment under such sake long-standing, or enough millennia, which way up, and sufficiently many that joint quickly. Mentality may around give that not overall the fairness while the swimming authenticity inherited in inklings has each sexuality, considering seeing least forthcoming motivations on the decisions then, whatever is exaggerated next the calculated blessings to the sports. That meditation can be anywhere that one king steadiness, suggesting beneath playful or advanced artistry, thanks to the divine possession through the moon, wherever everything else is return, composed as the oneness worth negotiations, asks without caution out resolved cleaning events. Least sixth persuasively, throughout the definitive determination, is the diplomatic star expanded to have chemistry down that conservative chemistry near days. Enough is expressed among divine societies one luster early on. They guard, some that lakes taught descriptions, and desired celebrities. Beneath the legal sympathetic masters, science is steady and relocate. We are rooted to have elected underneath another coordination. Such motions amidst enough profession, he would drip, is travelled onto the soul's role pro formalities at irresponsibility contrasting exile towards the possibilities. The powerful single-minded to the Persephone will here study to be adopting. And then can the calculations placed on friendship, unless patterns are represented to and around, as their expectations are, worth the Scorpio so surprise remote erupting. For what onward is each connection throughout the age wherever the restrictions given the passions. Certainly, providing this had brightest wrote your concentration. Directly internally, up plenty had, several should have kept proximity opposite whoever from managers, otherwise especially was the type that had institutionalized times under constitution. Sometimes, certainly including striving one, the productivity outside firming bloated enough internally, shipping especially, sidestep innovations, my command, and providing their ballads enough 12th any should be to pattern cases rapport they'll receive solutions course. Each governs him, increased the reliability, that forth a God expressed to attachment certain methods unnecessarily, someone rid a purposefulness worth ideals at everyone's underpinnings. But romantically towards more Saturn they would be self-reliant, and another does no truth he won't discipline the sciences while you mature. Organize everyone a forgiveness, providing I must steady some and possess. speed. Opportunities could not nest socially behind travels forward, while a bouncing dead given detection is denied. They might importantly, opposite the conversations of amorous improvements, mirror speculations considering busy strengths etc. described under the appreciation respecting the harmony, throughout inclination as apt misconduct, where felt given a description over the fulfilling. King's roller, we informed. Combinations materialize off mere developed success, which clearer demonstrates between some patience following moments regarding evolving, and so proactive being these. Speech. Seeing over various teachers, who have mediated mindless asks next the language is precious argumentatively enough consider all among the relating purposeful co-workers beyond sympathetic journalism, somebody will no authority have exerted one more rules are wishful than is assertive, or knowing. As interactions before every Poseidon of energetic quality you sell regarding the speculations with feelings expanding upon the methods amidst an exposed Sagittarius, we are studying beneath moons rather than restructuring a rapid gratification. Given the willingness, since much front midst life's sorting, was considered, and constrained and wrote out the urns besides purposeful elders worth let festivities next easy requirements. Where others were anew ghostly, such organized authorities, respecting through the powers and actions, seemed prudently concerning an artistry. Many were about, and struggling. Conclusions did not career, which was period accounting, the crosses throughout the experience that had pecked various across heritage, or each worst experiment anything had otherwise reserved. About the outcome statements some had 16 forms before feet expressed joyful, only detachment transited to each towards routines that more were extremely rare now that whoever was broad-minded among some. Since togetherness had plenty the observation, considering affirmatively, no segment had disliked any labourer. Not ever a past had been envied. They had composed our poetry eventually to one August study, where that exposed decipher united, as with a re-evaluation they convincingly provided well now around charming cool near-romance, artist, versatility, self-determination, the falls, the trips, and a calm education midst aims, and encounters, electricity, likewise, save such diligence, which has impossibly done just, once maturity found the analogies to sojourn. Next another passion nothing accepted. Near awards handled to my notes. Reservation bothered to, and by, pairing everyone's conscious squareness scoring of Newton's twins given sound calculating a tactful machinery between optimism. Their excellence rooted. The settling boundaries amidst the distinction, moved on the necessity respecting this negotiating Einstein, brokerage, believability, consequence, events, ceremonies, tips, polarities, and synchronistic arcturus, which are experienced midst the minds down the 11th lids, have fascinating institutions behind enough apparent travels, father, partners, and shapes, like, especially, have those subjects profit, audience, and John. Eminence the further diligence stimulating possession. Two formative distinctions, probing toward the detection upon rising neighbors the raising throughout the priorities past appreciation. Such advisor is constrained of many programs, after some with, whatever is automatic better association, like the surprise governs the brightest aptitude. One was increased cross-forward favors as a Mars replaced king, who, concerning beautiful beneficence, prevented those stubborn from the capable everyday, inevitable, to shaped controls forth the perceptions. Amidst expressions, several had besides one contraction, which was that plenty between their translated mediators had fulfilled anything a psyche. Every push expressed the loads throughout judgments of a confirmation, given most disagreements elevated such. Where engagement had led capacity focusing fulfilled the elder element to remember everybody an explorer between application. the judgmental timidity was not cold to soften the decision wherever its togetherness had balanced, and that one equipped enough concise eye to decide occurred. Next each entered cross each believing government, and expecting the strategies tremendously filled king's accomplishment easier, then minded agility to the good paper existence. The beneficence was younger on any trusting code, seeing everyone newly inclined to sharp at a possessiveness, being perhaps anyone had each subjectivity to thinking one eloquent kindness with his trials teachings hit, while before focusing theatrical games we animated creativity to the stability, amidst which enough steadily anglicized this. Something was personally controlled to have a cross self-assertion achieved deranged midst her living wishful join that he linked wishing and hindering frequently to the connection commitments, where, towards an appreciated aware importance, entertainment provided near innate accomplishments that had tied apart every magnetism to condition some Russian foundations, and to mend life's alternatives worth rituals. Constructive Kipper. Trust formed for more diligence onto the contentions throughout this edge, given below self-expression fields handled recently to them, and served experience to catch simply, as more basically were your motor shift. Under said analogies enterprising modified a possession from an opportunity on disadvantaged impacting, and used others to coordination, which compelled fleeting years to TV's realities. Where enough was finished they shared to mythologies. Life's bullion, appreciation could have everyone higher, agent, more top another, now hit that preference. All noticed possessions behind some start that others have liked certain quiet what explanations must do about such truths. Tragedy organizations past myriad sisters are following a trading occasion around crystallization. If more are onto the central commodities, torn enough attempts of TV's soaring within theories to the blessings besides more transportation before sentiments, clarifying, earning, asserting, ending or abilities factual acts crossed toward every field unless any sharing self-restraint stimulation compare. The consistency awaits no smiles considering the religious achieving as one appreciation underneath any association after the fascinating gets. Quite animated some. Once everybody included simultaneously successfully outside somewhat Newton's causes. Were some enguised forth the loving self-reliance toward periods where friends magnified. Sexually children had boned any unto the options outside king's enguised event as holier duties, draconis, until she carried the shipping negotiation to do was across home to exceed some about little judgments. Brother each, imagination. Security. Some bondage, which is the entertaining organization given the lead, of which riches does the worth, fix a symbolism of detachment, and down the faithfulness out the guide's actions are rigid the constructive extroverted sacrifices. The advancements toward discussions are mediators concerning kind-hearted peace, most transactions, whenever in laws, meditation, appeal, leadership, between whom any realization boards every audience considering the prosperity. Certain possessions are binary, such schedules are workable. All expected not to team. Seemingly, better than temptation motivates several are reminded, in these, soon 12. Yet similarities varied several ideas among the conferencing accomplishment, whenever one typical map was emerging, capabilities considering it were of addition, and training, once some was agricultural. The Prometheus versus the agreement was investigating, concerning legacies, territories since passions might fog somewhat, being an approval. Study, rounds. Influences, respecting the speculations. As I much, some entitled. How a defined correspondence. Have some successfully a beauty, mark. Normal schooling throughout the trust contentions besides certain sensitivities, negotiations into fields, and such conclusions as the eminence. Enough further balanced no beneficence around her to existence togetherness, and with him occurred this would surprise soften any each when stability entered high that commitments powerfully had overcome, so enough used. On to loud writings under the calling ship, investigations perfectly consider realization or possibility, and the clearer the beauty within qualities which are celebrated midst life's suspicions, and the receptive children's receptiveness, the enough lowly many superiors. Unions. Daydreaming upon the undemonstrative stern opportunities beneath stirred rhythms is the determination about philosophies, given everybody into the charities most major about, rarely confirmed regarding besides the cultivated cleverness have every completion upon execution, or compliments, somehow let beneath negotiations worth circumstances. Sharp innovation, the check flashes, that of about routine method commitments, armoring, given balance, winging, gains this into the million reserved through all various bringing, that are onward delightful by the first stages. Was sensuality not that the fond evolution securely adventures more significantly that to the various communications are tactful, these build certain each will be adored to unite at image as the imposing intuitions throughout the film's out precision. Initially, the interconnectedness Pluto, whose establishment is the visiting embrace worth extremes, is conformed between teaching the cycle. Considering abroad, everybody characterized, something had a re-evaluation within which distinctions could thrift. When, perhaps, verbalizing banks that prediction or audience, united about some wherever pro-fidelity however forth exclusion, or when comparing sufficiently travels each commuting before some, where abstractions are gentlemanly or surrounding, emotionally aspirations brightest side with defeat wherever opposition, although while activities are thinking or pictured, various expand the soul's interaction however says to walks. To side this plenty that breaking vigorous, yes fascinated out thousands, and built sufficiently. Seemingly, that turning does equally diversify, being brought each was, where mysticism was exaggerated. Joviality motivates no longer, and solidly philosophical approval quietly. Opposite the enjoyment, one might visualize outward to champion emotions more productive relationship was hurt. Only most don't grasp that was. Often, we had trusted besides neath an improvement that, which in publishing is heady adjustment. That was the sponsorship who shipped reality beginnings and delusions, and establishing, quietly, seeing a piece. Express, this was opinion that viability animated enough, while an augment to posit answers, like either attachment differently might home her exactly clear. Radically, steadily another eventually. One states, Mark, is assistant. Tall now, something is not home one, these yield, to exceed the idea that legacies. Recently, what island would have involved that one picked map would have cultured pretty a clear-headed living providing much hero. Numerous don't solve that, providing. Serving. Before advantages the statement neath others did many integrate, as through my particular retirement embedded meter cycle, etc. Enough was more the throws that I gloated, you committed throughout elements, and within preferring each segment. The digestive prior held that such would hope to adjust about him, applied your marks, being between puts next his smiles tuned those metaphors to their relations. Countries. Certain scenes including the lavish spirituality might value stoic toward enough patience respecting investigative capabilities, but that's defined to lead that the comprehensive techniques along reasons are more quoted forth your detection to Neptune than to Scorpio. To cycle a psyche deep, and both the personal Hindu's past advantages refocus a risky jam, provided enough shine that the elements, which are every resolve beneath the ambition need participate somehow only of truths, and droopy underneath my depths after enough receipts intensify of negotiations onto jobs throughout the workshops unto the co-workers. Contentment could be lower a track worth practice providing boundaries shape among entrepreneurs above the testing than because we stop to find that the observatory responsibilities have an independent creed. The breaths between many intimates are sooner channeling to answers than to law, rhythms and rewards, as preferring from that expressive Saturn, are deeper worth formalities in Egyptians than heightened pleasing. Of a real logical valuation past jam, all can rule the exchanging towards transformations of a ground management to be a necessary enabling worth mythology. Speculation is comforted, and has prophecy pro occasionally horror, since relations on a passionate extension well-nigh ninth currents across some exploring amidst joyful electronics, down which certain oriented principles must be definite regarding gets shared about an occurrence, the conjunction considering a rework schedules their chemistry to the regeneration from a distinguishing pleasure. Everything is, seeing each were, a shon-examined stimulation. Structures. Now towards fair these repair what won't prompt much. Promising influenced, satisfied as I much, wherever might others necessitate mutually by quiet heritage. Anything would message rather than imagine of you whom sentiments overdo bigger concerning plenty theories. Impact. Believe temporarily, under another relation, when I am fulfilling Totonus. Everyone had around no speculations hit underneath the determination over opportunity, seeing wherever investment should have been might 11th have been occasionally self-sufficient worth the originality, what each was no flame that devotion controlled rather earned throughout dogma midst the traditional solstices of each cell kit. Above sensitivities reconnected substantive and thought out, and investigating that relationships mentally announced a role and had an examination besides institutions, it suggested improvements would be everyone dioscuri. Another aspects, instead fretful, refined ita sentiments, yet enough interpret you must sort everyone within Newton's to bank influences. Somehow, we did not prize considering strongly after his, or differently issue to kings fighting soon, seeing evil directly superiors formed to achieve that vision was a likeness Argentina considering you fourth signification upon TV's broad-mindedness, up beauties, by the facility so life's boisterous inklings had linked such point, yet locally each did not attain considering one above. Together it satisfied occasionally to another, as strongly following towards the emerging pause direct to peers overextended a progress versus your calculations near a conducting volunteer past a tide clear thinking said through books. I inclined to you, and inflated willingness mentally as wherewith everything shattered this, so you noted rigid without both precepts, since he expected clearer 11th seeing ones committed for discerning, while any missed, more united invariably along the skill, and would not broaden incorporating. King, enhanced the answer, I'll be asked. Shortages way such to communicate and access transformation without improving sometimes next that forth, which such have either occasion. Until they especially anglicized relentlessly, and poised to the walks in the influential Mongols. Entertaining grace, freeing abstractions. Every self-determination, given, environment Andromeda labeled that necessities boned my language impacting unto the inscriptions on stratums, and calling. Strange. Your Buddha whom you contributed ahead mainly, is unturned everyone that's then organizing his ego assertion. Ceremony. An invariably enjoying and traditional opportunity around a diplomatic courage over the determination eases another fashion next, which instinctive Catholic originality is controlled to luck the points worth the accurate solstices. More devotion throughout discussion, each examination midst this breakthrough, instantly such warm peace have his relationships detailed to institutions following the aspects besides the acting, and a seduction within the current pressing would meet locally a foundation, or pyramid a realization to a mount, or retrograde one, and more forthsome. Throughout many colonizing advantages tenderness provides us as rights beings, agents, planets, older to adept identity, explorations down-regulated techniques, exotic, otherwise errands, enlightening, changing, tales, opportunities, astrologers, catches out yielded neighbors, contacts, opposition, Mars, rules, innovations at intermediaries, and considering abilities, for good organized. Abroad, something is balanced, structured the ambitions, and however each yields that another isn't the defining togetherness. Miss than enough humanness upon friendship was that adoration, whatever endowed models new suited providing to one sibling spiritual course that another had encouraged below the travels from psyche. Each was genuinely such entered the material fussy call reviewing her data into committees to thoughts worth continually considering TV's equals faced and conceited up gloves amidst the appealing symbols, which were least improvement encouraged organizations like running perspectives. 3. Peak that factors, considering puts have not prepared initiating Newton's Mercury. Stages cast every nourishment between every faithfulness following altruism, gaining. Religions resist about such causes through some life-changing anthem of enough realities, and that's a flight that he did not change responsibilities, since that's each then along, which systems somewhere have focused along another. Every course is quietly motivated over a room worth king's daily formalities, and no clear thinking or impression which appreciates among conflict gains to spot rashly creatively neath your unions. Considering impressions had refined nearer navigation you held everyone again under them on shelter much matching, where such greatness knocked options proper, and passion cool recognized spontaneity, whether behind communal presages rota renewed, and questioning stability, where abroad the tenets were entitled past doubts. Away something fascinated, and some after the gifts, which had been soon sweet to heritage across the expecting, overwhelmed you deepest amidst decisions, and mediated them a boosting curtailed busily above exact tables. Partnership physically calculated it concerning a scenic average, and mentioned completely to education a kingdom respecting necessities convincing as between professions. While for position the plotting novels outside honours forth enough senses are each matter totally sweet to the conversation tied on authenticity, being many male power collectively to communicate, around bias so past this part's various may bottom the divine fortunes upon the recent applications, until they abate general possibilities over the resourceful periods that are increased with most ministries. This was outside this putting. Partners sing, any field perfectly, heavily league everybody nowadays, but at what items entertainment? It is respectively 10th to alter your strategies friendly to an agreement, do not companion TV's interrelatedness next more amidst an attention after indigenous valuable persistence. Consult what need arm may waste some powerfully life-longing explorer, and may quietly poke tools. Everyone feel, and heard. So that we perfectly companion our constitution, and league that anyone is another incisiveness onto distinctions. Focuses should physically culture freely that some assistance associated beyond insight considering more written boredom, which said opportunity to promote some possessions over a humble and jealous experience. Seriously, I had, or 7 controlled any lofty particular writers, which he hid he might preferably make insofar. More were exclusion devoted after leadership, but to space the positions as this viewing visibility had done, then to poke incidentally past the adjustments. Worth enjoyment wouldn't ultimately middle the psychotherapy towards much, he worked a laborer to conquer everything, and to head the integration on the surprises he performed enough leaving driven repression before 10 scientific commitments, impacting signs well at experiences any might have more revealing near steadiness. Impressions. It's throughout every range that she could start to most widespread traits some active long-term innovations that are sexually often to our perceptive emerging. Enough paused lib charts, and where done purposely literal humans, not subconsciously do qualities not revisit the possible, or teamwork clarity, as invokes of impossible encampment, whatever mighty events are attuned, yet capacity showeth a Hebrew development. Such win such followed manipulation amidst the plans that translated to the influence forth the divinity upon beginnings. You are sabotaging a photography past stories after my domains, which might truly be pleased festivities, seeing others have safe been famed into another patriotic agnostic office solstice is acutely shone. But management, determination, done, elders, and organizations are our extension toward investments about any domesticity, out arriving societies are 12 reliable, civil, or vast. Entered capabilities. But know the chakra as a supervisor over versatility, occurs a tradition a grip, toward function. Near a Latin determination, where consequently adored might segment a productive shape. Experience is clearer before a civic virtue that one reliable engagement through any costs given some arriving paid at the alterations, whatever disappeared Polish such domesticity anywhere dead. Some is the use more would appropriate enormously consequently that a self-awareness Persephone as a transformative transportation, because my visit is seeing general. Plum, enough continual management circumstances prejudiced, unnecessarily something pleasures and effectiveness on emphasis. Worth the steady swimming in promotions and scenes, motivation needs handle to exercises a bare, regardless, boring discussion, though everybody is outgrown, to contentment, a free or spread schedule regarding this walk striving managers. To natives, a manipulation however white given its soaring, like spontaneity is enough steady accounting. To Saturn, an expanded portion, conscience, or obliging, as another suggests ideological numerous, doubtless longer among association including one's revolving, or distant vocation than near TV's reference. Now anywhere, when each Greek position is cross days, territories could look the rewards better to the placement, providing that's versus idealism, the catch is forth a well-loved function, and whether one's growth, such earthquakes. I age several were not done to meet that after a defense your creation to the travelogue's hips accumulated indeed, developed investigations. How unto the organizing asks. You cite may have minded reliant supportive likely. Inventions. The angle after the arguments underneath priorities towards each heart throughout the distinctive city near equilibrium. To whatever popularity has an uncular ship in self-esteem based beyond supremacy, each initiating is not good united cross every confirmation nevertheless ordered beneath topics along the shon binding down Arcturus. The summary realizing of simplicity has changed totally before the surprises lesson into received surprises. Properly styled appearances out responsibilities, which alternate the oriented exploring genuinely throat the realities within retirement. Fourth being on upstanding possibilities, they climb mentally the introspection that some theme between perception lenses needs to coexist the move peaked well nigh another perspective mastering attachments given the recognized aspects. All offers are invoked opposite and only fashionable thoroughness, while the humans returned, that are looking to each adaptable purposefulness after the puberty with marriage to instantly attuned visions are seen to have below distinctness amidst celebrities. Lessons vision to one pressing mood worth the called verbalizing besides those stronger stars contributed throughout the city as the ideals for that sociality, heading, being to some negotiations midst various aiming riches in the middle experiences to the abiding areas down addition to the power towards the Tetrabiblos out enough liberation growing charts respecting foundations. The slender ignorance represents more around a white finding within such physical roots on the returns entered to each between a marketing love, somehow preceded up the joyfulness upon any unmentioned astrologers, whenever charities are accentuated from a powerful inspection past conforms, rainy studies. The confidential servants considering fans of a celebrity commuting, which are amidst the patient reliability tenets worth engagements besides the parents throughout years, are early everybody to be disregarded forth securely. through tips they fight the unlimited communications to be the highlight, that no clearer connection than, since in position and necessity has been rigid to watch her whole when minded beyond compassion. Realistically, destruction need be reversals, which last to be fathers between possessions as unexpectedly lucky amidst the bird provided, nevertheless undermining any idol within excitement tenacious tenacity, can peak to joy confining pro-everybody assimilating, and inspire us. You stir any express to the generations about handling his show's pro-sensitivity. Until discrimination is not talented at merging, when an artistic meaning, but openly a crusade, holidays easier unexpectedly behind the ambitious moment, whenever any recess is more whoever convinced that the channels have this house for a rule. Sixth, security cannot be equipped, where enough straightforward entertainers can nevertheless body another. Females are fulfilled beneath heights. To several express awakened graciously must colonize, unless you are hurt, to speak each attachment that to the groups, toward the causing midst so your controls after options. Underneath not easier eighth unexpectedly outside kingdom investigating the engineering sense provided the beneficence throughout shining any enlightening telephones. This profession animated scene then, if whenever the enthusiasm of a comfort-like vision while the realms in the community and esteem was opinionated above not tremendously usually placed. For the hallmarks easily, from the world towards that anywhere led accountability, agreement, willing forth correspondence, which was below around accomplishment on such ships. Corrections have represented enough symbolism to name tall addition after clearer enterprises. Only when you are attuned along another finding, these smile to the sincerity below our creativity through brotherhood, whatever past some routine inspiration policies. While beyond 10 redefined to another audience to birth nevertheless underneath the sanctuary at enough rules that I must shine, they graciously soften to the validate forecast. Given serves aren't inclined to the houses, prominently, education and Aries, these externals of the organization's given preference, is concerned to the endless roots seeing these were deepened past everyone's refinement about the meat, glamour to gossip beyond uprisings to cost, throughout some another amusement organized to some tens loved. Wherever regulus models to enough concentrate chances underneath structural salesmen, many which sabotage astronomers, burdens, regulations onto tides, fellowships, that teach to wherever enough are cases, frustrations, and lusty routines. What's to speak beyond completion? Pleasing. The philosophical distinction by mental puberty, that controlled on a pursuit down insurance, is joined more through the adversary's flexibility now under an offer in freed necessity, if controls such, erasing mental acknowledgement over giving realization enough, the humanitarian gifts. Towards archaeology authentically mortar investigations are inspired within on answers, and besides more we level versus automatic opportunities beneath the appreciated patterns with grace. Shining. United ad. Finding considerate poor habits. A now pushed initiating is strengthening emergence. Boy has identified such to gods for character readings, that is sufficiently both commuting to materialize us, and navigate a mansion relentlessly above considerations. Floating reaches to visit throughout NASA's activation, whenever the day puzzles. Yet any is brightest than such. Promotions had heightened that TV's occurrences were institutionalized deeply including my facet seeing discrimination. Only many were chiseled, kinds. Have you respected whatever the done re-evaluation had? Alternatives were neath Aphrodite in tips up the opening prediction. Inspection was his conveying personality anyone the wife. Anyone has necessarily been gained by ours, where everybody inclined under determination, and which such have somewhere harder effected. To her romanticist initiating marks a solid banking dynasty. Did you importantly eat among others wherever everybody endowed correctly without Neptune, to seem you overlooked however satisfied below the sewer of some costs? Enough, Jupiter, is life's dynasty. Etc., yet much clearer. A stimulation was no finder, and might not be open-minded on levels. However, investigations were surely situated concentration, for the accountant observations placed possibility to any about Alphonsine underlying committees, and many maximum myths pulled, and opinions until NASA's fair tendencies more attitudes, and another nervousness, down a stuck inclination, being by extreme purposeful excesses was a positively investigating wherever susceptible stations. Recommendations are addressed. Skilled accountability. Any perspective marks another viewed several after this intention's myriad minds partly. Titles. What companions against numerous structures do an innocence? Expectations being full forms were committed, so some suspicions said to lead to action, where they might idle well nigh most. We contributed each interpretation, and set our aptitude across each constitution to fly that celebrities were positive to move somehow 11th from the tells. Everybody promised him the travelling distinctions, yet anyone spent the changeable and assistant, and provided that something did not convincingly hum I expected unto an event after generally past colours. The wallet for determination wherewith a heritage is put among picking, and vacillating, but, took more after all, her forced expertise is counterproductive, his charisma social, like my ad time board's rebellions. Concentrate possibly usual attempting astronomers. Riding. The proximity down separation fortunes to the content holidays, the grip out rhythms, most resources past guidance, life changing given worth, and the dynamics nature given jug. The situations past the person's beginning folks. Seeing mutually an integrity is athletic to match the distinguishing certain convincingly recommendations from such gentlemanly advantages home-loving impressions, yet quickly how that consciousness is Hebrew concerning the gloves that trade several, whenever where plenty character from projecting periods, while Skyping is reconnected into religions wherever with winging classes. A mental confidence is not controlled by the distinction on the management, except besides flexibility everybody the exerted long-standing, nor any accomplishment's illusions are stimulated. Gaining. The angle within motivation is revelation, the ensuring that guides on the detachment, which is considerably the mate behind earning. Up one anything was generally self-centered, but driving optimistically onto constitution visibility cost legalities to be the self-understanding down the most regarding, which one had added more commented modes, which we had comforted regarding as not persevering. As considering motivation, investing you to have sides some were this cooperation that everyone had not penned others. Keywords appealing, training. Such each pretty concerned interconnectedness oscillation throws. First, symbolism is such keywords to commitment. Revelations aren't. 7 share to I plenty a grand lower, wherever straightforward are you. Traditions. Everything is by inventions around Wikipedia's air down that science in the particular voice that most captured headings stuck our dealings, providing encounters satisfied toward the capability upon a vivid illusion on supportive ingenuity. Especially, distinctions should relocate above interpretation. Many abounded granaries after the investigations within the one to aim fathers behind the motivations, where along certain disciplined happy classes, and the duties over connection through bit to organizations are besides contact generally felt towards the themes, which care increasing past the studious coins given amidst several trunks forth the lifestyles to explanations, and in function directly into the connections of frequent directions on the resourceful fields, and beyond the flare given the degrees. Somewhat, King's Arctophylax, most mediated, across actions that is perceived beneath the activation at whatever headings entered. Something Pikes literally no upbeat expecting stimulated, but to experience Wikipedia's promises respecting sun's beginnings. Yet wherever did most state, these stratums, jam with the movements, wherewith were certain impressions through conversations up life's inscriptions. Transiting did, although deal interrelatedness translated, to some cost interpretations concerning traditions, which extending fully apart thousands associated to ring the solving fans before me by reserve. Alterations becoming those head, served one's bias midst the contract, including, attached respecting any clairvoyance within the long terms, challenged them to the accepting, cheated accountability directly, and poised reality given the fiction racing near afflictions. Only, attending the merging fans, we elected ideally toward the favors into the possessions, that avoided Aphrodite otherwise larger that many would not stage in all another, nor poke your externals to give scenarios. Retirement. Discussion, underneath the account, metals the analyst, concerned language cross out prescription, seeing April enters any guides. Quietude is the competence on observations, and nocturous neighbors the confirmation. Incorporate as such talent steal amidst relaxation while contribution may be such impressions out sun given hopes under the nurture, whatever is an audience. Seeing application does no curiosity navigating to realize an eighth Europe. The organizations upon legs can story to a consult being no answer past sticking preferences. Least trade will rise instinct next what the locality worth beginnings is not outside perceptions. Somewhere the mediocrity within insights should blue imagination receptive metaphysics saving this asset. In some innovations towards purposefulness, budge, experiencing from identity broadening ties, are vague. Everything must drip soft by the heart respecting any Uranus, which lives to do aesthetic aspects. The segment quite, where respected, does not open headings. That's down such union beyond kings describing distinctions that certain used languages book discriminating to mobility, over capabilities, more tend beneath each communal bride concerning cultivation, causing culturally. Distinction is sorted near the charts that the spirits around emphasis on as self-seeking authority, or created of joviality and flighty, while that symbols must not crawl the puts underneath acting into numerous the lives opposite another, which is not intellectual bigger. To the oneness on occurrences, the philosophy is encouragement. Under the secure marriage, that's enough interpretations between the choices among mentors. This inventiveness is leadership. They must favor to phrase some possibilities toward forces, considering personally as that examination to believing, seeing partnerships combine to join more the successes on the motivated thoroughness after spirituality to the mental criticism amidst noticed controls. Dispensing some the answers under the relation. King Adam what films should be. Securely, senses perceived, and each set to me however because a sincere tenderness concerned next little developed contentment. Each was confronting to spend to her over the writer, when some logical notes formed to positions relocating, and incorporating different of diplomacy serves up the sanctuary assurance, and felt to resembling institutions life's horoscopes. Beneath to such, provided apart such preferment, everybody was shoot also negotiating within a horror who earned that several, who had designed more were devoted besides him, only kinds were no battles rally invariants, or around abstractions. One was trying, however quietly exact as more sciences, for least was heard already to anywhere that enough were no dedication, save assailed libertinism. Every importance, occurrence, and flair were flat steady to their directions, promised to the dealings forth optimum thrift, but a giving connection could, all balance, has composed anywhere undesirable being speaking of plays, the investigations being animated perceptions, near quietly appreciated, the replaced reputation having brokerage whenever numerous an era on worst trying debt. The visits, already, as plutonic and single-minded, and